All right, so hopefully y'all can hear me. We're getting ready. The House is just now getting in session, and
Members, can I have your attention?
I don't know exactly when constitutional carry is going to be heard.
Members, the chair is going to recognize Mr. Burrows for two motions to adopt calendar rules for SB 1 and House Bill 2. Copies of those rules have been placed on your desk. These rules were also attached to the calendar for next Thursday, which was distributed yesterday at 2:18 p.m. The following calendar rule for consideration, the clerk will read the rule.
So some of this stuff's going to be a little boring for a little while. The Senate just came into the House chambers to get approval for rules, and so they'll kind of read those for a minute. And yeah, Burrows, boo, exactly. And again, I don't know. This is so it's supposed to be HB 1927. This is Matt Schaefer's bill for constitutional carry, and it's, I think, the better of the two bills between 1911 and 1927. I do expect it to pass out of the House. It does have two Democrat co-authors, Canales and Guillen, which is surprising. So we'll see how bipartisan this is and whether Texas moves forward. South Carolina House, the entire House. Keep in mind, South Carolina is one of only 5 states that does not have lawful open carry, and yet their House just passed constitutional carry. So and that was yesterday. So we're going to see if Texas will follow suit today.
If there are no questions, I'll move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the rule. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell.
These are really just procedural matters right now.
Mr. Elsie voting aye. Show Mr. Syria voting aye. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Mr. Ashby voting aye. All members voting. There being 146 ayes, 0 nays. The motion is adopted.
And that's Speaker Phelan. He's been great so far this session. I'll tell you, a lot better than Bonin, and a hell of a lot better than Strauss.
The clerk will read the rule.
This is the second rule.
Rule for floor consideration, HB 2, Section 1. This rule for floor consideration of HB 2 is proposed by the Committee on Calendars pursuant to House Rule 3, Section 4.2. The rule be effective if it is approved by the House in accordance with House Rule 6, Section 16F. Section 2. All original amendments that will be offered during second reading consideration of the bill must be filed with the Chief Clerk by 10 a.m. on Monday, April 19th. Section 3A. During second and third reading consideration of the bill, any amendment that adds or increases an item of appropriation in the bill made from general revenue or a general revenue dedicated account is not in order unless the amendment contains an equal or greater reduction in one or more items of appropriation in the bill from general revenue or from a general revenue dedicated account, regardless of whether the general revenue dedicated account is subject to certification. B, during second and third reading.
Both of the bills that got passed out of committee were 21 and up. They're going to be 21 up. I'll tell you, look, yes, we want 18. We want the age to be 18. But that's a fight, unfortunately, we might have to wait on. Essentially what the bill does is if you can lawfully carry and own, come to think of it, I can't remember if 1927 has a 21-year restriction. You know what? Let me go check real quick.
Coincides with the automatic amendment pre-filing requirement in our rules for SB 1. If there's no questions, I'll move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the rule. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell.
Because I think it just links it to if you can lawfully carry and own, which would make it 18.
All members voting.
No, it's 21. I'm sorry. It's 21.
There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, the rule is adopted.
Yeah, so you got to be 21 to under the bill that's going to be voted on today, and we'll continue to fight to reduce that to 18.
Members, we're about to go on the calendar. If you have amendments for bills on today's calendar, please bring them down front as soon as you can. The parliamentarians will need time to arrange amendments in the proper order to ensure all members have an opportunity to offer their amendments.
Now the Democrats are going to try to amend the crap out of this thing. I guarantee it. But I don't think the bill author is gonna allow it. Most of the amendments, unless it's something good. Hopefully they submit an amendment to lower the age to 18. We'll see.
The chair lays out on third reading SB 632. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 632 by Buckingham, relating to the provision of broadband infrastructure and connectivity by the Lower Colorado River Authority.
Chair recognizes Mr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Now, keep in mind,
Mr. Speaker,
I don't
members,
know.
This is a bill we passed yesterday that will allow the LCRA to bring broadband to rural Texas. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 632. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell.
Again, I don't know exactly
Mr. Buckley,
when the bill will be brought up, but it's 1927 is the one we're looking for.
All members voting.
Yes, they can
There'll be
amend. They can
144
amend the
ayes,
bill.
0 nays.
There's probably gonna be a
632
very
final
healthy
passage.
discussion on constitutional carry today,
Chair
and
lays out on third reading HB 4. The clerk will read the bill.
a whole bunch of.
HB 4 by Price, relating to telemedicine, telehealth, and technology-related healthcare.
I guarantee there's going to be a lot of amendments on this. On 1927. So I don't know, and I don't know if they're going to be Republican amendments. I know we're trying to keep it as clean as possible, because each amendment threatens to make the bill harder to pass in the Senate, and so we'll see how it goes. But I think most of the amendments are going to be for Democrats, and I wouldn't even be surprised if they try to do some procedural move, the Democrats, to try and get the bill completely removed and say it wasn't passed right or something.
Chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would actually bring home significant savings on many very expensive pharmaceutical drugs to all Texans that currently don't have access to those discounted prices. It will not create an entitlement program. It will not have ongoing fiscal issues.
The Republicans have the majority.
This is a real opportunity to help over 3 million people.
It's gonna pass the House. I can tell you that right now. It's gonna pass the House.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 18. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Show Dr. Bonin voting aye. All members voting. There being 144 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 18 is finally passed.
And all these bills,
HB 1616, the clerk will read the bill.
all these
HB
bills
1616
go to the
by
Senate.
Bonin, relating to the Interstate Medical Licensure Compact, authorizing fees.
We'll get a drink real quick.
Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1616 creates a voluntary expedited pathway to licensure for qualified physicians who would like to participate in the Interstate Medical Licensure Compact. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1616 is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 144 ayes, 1 nay, HB 1616 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 290. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 290 by Cortez, relating to the period of continuous eligibility for the Medical Assistance Program.
Question occur, pardon me. Chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 290 will provide eligible children on Medicaid with 2 segments of 6 months of continuous coverage. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 290. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 130 ayes, 16 nays, HB 290 is finally passed. Chair lays on third reading HB 457. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 457 by Shaheen, relating to a local option exemption from ad valorem taxation by a county of a portion of the value of the resident's homestead of a physician who provides healthcare services for which the physician agrees not to seek payment from any source, including the Medicaid program or otherwise from this state or the federal government, any residents who are Medicaid recipients.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 457 provides a tool for counties to improve access to health care and reduce costs by allowing counties to reduce the county property taxes for doctors who provide health care for free. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 457. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 133 ayes, 12 nays, HB 457 finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 133. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 133 by Rose, relating to Medicaid eligibility of certain women after a pregnancy.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rose to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you for passing this life-saving bill on yesterday. Yesterday, I failed to thank the stakeholders that have been working with me throughout the interim. I would like to send a special shout out to the Appeals Center who first brought this issue to me and brought it to my attention. I would like to thank Speaker Phelan for making this a commitment of the Texas House by making it one of our healthcare priorities. And with that, House Bill 133 will provide comprehensive health care for women in Texas. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB.
So what they're doing right now is they're passing all the bills that are pretty much not gonna be opposed for the most part. So these are all bills that pretty much everybody agrees with, and they're probably going to try and get these out of the way before they get to 1927, which is why they're moving so fast. Because 1927 is gonna there's gonna be some debate.
It's finally passed. Chair lays on third reading HB 2090. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
She does read really fast.
Relating to healthcare cost disclosures by health benefit plans.
You should hear her when she's doing like the end of the day when they're doing the second readings on bills. And in the second readings on bills, pretty much all they do is they lay them out, or even the first readings. And man, she'll run right through them really fast. And then wait till the end of the session when they're really trying to get a bunch of bills passed. That's when it's like speed reading.
Chair recognizes Mr. Burrows to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the bill that codifies the price transparency rules that came out from the White House last session. With that, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 2090. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. All members voting. There being 144 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2090 is finally passed. Chair lays on third reading HB 3810. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3810 by Hunter, relating to the authority of the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association to raise premium rates on association policies.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this just restructures the rate increase from majority to 2/3. Move passage.
What the hell is with the gloves? Oh my gosh. Todd Hunter is such a loser. Todd Hunter is why we didn't have constitutional carry last session.
Mr. Middleton voting aye. All members voting. There being 139 ayes, 5 nays, HB 3810 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 695. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 695 by Martinez, relating to the establishment of a public law school in the Rio Grande Valley.
Chair recognizes Ms. Martinez. Explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this establishes a law school in the Rio Grande Valley, and I move passage.
A law school in the Rio Grande Valley.
695. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Chair Mr. Canales voting aye. Mr. Lucio voting aye. All members voting.
Dang, I could have gone to law school in the Rio Grande Valley.
There being 97 ayes, 47 nays, HB 695 is finally passed.
Crap, I'm gonna
On third reading HB 1105. The clerk will read the bill.
quit law school and wait until that law school in the Rio Grande Valley is created.
Authorization of a digital license plates.
Chair recognizes Mr. Patty to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply expands consumer choice for license plates in Texas. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 1105. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting.
If you want to see all the gun bills, go to opencarrytexas.org.
2 nays, HB 1105 is finally passed.
Go to opencarrytexas.org and click on bill tracking. We're trying to track most of them.
Dr.
They're
Alderson?
If you see the right of your screen there, you can see the mad mommies in their red shirts. They're gathering in the...
Chair laid out on third reading HB 1057. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1057 by Oliverson relating to designating November 7th as Victims of Communism Day.
Recognizes Dr.
Nice.
Oliverson to explain the bill.
Victims of
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Communism Day. I
Members,
love it.
This bill essentially establishes a day.
057. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill.
Oh, good. It's a record vote, too. I want to see who's going to vote against recognizing the victims of communism. Oh, my gosh.
There being 142 ayes, 2 nays, HB 1.
2 nays. We've got 2 communists in the House, folks.
HB 1172. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1172 by Howard relating to the rights of victims of sexual assault or other prohibited sexual conduct.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this just acts on the recommendation of the Governor's Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force for Trauma-Informed Interviews. And thank you to Representative Tinderholt for his amendment yesterday that I think cleared up any concerns that members had about this. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 1172. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell.
Yeah, but there are 2 communists that are actually willing to admit it.
All members voting. There being 146 ayes.
I'm going to find who that is. I'm going to find who those 2 people are, and I'm going to expose them.
On third reading, HB 404. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 404 by Hernandez relating to sexual assault and domestic violence awareness
And actually-
and education for cosmetology license holders.
Actually, there's more than that because they said 142 yays and 2 nays, which is 144, which means there are 6 people that did not vote. Probably because they didn't want people to know they were communists. So 8 communists.
Occurs on final pass of HB 404. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 94 ayes, 48 nays. HB 404 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 394. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 394 by Moody relating to Texas Lottery Commission rules on lottery game drawings.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
This is the Destination Casino bill for Ms. Thompson.
I may have to skip my constitutional carry class.
This is a Sunday draw for our Texas lottery. I move passage.
Question occurred on final passage of HB 394. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell.
Since it's a constitutional carry bill, I may have to skip my constitutional law class, which starts at 1, about an hour and a half.
80 ayes, 62 nays. HB 394 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2723. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2723 by Meyer relating to public notice of the availability on the internet of property tax related information.
Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hey, some truth in taxation.
Statewide Truth in Taxation website, move passage.
Question occurred on final passage of HB 2723. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting.
Again, we're waiting on
0 nays. HB 2723 is finally passed.
we're waiting on 1927. I'm getting comments through
Third reading HB 2039. The clerk will read.
where are you primarily getting comments? I'm getting comments on both channels, and I can see them on my StreamYard. So whether you're commenting on my CJ channel or you're commenting on the OCT channel, I can see them both. I just don't know which one it's coming from.
All members voting. There being 144 ayes, 1 nay. HB 2039 is finally passed.
All these laws to control our lives.
Chair lays out on third reading HB 816. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 816 by Crouch relating to the creation of a commission to review certain penal laws of the state and to make certain recommendations regarding those laws for criminal offenses previously compiled in statutes outside the penal code, to repealing certain of those offenses and to conforming punishments for certain of those offenses to the penalty structure and provided in the penal code, increasing the punishment for the criminal offenses of sedition, sabotage, and capital sabotage, imposing a civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kraus to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to wish my oldest son, Jeremiah, happy 14th birthday. Love you, man. Hope you're having a great day.
Happy birthday, Jeremiah.
Thank you. Love you, buddy. House Bill 816 is the Penal Code Commission bill. With this one bill, we're going to repeal about 60 others. So good.
Nice.
I move passage.
I love repealing laws. I love that. CJ, you're not allowed to quit law school. You're needed. I'm not going to quit law school. I was just kidding. I'm too far ahead, man. I'm almost done with my second year.
All members voting. There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, HB 816 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2080. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2080 by Lamont relating to taxpayer suits.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lamont to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill ends.
They're adding more mad mommies over there to the right.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 2080. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 144 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2080 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 787. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 787 by Allen relating to conditions of community supervision prohibiting contact with certain persons.
The chair recognizes Dr. Allen to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, remember this bill allows persons who've been formerly incarcerated to associate with other persons who are incarcerated if they are working for their behalf. Move passage.
What?
Question occurs on final passage of HB 787. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell.
No, my favorite snack, man, graham crackers. So if anybody wants to send me a care package, send graham crackers.
There being 131 ayes, 12 nays, HB 787 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 465. The clerk will read the bill.
All right.
HB 465 by Shaheen.
I just got word.
Eligibility for release on parole of certain inmates.
I just got word that once they're through all of these bills, the first main bill that will be up for debate is going to be ours, 1927. So we're not going to have to listen through a bunch of other debates on other bills. Once all of these sort of non-debatable bills that are pretty easy to pass is over, 1927 is supposed to be the first main bill. No, I'm in a 3-year course. Most law schools are only 3 years. Some people do 4 years, but that's how you get a what's called an LLM, which is like, it's called Masters at Law instead of a Juris Masters, which I have, because I did in December I completed my JM, which is the Juris Masters. So it's like a master's degree, but a LLM is a Masters at Law, which is a little more refined and a little more specialized, and it's like an additional doctorate program on top of your JD. So I'm only doing the 3-year course because I'm only doing criminal law. I'm not going to do anything specialized. Just criminal and civil. I'm not that smart. I just talk like I just try to sound smart.
1407 by Schaefer relating to the carrying of a handgun by a license holder in a motor vehicle.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to explain the bill.
All right, this is a good bill.
Speaker and members, this bill will allow a handgun license holder to inside their vehicle store their weapon in a holster other than on their belt.
Any holster. It doesn't have to be a belt or shoulder holster in your vehicle.
Question occurred on final passage of HB 1.
So it solves a lot of problems.
Show Mr. Schaefer voting aye. Show Ms. Hull voting aye.
This is a good bill.
All members voting.
I want to know who voted against this.
There'll be 97 ayes, 47 nays. HB.
Freaking Democrats, man. What's the difference between a belt and a shoulder holster or any other holster? If you voted against that bill, you're a complete moron.
773 by Van Deaver relating to indicators of achievement under the public school accountability system.
40 freaking morons in the damn house. All of them, I guarantee you, are probably Democrats, dumbocrats, dumbasses, because the 1407 that just passed, right, removes the words belt or shoulder in a vehicle. So if you're open carrying in a vehicle, you no longer have to worry about what kind of holster if it's open. So if you have like a special console holster, that attaches to your console or the side or whatever, it's fine. You're good. So that just passed the House, so that we got to get that to the Senate. It's probably going to pass the Senate as well. It's a pretty self-explanatory bill. And it just removes the words belt or shoulder from the holster requirement. So you still have to have a freaking holster. I don't know what the damn Democrats are so pissed off about, dumbasses.
Moving back to their car. Move passage. Question occurs on final passage of HB 1856 is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 100 ayes, 45 nays, HB 1856 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1796. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Oh, by the way,
1796 by Harris, relating to the decision of an assumption of road district authority by Freshwater Supply District.
just so you know, that bill that just passed, which is HB 1856, I think is what he said. So HB 1856 is the bill that allows you to, in other words, a hotel cannot prevent you from having a firearm on the hotel property. They can't ban guns if you're at a hotel. That's what 1856 was that just passed. So just wanted to make y'all aware of that one too.
Eligibility of the CONCACAF Gold Cup for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Hey, DV8, 1927's chances are really good in the House.
Participate in the Major Event Reimbursement Program. It would have a positive economic impact of $36 million. This is our Super Bowl of soccer, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final pass of 1472. Is the record vote? Clerk will read the bill.
That was like a smaller Jonathan Sticklin right there.
Voting aye. Mr. Romero voting aye.
And I say that with reverence. I love Jonathan.
There being 109 ayes, 34 nays, HB 1472 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2607. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2607 by Talarico, relating to the powers and duties of the Texas Workforce Commission and local workforce development boards regarding the provision of childcare and the subsidized childcare program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Talarico to explain the bill.
The chances in the Senate are a little more murky. Honestly, in the Senate, I give it about a 55% chance. So a little bit better than 50-50. We've got a couple people we need to work on in the Senate. But I think we're going to be okay. But I'm not sure because I'm worried about Joan Huffman. Really, I'm just worried about Joan Huffman. That's all I'm worried about.
Chair lays out on third reading HB 2941. The clerk will read the bill.
All right, just a few more bills left, folks.
One by Burns, relating to the appointment of appraisal review board members.
Chair recognizes Mr. Burns to explain the bill.
This is a bill that makes the ARB appointment process that'll be done by the local administrative district judge uniform for all counties. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2941. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Burns voting aye. All members voting. There being 141 ayes, 5 nays, HB 2941 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 54. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 54 by Talarico, relating to prohibiting law enforcement departments from contracting with television crews to create reality shows.
Chair recognizes Mr. Talarico to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill prohibits reality TV shows from filming our law enforcement officers while on duty, endorsed by CLEAT, TMPA, as well as the Texas Broadcasters Association. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage HB 54. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 110 ayes, 34 nays, HB 54 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 379. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 379 by Smith, relating to changing the eligibility for parole of certain inmates serving a sentence for the offense of online solicitation of a minor.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smith to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regard to online solicitation of a minor inmate is not eligible for parole until one half the sentence is served, irrespective of any good conduct time, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage HB 379. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. Show Mr. Lamont voting aye. There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, HB 379 is finally passed.
Oh, wait. I didn't see. Was that? I don't think that was the... All right. Look, there is no bill to prohibit filming officers. The people saying that are misrepresenting the bill.
HB 918 by Lamont, relating to a license to carry.
There is no bill
protected under certain court orders
that will prohibit filming officers. I did a video on that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill gives victims of family violence the ability to protect themselves if they are between 18 to 21 years of age. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 918. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell.
And I don't see that bill anyway on the calendar
All voting
today.
aye. All members voting.
So I don't think they voted on it. It's not on the calendar today.
There being 127 ayes, 18 nays, HB 918 is finally passed.
But the bill that people are saying will prohibit filming officers does not prohibit filming officers at all. Please watch my video.
The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1262 by Bowers, relating to education and training for peace officers regarding trauma.
Yeah. That was the reality show to stop the reality show,
Bowers, explain the bill.
so that the police can't enter into here. Hang on. The bill that just passed was one that prevented the filming of police officers for television purposes, for enter into a contract like live PD and stuff like that. It was number, I don't know where it's at here. Blah, blah, blah. No. I don't think this is. Anyway, that's what that was. It was not the one that activists are worried about. So no more live PD in Texas. Exactly.
Chair lays out on third reading HB 80. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 80 by J. Johnson of Parish, relating to the discharge by certain defendants of fines and costs through community service.
Chair recognizes Mr. Johnson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 80 removes barriers to normalcy for our foster children and children in CPS to provide avenues for them to become more contributors to their communities. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage.
HBO Matt, thank you, man.
This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bell. So Mr. Johnson voting aye.
I honestly disagree, but you know that's the beauty of this country.
There being 127 ayes, 18 nays, HB 80 is finally passed.
Yeah, I'm talking about 1757. I know, Matt, and I hate disagreeing with people I really respect, because there's a lot of people on the other side of this issue that disagree with me that I have nothing but respect for. And I understand their concerns, and I understand, I'm not even going to say like they're dumbasses for feeling that way, because they're very rational in why they disagree with me. Those that disagree with me are actually very rational in their disagreement. I think they're wrong. They think I'm wrong. I think, honestly, I think 1757, we have looked at it. We've war gamed it. We've talked to other attorneys. I've looked at it. I've applied what I know as a 2-year law student. And honestly, I think it's actually going to hold more accountability for cops. And I think it's going to help activists instead of hurt activists, to be honest with you. All right, so they're probably getting ready to call 1927 because there's a flurry. There is a flurry of activity down there, which means they're probably all filing amendments. This is where it's going to get good, folks. This is where we're going to see who our friends are. Just based on all the movement and people going up to the front there, I'm thinking we're all getting ready to gear up for our constitutional carry here. I can't really make out who's. I haven't been to the Capitol this year, so normally when I'm home and I'm there, yes, OCT is definitely there today. Yes, I promise you, we are there. As a matter of fact, I think I see Rick right there to the left, right here. I think that's Rick. And this might be our section right here. I'm not sure. I mean, it looks like Rick from behind, but I'm not sure. It might not be. But anyway, yes, OCT is there. But normally when I'm there, I can I learn where everybody sits, like where all the friendly people are sitting. And I can tell you like who's getting up and who's moving and who's at the podium. But I don't know who's sitting where this year because I'm not there. No. See, I don't really want to. I would love to debate and talk about 17. Well, let's talk about 1757. But once this starts, I'm not gonna talk about 1757. But right now, there's no standard whatsoever. A police officer can just tell you to move. Hell, I saw one video from I think it was Justin Pulliam, where they're telling him to move 500 yards. That's like a quarter mile or a fifth of a mile or something like that. 500 yards away. And so that's completely unreasonable, right? So right now, without 1757, there's absolutely zero limits on law enforcement on what they can do. Now, if 1757 passes, they have to any orders have to be first reasonable, and second they have to be lawful, right? And I know this is, look, I had the same feeling before I came to law school and started reading all these literally hundreds of cases that I used to hate the word reasonable because, oh, well, reasonable to who? And it's actually a very legal term. And so so it's like what, a tenth of a mile then, I guess, 500. No, I thought 5,200 something is a mile for feet. But anyway, by putting in the words reasonable and lawful now, officers, they can't tell you to move 500 feet away. They can't tell you to, I don't even think they can tell you to move 50 feet away. Now, it depends. Here's the problem. This is what everybody needs to understand. There can't be a static like 10 feet or 100 feet or 5 feet or 20 feet or whatever, because every scene is different. The scene of pulling somebody over for a seatbelt, and writing them a ticket, doesn't need necessarily 100 feet. But if there's a scene where they've got an active shooter, they might need 100 feet because there's a much bigger area. And so it's what's reasonable and what's lawful based on the circumstances, which, trust me, I don't know. I would hope people would know that I'm not going to lie to them. I mean, that doesn't mean I'm always going to be right, but trust me when I say that reasonable and lawful is it's an objective standard. And it's an objective standard based on what we call the totality of the circumstances. So let's see if do I have this muted? No, I don't have it muted. So they're muted. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't talking over somebody here. And it doesn't depend on the police officer. The police officer has to, now obviously the police officer is going to make a determination, but his determination has to be reasonable and lawful. And you know what? A citizen can make that same determination on what's reasonable and lawful. And what's likely going to happen anyway, which is what already happens. This is why I don't understand why people are objecting to this, because already if you decide that you're going to disobey a police officer, no matter how far he tells you to go, you can get arrested for that. Whereas under this bill, you can be arrested, but then it's easier to get off because there are those words reasonable and lawful. And so, I mean, I'm still friends with News Now Houston. Absolutely. I'm still friends with all those guys I disagree with. I mean, HBO Matt is here, and he and I disagree heavily on this issue. I think so. Me and David disagree on this issue. Me and Justin, heck, I probably disagree with half at least of the 1A activists. But I think a lot of those guys are just not misreading, because they're reading the bill correctly. I just think they're misanalyzing what it means, what the bill means. And again, that's just an opinion. That's my opinion. That's their opinion. If they hate me for my opinion, hey, thank you, Jim the Trucker. By the way, I did put that up there, but thank you. That might not be Rick back there. The way he's talking now he doesn't have the mannerisms of Rick. So this guy over here in the bottom left is not Rick, but I do know that Rick is there. I promise you, Rick is there somewhere. He's probably working with legislators right now, like doing some last minute. Hey, can we get you on this bill? Can we get you on this bill? I know one issue rarely ever ends a friendship, especially for me. But I'll tell you, some of the emails I've gotten have been. I mean, I'm like, dude, what the hell? Why can't we just disagree? Why do you gotta go all full retard? You know? And it's not anyone here. It's not anyone that's in the chat right now. Actually, it's not anyone. Probably anyone really knows. I mean, a few people might know them, but they're not like really popular people. But I know I'm on the opposite side, and I'm not going to use the whole. What do you guys know? I'm in law school. You would. I mean, I'm not going to use that because there are very intelligent people. Look, I'm going to tell you the truth here about law school. Law school could only be. I think it should only be a year and a half, and then a year and a half of apprenticeship, because in a year and a half you learn all the basics that you need to learn. All the basics and the fundamentals of law and how to apply it and that kind of stuff, how to write. And then the rest is just, I mean, I can't tell you how many attorneys I talk to that say, when you get out of law school, you're never going to use most of what you've learned in law school. So I think it's just a way to make money. It's just a way to make people spend money. But I honestly think law school can be a year and a half. And to be even more frank with you, a lot of the law school is really self-taught. I mean, you've got professors there that that sort of guide the discussions, but I don't need a professor. I can read this book and understand what the ethical obligations of attorneys are. I can read this book up here if I want to learn how to do wills and trusts and how they're applied in court. Administrative procedures and practice. I can read a book. I can self-taught. So I'm not one of those guys that thinks, hey, I'm in law school. I know more than you. Because no, anybody can pick up these books and be intelligent on this kind of stuff. And so I'm not going to try. I'm not even going to play that game of, well, I'm right and you're wrong because I'm in law school. There are things I have learned here that have shaped how I'm looking at that bill, but that doesn't mean that I'm more right than anyone else is. And I will never pretend to be more right than everyone else is, ever. I think I'm right. I think other people are wrong. But you know what? We'll see. We'll see. And I have no problem, and I've had no problem in the past admitting when I'm wrong. None at all. But do you have to go to Yale to get certain answers? Yeah, if you want to get communist answers, if you want to learn how to undermine the Constitution, you go to Yale, I think. Kids all want to start as a law student so they can start their own 501c tax-free status business. Yeah. Yeah, proud. My wife always reminds me when I'm wrong. And she does not miss an opportunity to tell me either. She keeps my head from growing too large. Yeah, it looks like they're lining up to file a whole bunch of amendments, folks. So the Democrats are going to try and water down this bill. I'm going to bring it up so that I can follow. So that I can follow what they're trying to amend here. Sorry, I'm just looking at the bill. I'm going over it again in my head.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 1927. The clerk will read the bill.
1927. Here we go, folks. Here we go.
HB 1927 by Schaefer, relating to the carrying of a firearm by a person 21 years of age or older and who is not otherwise prohibited from possessing the firearm.
Here we go.
Offenses otherwise related to the carrying of a firearm, creating criminal offenses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and
We're at
members.
the 47-minute mark.
Members, please take your conversations outside the chamber. Give Mr. Schaefer your attention.
That's right. We need some attention.
Imagine two women living in two different neighborhoods. One is a middle-income stay-at-home mom. The other woman is low income, has children, and works full-time. Both women like to go on walks in their neighborhood. Or walking with their children.
I like that he's using the woman argument.
Both women have a God-given right to defend themselves and their children. The first woman had the time and the money to obtain a handgun license from the state of Texas. The second woman had neither time
Oh,
nor
is it
extra
muted?
money. She would never choose to pay for a handgun license before she paid for new shoes or clothing for her children. And even if she could, when would she take off work? The first woman can put a handgun in a small pouch on her waist and walk on the street with more confidence.
The left tries
The
to
other
use
woman goes
women.
on the walk and never stops glancing over her shoulder.
So this is a good tactic.
She would be committing a crime if she carried a handgun.
Oh, sorry.
This bill should be called common sense carry.
Yeah.
Because this bill is about common law-abiding citizens being able to carry commonly owned handguns in common public places for the common reason of personal and family protection. Under this bill, people who are prohibited from possessing a handgun will still be prohibited from possessing a handgun.
Yep.
Sensitive places where the unlicensed carry of a handgun is prohibited will still be prohibited.
That's right.
But if you are a law-abiding citizen, age 21 or older, that can legally possess a handgun, you will be able to carry that handgun in a holster in public places where it is not otherwise prohibited. Business owners and private property owners will still have the right to exclude handguns on their property. The prohibitions for places like public schools or college campuses or bars will not be changed. House Bill 1927 has nothing to do with the purchase or transfer of a firearm. Nothing changes about the background checks that are required when you purchase a gun at a retail store. Texas has strong laws in place for anyone who misuses a firearm or threatens someone with a firearm. For example, a person who intentionally removes
Nothing changes about rifles.
in a public place in view of another person commits a crime. All laws related to the misuse of any firearm will still be in place. This bill is not about AR-15s or other rifles or shotguns. Law-abiding citizens already have the general right to carry long guns in public places. And the simple truth is criminals don't care about our gun laws. And so they have an advantage over vulnerable people. It's time for Texas to join the 20 other states that have passed common sense constitutional carry.
Amen, Schaefer. Good job, Matt.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I will yield.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Schaefer.
As I was reviewing this permitless carry bill, I noted on page 1 of the bill, lines 16 and 17, you cite in the legislative findings section, section 23, article 1 of the Texas Constitution. You say secures for Texas citizens the right to keep and bear arms. You see that part of the bill?
Where?
Yes.
Where is that?
You would agree that's only part of what section 23, article 1 of the Constitution says. Do you know what the rest of that section says?
Yes.
I do. I don't have the quote in front of me, but I do know.
But the legislature saw the power to regulate the wearing of arms with a view to prevent crime.
If I've got it correct. Does it say that every citizen shall have the right to keep and bear arms in the lawful defense of himself or the state, but the legislature shall have the power by law to regulate the wearing of arms with a view to prevent crime? Is that what the Constitution says?
That's the Texas Constitution, yes.
Okay, thank you. So you acknowledge that the Constitution does ensure that the legislature can regulate firearms in order to prevent crime, is that right?
Yes.
You're talking about the wearing.
With a view to prevent crime.
My bill is going to require a handgun to be worn in a holster.
Right. So talking about
damn Democrats, man.
Are you aware of a study in December of 2017 by the American Journal of Public Health that found that states that have weakened their permitting system saw an 11% increase in the homicide?
That's false. That's false.
I am familiar with studies that can show you just about whatever you want to say.
Good job, Matt.
On these laws. You can look to Arizona, which is the most populous state that has had constitutional carry for about 10 years. And their crime rates actually went down. Now, I'm not going to say that's causation.
Same with Mississippi.
Certainly, you can look to places where, like the other 20 states that have this, it has not been an issue.
It hasn't.
You can also look to places like Chicago that have some of the most strict
handgun
laws in the country. And handgun crime is through the roof.
Well, let me ask you about another study. There's a November 2018 study by the National Bureau of Economic Research that found that states that have weakened their permitting system saw a 13 to 15% increase in violent crime rates. Are you familiar with that study?
I'm familiar with the study from 2014 from the Applied Economics Letter that found states with more permissive concealed carry laws had lower murder rates than states with restrictive laws. Another 2014 study found that states enacting right to carry laws had significantly reduced homicide rates.
This is not a concealed carry bill, though, right? You cited a concealed carry study. This would pertain to open carry as well as.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's about guns.
It's open or concealed.
Yes.
So, Representative Schaefer, so on the subject of crime.
Chris Turner's a moron.
This week, or in recent weeks, including this week, the police associations for major cities in Texas, including Houston, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, have come out and opposed.
Gee, what do you know? Liberal cities.
They're specifically worried it will lead to an increase in crime and put their officers at risk.
That's because they're morons.
One of the largest police organizations in the state is CLEAT. They did not come out against the bill. The Sheriff's Association, the whole state of Texas, stayed neutral on the bill. And I can tell you that my sheriff in a pretty populated county in East Texas came out wholeheartedly in favor of the bill.
But you would acknowledge that the police associations in 4 of our largest cities in the state have affirmatively come out in opposition.
Democrat cities.
I'll take your word for it. I think there's maybe a difference of opinion between the leadership in those organizations and the rank and file patrol officers out there. Amen. Patrol officers, personally, and they're okay with this bill.
So you'll take my word for it. So you have not heard from any law enforcement organizations and police associations in opposition to your bill?
I'm sure there's some that have made public statements on it, but I can tell you that I have talked to the Sheriff's Association and they are not opposed to the bill. They didn't support it, but they're not opposed to it.
Of course the unions are opposed.
One of the largest law enforcement organizations in the state did not come out and oppose the bill.
Okay. So you're not aware of any law enforcement associations that support the bill. There are some that are neutral, perhaps. Not perhaps. There are some that are neutral. You just stated that. And there are several representing our largest cities' law enforcement departments who are in opposition to the bill because they believe it will make Texas less safe and make their officers' jobs
It's
more dangerous.
Democrat officers.
And those same organizations
Is that a fair
said this,
summation?
the same organizations said the same thing about concealed carry many years ago. And those same organizations said the same thing about the open carry law.
Amen, Matt. Call
None
them.
of their predictions have come true.
Call them out.
And
Call them
with
out.
the concealed carry law, I think from the mid-90s, and the open carry law from 2015, you and I were both here for that. You would acknowledge that in those laws, those laws required licensing and permitting.
It doesn't matter. They were still wrong. They were still wrong.
Training, yes.
Yes, and this bill does not.
I look to the 20 states. There's a much bigger
Well,
sample size.
if
Well, let me
you could
finish.
answer that question, yes or no, this bill does not require training, right?
That's accurate.
Okay, thanks.
Next, Democrat moron. Good job, Matt. You really handled that well. Only one Democrat moron? Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Mr. Allison, for what purpose?
Okay, he's a Republican. This is Steve Allison.
For the gentleman yield for questions. Gentleman yields for questions.
This is the guy that called me a felon.
Mr. Schaefer, you and I have had several conversations about interest in support of law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
Do you see this bill changing anything as far as supporting law enforcement? Anything that will change for law enforcement?
I do not believe so. And I have law enforcement in my family. I have a lot of law enforcement people that I'm close to in my community. One common example is with respect to traffic stops. And nothing in this bill is going to change the way an officer approaches a traffic stop. People do not have to have a license to carry a handgun in their vehicle right now. And so one of the common interactions between law enforcement and citizens is in traffic stops. And nothing about this bill will change that interaction.
Yeah, that's Jeff Leach over to the right.
I think we share the interest in supporting law enforcement, and this bill will do nothing to undermine that. And I know we have other bills coming forward to support the continuation of law enforcement.
Mr. Allison, I agree with that. And I will tell you on a personal level, I would not be bringing this bill to this body if I believe that this is going to make life more difficult for our men and women in law enforcement, because they have a very difficult job. But I do know that law-abiding citizens need the ability to protect themselves and their families, and we should not expect law enforcement to be in every place at every time. And we have to give citizens the ability to protect themselves in a time of need.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Allison.
Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Here we go.
Gentleman yield for a question.
There's another Democrat moron.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. I served on this committee last session, and I respect the work that they do. I know that this bill came through with an awful lot of testimony and input. I believe it was a rather lengthy hearing, and lots of people chimed in. So I'm asking you a question in terms of on the debate that happened in committee. It struck me that as you're laying out the bill, you're being very empathetic and sympathetic to those who cannot afford to purchase a permit. Am I hearing that correctly?
Licenses are racist.
I'm absolutely empathetic to that. And I will tell you that it is people that are low income and working full time and juggling so many things. And those are the same people who might be living in a neighborhood in their area where they're concerned about their safety when they're in public places. And I don't think that the state of Texas should be in a position where we make them spend, $150 to get a class and fingerprint checks and pay the fees and then wait weeks and weeks and weeks before they have the ability to protect themselves.
How much does it cost to do all of that right now?
On average, I would say $100 to $150. And it takes weeks, and you have to take, you may have to take time off work. Take time to go to the place to get your fingerprint checked. There's a 147-page handbook on the DPS website that someone might have to try to understand about this. It's not always easy for the average person to understand the license to carry requirement. And not only that, you have to physically carry the card with you. If your card is expired, you haven't renewed it, or you left your wallet or your handbag or your purse at home, and you think you're okay, you think you're following the law because you have the handgun license, well, guess what? You're not.
Are you minimizing the effect of training?
You know,
Oh my gosh, Israel's a moron.
Training, and I love training.
Oh my gosh, she's a moron.
Valuable. Does it help somebody who's not familiar with weapons, didn't grow up with weapons,
Like
wants
you?
to get a weapon for self-defense?
Oh my gosh.
I mean, the law enforcement people in my family have said you don't buy a gun unless you're going to use it.
Yeah, but you come from a family of morons.
This is a serious thing to own a gun, and I'm just wondering what your mindset is around the value of training for
Freedom.
those who would get the training and then be smarter and better gun owners.
Training is valuable. There's no
Training is
question.
valuable.
Training is valuable. But training is sometimes not the only issue that's involved. You know, Representative, there are times when, like in someone's home, someone may be breaking in, and that homeowner displays a weapon in their home and does so lawfully. The weapon is never discharged. No shots are fired. You know, and my kids like to watch those animal shows, and I see the image in Africa of the lion next to the porcupine. The lion doesn't bother the porcupine. So it's not always about training. Sometimes it's the ability for a woman or someone who's maybe inferior in stature to a stronger person, being able to level the playing field with the criminal.
Back to the committee debate that you had in the hearing. Did it occur to you that or was there an exchange in your hearing about the fact that it might be helpful for people to, what you've alluded to is that there's a cost involved, that training can be helpful. Did it, in the course of the debate, did anyone discuss the potential for simply waiving the fee and find a way?
I knew they were going to go there.
Process to help people afford it.
It's not that. That's not about.
That's
it's not
a policy debate for another bill.
Yeah.
Certainly, I think that's a worthy conversation.
Did that come up in your committee debate to say, if you're concerned about people who can't afford the permit, then waive the permit?
That's
so that
one.
you could put a fee on the gun.
That's only one concern.
That still does not stop the time requirement. It still does not stop the weeks that it takes to get this permit. You take someone who's in a family.
So your concern isn't about the money; it's also about the delay and the time that it takes to get trained.
You think about someone whose ex-husband is threatening to come hurt them. Do they have time to wait weeks and weeks for a card to come in the mail or the government to process their paperwork? Should we take away that person's ability to, when they are going to the store, that woman to put a handgun into her purse, and she can already keep it in her car, but when she wants to go in the store and she's scared, for some reason she's scared.
Well, Mr. Safer, you're saying on one hand that training is valuable and helpful, but on the other hand, waiting is an inconvenience.
People get training.
It's not always an inconvenience. It can be a matter of life and death for some people.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time.
Mr. King, for what purpose?
Well, the gentleman yields for a couple of questions.
The gentleman yields for a couple of questions.
Yes. Thank you. So, Mr. Schaefer, if I could, just want to kind of make sure I understand the nuts and bolts of your bill. So there's certain places today it's illegal to carry a handgun. Schools, airports, businesses that have a sign up, places like that. Those will still be illegal if your bill passes today, correct?
The sensitive places that are already in our law where it's illegal to possess a handgun unlicensed will still be prohibited. That's right.
And then today, if I'm correct, tell me if I'm correct, someone can, without any permit, training, license, anything, can walk up and down the street of any town with a long gun.
Yes,
legally.
Sir. And that's been the case for many years in the state of Texas.
The entire history of Texas.
And with regard to a handgun, it's legal today for someone without a license, without a permit, without any training, although I'm like you, I really, really believe in training. But someone can have a handgun at their house. They can have one in their automobile.
Yep.
They can obviously have one when they're traveling within their car.
they can take it back and forth between their place of business and their car.
And they can have it inside their place of business unless their employer restricts it. But if it's their business, they can walk back and forth between their car to the business, and they can wear it in their business all day. A lot of places do, particularly convenience stores, pawn shops, places like that. They can.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Martinez, Fisher,
I move to extend the gentleman's time.
members, is there objection to extending Mr. Schaefer's time? Chair hears none, the gentleman's time is extended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will yield. And just to Representative Moody, asked me to clarify, this does not impact public schools. It doesn't impact private schools either. And we're happy to yield for your questions.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Schaefer. Representative, first, let me be the first to thank you. You actually did something yesterday that hadn't happened in about 10 years of employment for me. You actually took a phone call of a staffer to explain the bill and a question that I had. So number one, I want to thank you for doing that. Number two, you totally freaked her out. So for the record, you need to know that. Hey, I'm for those staffers. They remember I remember their budgets and pay. So yeah. Well, now that they're probably entirely blushing on TV right now, I want to just pick up. I think Representative King started it. And when I reviewed your bill, it's a 20-page bill. There's a lot of content. And am I correct? I think some of your assessment is portions of the bill can be confusing because we're sort of repealing lots of things as it relates to restrictions on carrying weapons. Is that fair? And what we're doing, it is fair. It's because we are actually trying to simplify the penal code so that, even non-lawyers could actually have some chance of reading this and understanding what we've done. The gun laws are a mess in our code. And so we made some effort to simplify it, and we had to move things around to do that. And then to my specific point, there was a question I had about as it relates to the 30-06 signs and what offenses are created if and when an individual shows up on a premise. And that was the part you clarified, but it was a nuance in the drafting. And that's an example of how these things can get kind of tricky, I guess, I would say. Sure. But when I listen to your exchange with Representative King and I read your legislative findings, you go above and beyond to notify this body, the professional world, the lay world, that is not your intent for persons who are currently prohibited from possessing firearms. They will not gain that right of access under this proposal. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's absolutely correct. Okay. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Martinez, Fisher.
I'm sorry, but maybe pursuant to Rule 1, Section 5, we're on the very significant part of our calendar. A little bit of order would certainly go a long way.
Members, please take your conversations outside the chamber, not outside the rails, outside the chambers, and give Mr. Martinez, Fisher, and Mr. Schaefer your attention.
And Mr. Speaker, I think it would be appropriate because I know that you've been patient and I know that I have violated this talking while other members have been at the mic, so I don't want to be a hypocrite, but you're being kind to this body under the rules as I understand it, that pursuant to Rule 1, Section 5, you have the authority to have sergeants sit members in their seats to maintain order. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so in lieu of that, you were asking these members in a very nice way that when it comes to these types of debates, that we need to make sure that our constituents know that we're paying attention and engaging on this subject.
I agree, Mr. Martinez, Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your courtesy with respect to bringing order. So, Representative Schaefer, as we were talking about it, you go above and beyond to make it very clear that we're not going to give anybody who is prohibited by law today from having a right of access to a weapon. That's not your intent. That's correct.
Even
and in so doing, I'm not sure, and I'm continuing to read this, but in the finding below that, you list a number of offenses that are currently examples of instances where individuals in this state, no matter how much they love the Second Amendment, they would not be entitled to have a handgun under this House bill in its current form. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And those are examples listed. It's not exhaustive, but it's examples of common reasons a person would be prohibited from possessing.
But like it or not, make no mistake, is no matter how much you love the Second Amendment, if you are prohibited by law today from possessing a weapon, this law is not going to give you that right.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Senator.
Mr. King, for what purpose?
Just a couple more questions if the gentleman yield.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will
Gentleman
yield
yields.
for questions.
Just following up on a moment ago, so if I understand it, all you're really doing with this bill, since you can already have it at business, you can already have it at home, you can already have a handgun in your car, you can already carry a long gun anywhere, all you're doing is closing a really pretty small gap. Such as the person who wants to walk down the street with a handgun for protection. They're still not going to be able to go into the business that has a sign up. They're still not going to be able to go into the prohibited places. If they're a criminal, they're still not going to be able to carry. Since you can already have it at home, you can already have it in your car, you can already have it at business, you're really just expanding it a pretty small amount, if I understand your bill.
That's right, Representative King. It's really not that much of a policy stretch. And I think that's why so many states have passed this law.
And were you aware I was a police officer for a long time?
Yes, sir. We're glad to have your experience on the floor.
And did you know that in 1987 or 89, when the first license to carry bill was being looked at, that Fort Worth Police Department sent me down here to testify against those bills?
I didn't know that.
I didn't.
I was younger then, but yes.
And our very legitimate concern was that if that happened, we would have a lot of officers placed in difficult situations. People without training would be injured. There would be an increase in crime. And the bill didn't pass that time, and we actually worked pretty hard against it. Then, I guess wasn't it in 1997 that Jerry Patterson's bill and Suzanne Hupp passed after that big Luby's massacre?
Yep.
Passed the first handgun license permit for Texas.
Representative King, you're right, and I'm glad you mentioned her. Susanna Hupp is actually here in the gallery today for this important bill.
Well, then I'm really glad I mentioned her name. But she and Jerry Patterson passed that, and I was no longer a policeman at the time, but I was a judge. And I'll admit to you, did you know that I was still very concerned that it was going to lead to an increase in crime, increase in other problems? Am I correct that for people who have been licensed to carry, we just haven't seen any criminal law offenses to speak of? Isn't that correct?
You know, law enforcement officers that I have talked to have a lot of faith in people who have license to carry.
And for people who are just regular citizens in Texas and going to work every day and carrying a firearm in their car, we haven't seen an increase in crime from those individuals in any case, have we?
No, in fact, law enforcement has not come to this building asking us to prohibit those unlicensed handguns from being carried in vehicles.
And people who are keeping their handgun at their business, we haven't seen an increase in crime or anything occurring at those businesses, have we?
No, we have not. But we do have examples of law-abiding citizens being able to use a handgun to defend themselves or others.
And so what you're really wanting to do, if I understand it, is for my 5 daughters, and when they're out a little bit late at night, they got to run to Walmart. They've had some training, but they really haven't gone and gotten their license to carry. You're just wanting them to be able to take that handgun out of the glove box, stick it in their purse or whatever they're carrying, and walk across the parking lot with it, have it there, and if anybody bothers them, be able to display that, order them to stop, and if they're forced to take action, take action. That's really all you're trying to do, if I'm correct.
That's correct, Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sherman, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will yield.
Gentleman yield.
Thank you. Mr. Schaefer, I want to express to you that I appreciate you for your authenticity. And I want to express to you that I appreciate you for the fact that you, I have found to be a man who is willing to stand up against partisan politics. As evident in the bill that you and I have joined Arthur together. My question, though, is I'm not sure of the intent of your bill.
What?
Could you elaborate on that? Because I've heard several speakers come forward and say things like it would make their granddaughters safer. It would make their wives safer. But could you express to this body what the intent of the bill is?
Gentleman, time has expired.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sherman.
May I ask for more time?
The extension of a second time would require unanimous consent of the body. Is there objection to another extension? Chair hears none. The gentleman's time is extended.
Wow.
Mr. Speaker.
All right.
So to answer your question, Mr. Sherman, I give the common example of two different women in two different neighborhoods going for a walk for a reason, because I think that is a common occurrence. And I think that that woman who walks alone on the street because she wants to get away from the screaming kids or the daily tasks and responsibilities in her home and clear her head, that sometimes she may not feel safe when she's walking on the street in any neighborhood. But we have made it hard. We made it difficult for a woman to feel safer. She is a law-abiding citizen walking on the street in her neighborhood. And I think that that is worthy of bringing this bill to this body.
And I appreciate your concern.
I disagree.
Consider what your bill does. I heard you ask or state that you felt if a weapon was in the homeowner's home and someone broke into their home and the weapon was seen, that the outcome would be different. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I do believe that that is factual and it's something that has happened.
I know what is factual is that Tatiana Jefferson had a weapon in her home that was revealed. It didn't work out for her. And I don't think that.
Oh my gosh, let's just pick
people of color.
Freaking idiot.
That you've considered the
Here we go.
Mr. Schaefer,
Here we
are
go.
you familiar with the talk that African American parents have to give their children when it comes to driving their vehicles? And
as if white people have never been killed. Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
Just say that I have a son who's a police officer.
He's going there.
That's all
Shut the flip up.
Since he was 5 years old. And he's living his best life. He's also a firefighter as well.
Oh my gosh.
Got a firefighter.
Here goes the emotional nonsense.
And they're very concerned about the proliferation of guns. But are you familiar with the talk that we have to have?
You don't have to have that talk. You have that talk.
Are you familiar with the talk?
Mr. Sherman, you and I have had a conversation in my office about the talk.
Mr. Schaefer, there are 20% African Americans in your district, 18% Hispanics. And all of the individuals who have been killed have been unarmed in their vehicles, killed by law enforcement. What do you think the ramifications will be if there is a gun?
Oh gosh, we've got to disarm minorities.
They're already seen as a danger.
Disarm black people. That's the only solution.
I believe everyone should be treated
Dumbass.
equally under the law.
And are they?
Yes.
That is our hope, but we don't live in a perfect world, and you and I know that. And that's not what this bill is about. This bill has no mention of color or race.
Tell them that licenses and IDs are racist.
It's about people's God-given right to protect themselves, and that applies no matter what neighborhood you live in,
what color you
who
are,
your parents were, how much money you make, or who you voted for. This applies to all Texans.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. But sticking with the subject, Are you at all concerned about the ramifications for people of color? I understand this bill is about freedom and liberty, but have you considered what this does for?
Yes, let's
African
restrict the
American
rights of
parents
black
who
people
have to
because
give
of
that
police
charge?
officers, dumbass.
You and I know in this world it's not perfect. And there are no white Botham Johns. There are no white Tatiana Jeffersons. There are no white Breonna Taylors.
Yes, there are.
So
yes, there are.
To consider the other parts of your district and the entire state of Texas. We are very diverse.
This guy's a racist because he's saying that white people don't get killed like black people do. That's such a freaking dumbass argument.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this with
I
you.
appreciate the opportunity to tell the American
We had
people
the opportunity to go into
how
deep
stupid I am.
discussion regarding this in your office, but I really appreciate the opportunity that we have to have candid conversations.
Dude, if he came into my office with that bullshit, I'd kick his ass out.
Sherman, I have shared that conversation that you talked about with close friends of mine of color. And so I'm not going to bring them into this conversation, but the answer to your question is yes, I have had a detailed conversation about that.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Speaker, I move to have the remarks between Representative Sherman and Representative Schaefer reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Yes, because we must have a racist dialogue in the journal. We must memorialize this racist dialogue. Good golly. You know, these race hustlers are the lowest forms of life. Okay, it looks like his time's expired. These race hustlers are the lowest form of life, period. Period. They piss me off to no end. And the dude just said, oh, there are no Breonna Taylors and there are no... As if white people who show up at a freaking door with a gun aren't killed.
Amendment by Moody.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the amendment.
Here go the amendments. Here go the amendments. The time limit for asking questions is over. He only has, I think, 3 or 5 minutes, something like that, or 7 minutes, and then and it can be extended. People that pull the race card are just despicable people, absolutely despicable people.
Mr. Speaker, members.
Let's see what kind of nonsense this is.
Amendment does.
No, what does it do?
What I'd like to talk to you about is why I'm here to offer it. There are dates you remember because they change your life.
Oh gosh, is he going to say January 6th?
In my headspace, I've got the births of my children, my anniversary, and others that bring me a lot of joy. Sitting next to those are a few dates that I'll never forget.
Oh gosh.
As much as I'd like to.
Oh my, here we go.
August 3rd, 2019.
Oh, El Paso.
I was at church preparing for a retreat, talking about community and love, actually. And everyone's phones started buzzing. There was this sort of weird, nervous energy when we realized that a whole bunch of us were all getting calls at the same time. Sort of like that slow monster behind the door moment in a horror movie. You don't want to look, but you have to. And that's exactly what it was when we got the news. There was horror. There was a monster. And innocent people in my hometown were dead on the floor of a Walmart.
Yep.
Because a
Why?
man wrote a racist manifesto, then grabbed a rifle and drove across Texas to kill Hispanic people.
Or could it be because those people were unarmed? I don't know, just saying.
Altogether. The last one, Coach Memo. Held on in intensive care for 9 long, painful months.
Maybe those Hispanics couldn't afford the license and weren't carrying because of it.
As the date he died. He was a father, a husband, a devoted teacher, and he was taken from us. It hit me then, hard.
that I wasn't over the shooting. I'd actually hardly gotten a break because on August 31st, 2019, a man drove between Midland and Odessa shooting dozens of people. He tried to buy a gun at a store, was refused when he failed the background check, then simply walked out without consequence and arranged to buy the murder weapon in a private sale where no background check was required.
Oh, so he broke the law. Okay.
After those shootings, people everywhere from all political stripes talked about what could be done.
Oh, here's where he brings up Abbott.
There were roundtable discussions and stakeholder meetings and a lot of promises. We were told there would be good guys with guns and that we'd keep them out of the hands of the bad guys. And I was hopeful, members. Even knowing the political realities, I was hopeful. But now, here we are. The first legislative session back since then, and it's another date that's going to be burned into my heart. April 15th, 2021 is the date we heard a big gun expansion bill. Like the big gun expansion bills we have every single session. Having done nothing at all to make sure dangerous criminals aren't armed. Having done nothing at all to make our current laws enforceable. Having done nothing at all to make good on solemn promises made to the families of El Paso and in places across the state on the graves of their loved ones.
Yeah. Boo like Justice, you're right. He's making our point for us.
2021 is the date where we did nothing at all once again. I'm not anti-gun.
They all say that. Of course, every communist is a gun owner.
Democrats, Republicans, and independents alike, in that we don't want felons to be able to buy a gun without a background check.
They can't.
Court to hold a hearing, grant a protective order against a domestic abuser, then have no way to enforce it. We want people who intentionally
You can't enforce universal background checks.
We want some common sense things we all know there's broad bipartisan support for in this state. We want this body voting on this floor on gun legislation that isn't just more guns. Members, I'm so tired of doing nothing. I'm so tired of catering to a very small number of very loud people whose thinking about guns is wrapped up in unfounded fears and bizarre conspiracy theories.
Well, that's exactly what you sound like.
I'm so tired of the gun being worshipped like some golden calf.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
But nothing about
What a... No one worships guns. They worship freedom, you dumbass.
When we do, I'll mark that date down too, with great pride in this body. Until then, until we actually do something real, I don't want to do anything else. I'm asking the same of you for the people of El Paso, and for Midland, Odessa, and for Bryan, for White Settlement, for Santa Fe, and Sutherland Springs.
Hey, wait, wasn't a gun used to stop at least two of those?
In Houston, Waco, Garland.
Waco, wait a minute.
Spring,
Wasn't that the ATF?
College Station, and for every other community shattered by mass shooting prior to the last decade, because all I just listed was only the last 10 years. For all of them, and for the response.
Hey, Moody, how many of those were in a gun-free zone?
I ask you to vote for this amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Guerin.
The amendment is universal background checks.
Gentleman yield for questions. Yes, sir. Gentleman yield.
Mr. Moody, are you aware that this week in Ms. Collier's committee, I laid out the bill on the background check, and hopefully that will be passed out and will be on this floor very soon.
I was aware, and I remember prior to the pandemic when you came to El Paso and met with people that were grieving in my community, and I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
And Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Guerin, for what purpose?
Could I move to have Mr. Moody's previous remarks before my question reduced to writing and placed in the journal?
Yeah, because
You heard the motion, his objection, chair hears none.
we need...
Thank you, sir.
By the way, that dude's a Republican. That guy right there, that was a Republican, folks. A Republican is pushing universal background checks.
I request that the remarks of
Speaker Moody, during the layout of this amendment, be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
He just said that.
Members, you heard the motion. Objection, show here's none, so ordered.
And that's another Republican asking for his dumbass, emotionally driven drivel to be reduced to writing.
Speaker Pro Tem Moody, thank you for your heartfelt remarks, and I don't know of anyone that doesn't grieve for the loss of innocent life. I'll tell you that my goal is to ensure the protection of innocent life, and we may have serious, respectful disagreements on how to accomplish that. And I certainly believe that the protection of innocent life is part of the purpose of this bill.
Mr. Speaker.
And so I would.
Mr. Toth, for what purpose? Would the gentleman yield for a question? The gentleman yield for questions?
No.
Does your bill, Mr. Schaefer, eliminate background
I will yield
checks?
for a question.
He will yield for a question. Does your bill eliminate background checks?
No.
This bill does not pertain to background checks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job, Mr. Toth.
That members, I'm respectfully going to have to oppose Mr. Moody's amendment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody to close on the amendment.
Let me cry some more. I need to shed some more tears. I obviously didn't shed enough.
And the members from El Paso,
Oh, please remember.
your attention and your respect, I'd ask you to vote for this amendment.
Because I'm talking very
The question occurs on the
sad-like.
amendment. A record vote is requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell.
And since I'm pretending to mourn and grieve, I need you to support
members
this.
voting.
Because I'm a whiny little bitch.
All members voting. There being 63 ayes, 79 nays, the amendment fails to adopt.
Yes. All right. Well, there goes that. That's the first. But look how close that is, though, folks. 63 to 79. And I have to wonder if the universal background check bill, if it comes on the floor, if it's going to pass. Hey, Mr. Moody, I've got a pocket you can cry in.
For what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 19.
Oh, I knew there was going to be a point of order.
Section 1A1.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Rule 8, 1A1. Let's see. Texas House Rules 2021. Let's see what she's trying to say here. She's probably trying to say it wasn't passed correctly, but all right, here we go. Rule. I'm going to bring this up for y'all. All right, so I'm going to bring it over here. Rule 8. Where are we at here? Did she say? Yeah, she said 8, right? Oh, wait. Let's see what's going on.
The chair advises our guests that the rules of the House prohibit demonstrations or outbursts by visitors in the gallery.
Oh, okay. Somebody's being loud in there, I guess. All right. Rule 8. 1A. A1. Okay, I must have the wrong. Proposed laws or changes in laws must be incorporated in bills which consist of a title or caption. 1A1. Okay, yeah, that's what this is. Rule 8, 1A1. So something's wrong with the...
If there are additional demonstrations or outbursts in the gallery, the chair will order the Sergeant of Arms to clear the gallery under the House's constitutional authority to prevent obstruction of its proceedings.
Wonder what's going on. I bet you it's the left. I bet you it's the left. Who's protesting? I'm going to find out who's protesting there. All right. So it looks like what her let me bring this back up for y'all. So what she's challenging is she's challenging the header of the bill. All right. So let me pull this over and I'll kind of show you what she's trying to say. So the rules, well, let me read the rule first and then I'll bring this up. So Rule 8, 1A1 says, let me make this a little bigger for y'all so y'all can read that. Trying to make it to where here, let me do this as well. There you go. So Rule 8, 1A1 says proposed laws or changes in laws must be incorporated in bills, which shall consist of a title or caption beginning with the words, a bill to be entitled an act, and a brief statement that gives the legislature and the public reasonable notice of the subject of the proposed measure. So it's got to have those words, a bill to be entitled an act, and then a brief statement that helps us understand what the bill is. So let's look at the bill, shall we? Yes, we shall. Let me make this bigger. A bill to be entitled an act. Oh, sorry, I went a little too far, didn't I? There we go. So a bill to be entitled an act. So that's there. Right? That's there. And a brief statement that gives the legislature and the public reasonable notice of the subject of the proposed legislation. And here's what it says. Relating to the carrying of firearms by a person 21 years of age or older who is not otherwise prohibited from possessing the firearm, and to create criminal offenses otherwise related to the carrying of a firearm and creating criminal offenses. That's exactly what the bill does. So this is just a Democrat delay tactic. There's nothing wrong with this bill. Her point of order is going to be overruled, and it's going to be moot. It's just she's an idiot, like most Democrats. So I don't know what exactly is going on. I've got some text messages out to some people who are there. Sorry, I'm just sending out messages to some of the people that are in attendance to find out what's going on. Apparently, some people were singing. Yeah, apparently some people were singing, but I obviously, since we're on mute, we didn't hear it. And if they're singing, it was probably the left. You know, they love singing. It's probably crappy singing too. You ever heard the left sing? All right, here we go. What's this? Oh. Yeah, singing in the gallery. Religious kooks, apparently. So there was a group dressed like priests or whatever that went into the gallery and started singing. Yeah. Okay. So just some people going in there singing, doing some religious singing. They were dressed as priests and stuff. Went in there and yeah, that's weird. So obviously trying to kill the bill or whatever. So anyway, hey, what's going on? Somebody just waved at the camera there. I'll wave back. Hi. I don't know if they're watching my feed or someone else's. But anyway, so once again, we've got a point of order right now. The point of order is that they're bringing up is they're trying to say that the heading, this is all I can guess, is that the heading of Matt Schaefer's bill, which is this section right here, violates Rule 8, 1A1. Okay, and here's Rule 8, 1A1 right here. And it everything that is required according to Rule 8, 1A1 is in 1927. So this is just a Democrat delay tactic. I don't even know why they would try this. I mean, I guess, when you just try to throw everything against the wall, these gun grabbers just try to throw everything against the wall and hope something sticks. By the way, I am now officially missing my constitutional law class, which just started. We're dealing with, ironically, we're talking about, today started the freedom of association section of the First Amendment. So I'm already aware of that, though. I'm good. I'm good on the First Amendment. But freedom of association is our subject matter. That was our readings for today in constitutional law. But you know what? I should get credit because I'm here standing up for constitutional carry. So I should get credit for my con law class that I'm not in right now. This is the first class I've missed that wasn't a result of my migraines. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I just realized we're still looking at the rules there. The boring rules. Hey, if you got a chance, go ahead and hit that super chat if you don't mind. If you're able to. Also, if you'd like to donate to Open Carry Texas, please go to opencarrytexas.org. opencarrytexas.org. Click that donate link. We've got people at the Capitol just about every day. We've got people at the Capitol right now. We are texting members on the floor. As a matter of fact, when the Democrats bring something up at the mic, Rick and I generally are texting someone on the floor to counter the arguments that they're using. Yes, Bennett, they did. I've got them. I use them quite regularly. I've got like an oil burner thing, and what I do is it's like candle or it's a wax burner or whatever. And so I put the oils in the wax, and it does help, but the problem is my migraines are due to an injury on the back of my head, thanks to Almost Park. And so it's not going to completely go away, but it's definitely reduced them quite a bit. Okay, who's texting me now? Definitely not pro-gun. Okay. If you're in the gallery, thank you. Reminder, step out if you need to talk or vent. Other groups may be noisy, but we need to stay respectful. Oh, that's from GOA. Yeah, James White also confirmed to me all that. So he's there on the floor. Why do I have his name as Congressman James White? Maybe I have aspirations for him. Hey, Granny Text Gamer, thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. For the $15. Thank you. I might have to take my con law professor out to lunch with that money to so I don't get an absence. Maybe I can convince him. SATX always carry. We're still fighting. We're still fighting the Almost Park thing. We're in discovery right now, so we're moving forward. They offered me a pitiful settlement, and I'm not going to take that. I've told my attorneys that we have two requirements. We will settle low if officers are fired for their actions in a way that they can't be rehired as cops because they don't deserve to be cops anywhere with the way that they treat people. Or if they don't fire the cops, well, then it's going to cost a lot for justice to happen because That's all I want is justice. And justice can only be had by firing the officers at Olmos Park or paying out the butt. Unfortunately, those are the only two ways I can get justice.
Mrs. Hinojosa, can you please come down front?
Yeah, we need to let you know that your point of order is out of line. Olmos Park is terrible. Not only do they have some real dicks in charge, their police department is full of them. Hey, Mike, this is 1927. This is the constitutional carry bill that is being debated right now. There's a point of order. It's trying to say that the bill was not written or submitted in accordance with the rules. I showed that it was. So that's false. Oh, here's Rick. Is that Rick? Over here on the right? I can't tell if that's... I see the white hair, and that's all I really... No, because Rick would have a jacket on. Trying to find out where Rick is seated in the gallery. I don't see him in the camera view right now. I don't even know where our people are. You know what I like doing? What I like doing whenever I went to the gallery, when there were bills being heard, was I would go and see wherever, if I got there after they did, and just have our group go sit next to the Moms Demand Action group. Oh, yes, by the way, thank you for reminding me, Terry. I know I put something up on Facebook, but today is the Open Carry Texas Legislative Director Rick Briscoe's birthday. So let's all say happy birthday to Rick Briscoe. Should we sing it? Should we sing happy birthday to him? So all I want for Rick's birthday today is constitutional carry to pass the House. So let's let him let's give him a good birthday since he's at the Capitol so much, and it does cost him money, folks. And he's retired, so he's on a fixed income, and Open Carry Texas pays for his travel, so his gas to and from the Capitol. He lives in San Antonio. Several nights we've paid for hotels this session because our bills have been heard late, and when you're up for a really long time and you got to be back early in the morning, then you don't want them driving that 2 hours home or hour and a half. I'm not sure how far San Antonio is from Austin. I think it's like an hour and a half. So that's where your donations go. When you go to opencarrytexas.org and you make a donation, it goes to paying for Rick's expenses. And plus he's there all day, so we pay for his food as well. But today's Rick Briscoe's birthday. That's what he should do. Yeah, proud of your freedom. I think after he leaves the Capitol, he needs to go out there, need gas money. Fighting for your rights, need gas money. Jim, he does it. I actually have to force Rick. Rick is there doing more than just speaking at hearings. He's there to try and get all the sponsors that we have on 1927 and the other constitutional carry bills are because Rick has gone to the Republican legislators and the Democrat legislators, and yes, we have two co-authors on this bill that are Democrat. And it's not just going to the hearings, but it's also working behind the scenes to make the bills better, to reword them before they get to committee and all that kind of stuff. But if you ever need to go to the Capitol, Jim, we'll pay for your gas. I mean, I consider you a part of the team there. But Rick is literally at the Capitol like 3 to 4 days a week. Oh, wait, what was that? I missed something. Hey, Thomas Barrett, thank you, sir, for the $5. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah, we could always use an additional person. Oh, you know what? I need to talk to Rick and David because I understand you reached out to them and there's nothing you can do, and that I don't know why they would say that. I really don't. I really don't know why they're saying that because we could use the help. For those of you just joining us, we've got a point of order on the constitutional carry bill right now from Representative Hinojosa. And essentially what she's trying to claim is a Rule 8 A1 1A1 violation. And let me show you what that looks like. This is Rule 8 1A1 right here. Talks about the contents of the bill. And she's basically saying that 1927 does not contain these words and does not contain a brief statement about, giving people notice of what the bill is. Well, this is that section that she says is in violation of the rule. I don't understand what's taking so long. I mean, I solved the case almost immediately after she filed her point of order. If you look right here, a bill entitled to an act, it's right there, plain as day, is what it's supposed to say. Well, if you go to the bill, oh, I'm sorry, I went the wrong way. A bill to be entitled an act. Well, that's what it says right there. A bill to be entitled an act, and a brief statement that gives the legislature and the public reasonable notice of the subject matter of the proposed legislation. Well, there it is. There's the brief description. It's relating to the carrying of a firearm by a person 21 years of age or older who is not otherwise prohibited from possessing the firearm, and to criminal offenses otherwise related to the carrying of a firearm. So, these Democrats are butthurt because they know this is going to pass the House, and they're pushing it. All right, let's see what I got here. I got a couple messages from somebody. Oh, got a donation through OCT. Thank you, Treva, for the donation to OCT. Again, if you want to donate to Open Carry Texas, you can go to opencarrytexas.org and just click on that donate button. If you have PayPal, you can just PayPal to admin, ADMIN, admin at opencarrytexas.org. That's the PayPal address. If anybody wants to send like a Venmo or a Cash App, Open Carry Texas doesn't have one, but I do, and I can just forward that money through PayPal from my Cash App or the Venmo. Thank you, Amtank. Hilarious that Shine sponsors clearly capitalization, formatting difference, grammar, crime. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the 7.62. Who is this admin chick? No, admin at opencarrytexas.org. That's our PayPal address. I know. It's okay. So Colt Play, this is just the House. So here's what happens. This bill is going to pass the House. It's going to. I'll tell you that right now. The bill is going to pass the House. It will go to the Senate. It'll be assigned to a committee. It'll have to have another committee hearing on the Senate side, probably have some amendments and get changed a little bit. It'll go to the Senate floor. It'll get voted on. If it passes, if there's any, excuse me for the burp, if it passes, if there is anything different between the House passed bill and what the Senate passes, it'll go to what's called reconciliation or a conference committee, a conference committee. And the conference committee will hammer out any differences between the two bills. That's hey, Ralph John, thank you, sir. Thank you for the $20. And I am donating anything I make during this podcast or this live stream is going to go to Open Carry Texas, just so y'all know. Brandon, thank you for the Cash App. I'll send that to Open Carry Texas as well. Brandon sent $5 through Cash App, so I appreciate that. And again, any money that that I make during this broadcast, if you're watching this on the CJ Grisham channel, is going to go to Open Carry Texas. So just trying to make y'all aware of that. I just don't understand what's taking so long. This is a very simple point of order. It's a very simple point of order. Why are we wasting this time? I could be in my con law class. Jim, it probably won't be until I get back, unfortunately. So we'll have an OCT raffle for the next legislative session. And of course, if constitutional carry passes, we'll be pushing to lower the age to 18 if that doesn't get changed. Which seems like that will be the big push that we need to get to. Let's see, I just got something here. What did I get? Venmo, Christopher, thank you. $25. Also going to Open Carry Texas. Oh, I'm not gonna say your name in the chat because I don't want to connect the two. But Christopher, you know who you are. So thank you for that $25 to Open Carry Texas. Oh, no, get carried away with that like button. Absolutely. Share this, especially now because people that join now will probably get to see the end of the vote. Let me see what's going on here. Yeah, we knew this was going to take a while. Because once the point of order is over, they'll probably try to submit some more amendments, like Moody's emotionally driven amendment. Look, I don't care to make fun of these liberals who are out there trying to claim to be pro-gun, and trying to use these emotional arguments because here we go.
Representative Hinojosa raises a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 1927 under Rule 8, Section 1A1 of the House Rules on the grounds that the caption does not give reasonable notice of the bill's subject. Ms. Hinojosa argues that the caption's phrase, "not otherwise prohibited by a state or federal law from possessing a firearm," is incorrect because Section 17 of the bill would legalize the possession of a firearm by persons who are currently prohibited from possessing a firearm.
No, it wouldn't.
Subject to the bill is to authorize persons 21 years of age or older to carry a firearm without a license, if not prohibited by law from possessing a firearm. The complained of section is a conforming change to implement the purpose of the bill. Caption gives reasonable notice of Section 17 in the phrase "other provisions relating to the carrying of a firearm." The caption complies with the rule. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled.
Good. That was stupid. All right, what's there next?
Please excuse Representative Herrera of important business in the district on the motion of Representative Hunter. His objection, chair hears none, so ordered.
Let's see what the next is. Let's see what the next. Come on, Democrats. What's your next tactic here? All right, we've got an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Schaefer.
Oh,
Ask Mr. Schaefer to explain the amendment.
Okay, let's see what he's doing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This really is a perfecting amendment and making some modifications to keep with the purpose of the bill. 4 points here. It's going to make the authority to disarm in the first part of the bill track exactly as our existing language in the government code. It's also going to ensure that our oral notice provision that we make accommodation for a person who may not be able to understand due to language or disability. Also make sure that open meetings are treated exactly as meetings here in the Capitol with respect to licensed to carry holders. It also conforms the statutory preemption in the local government code to keep the status quo for state law regarding preemption on handguns.
Oh, good.
That, Speaker, I move passage.
Okay, all right. So that's just some clarifying stuff that.
The amendment is acceptable to the author. His objection, adoption amendment, chair hears none. Amendment is adopted.
All right, so all that did was essentially bring unlicensed carry under the same rules as licensed carry as it relates to open meetings and stuff like that. So as well as the disarmament language. to make it exactly the same language as what's currently under the law, so it doesn't change the law at all. Kind of clears up that confusion. Let's see what the next amendment is. Is there another one? I don't see anybody up there. I will be surprised. I'm surprised actually that there's only been one Democrat amendment so far. Like really surprised. Okay, wait here. Okay, who's this? That looks like Schaefer though. Oh, somebody's up there. Okay, no. Is that Schaefer at the podium? So maybe they're going to be closing. Really, only one amendment. I'm surprised. They tried to throw out the Joe Moody emotional El Paso argument, and it didn't work. So I guess they've already blown their wad. There's a lot of movement down there in the gallery at the front.
Is Ms. Johnson of Harris County on the floor of the House?
Oh, maybe there is going to be another amendment. If she's not on the floor of the House, then her amendment goes away. That's her fault for missing it. Too bad, so sad. Next. Oh, there she is. Dang it.
Amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by A. Johnson of Harris.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I offer an amendment on this bill, given the fact that this current legislation gives a massive shift to our small businesses.
What?
And will cost them jobs.
What?
This bill requires that not only do you have signage as we currently have, but then in addition to the signage, you have to have somebody that orally, personally notifies the weapon holder that your private personal business does not want guns on the premises.
Oh my gosh, it's
Why
no
is
different
this
than
so
current law.
This is important because of the businesses in our districts. One of which that I talked to this morning that says, Ann, I don't have that kind of staff. I have a small business where I have an elderly individual with special needs that I like to be the greeter at my door. There is no way that that individual is going to have the capability to tell somebody who comes in with a weapon that we don't want you in our business with a weapon.
Why?
Despite the fact
Why?
that they have complied with the law to put up the signage, this bill requires that you give oral notification personally by the owner or their registered agent.
Which anybody that's an employee is an agent.
Don't have that capability.
Oh my gosh.
This amendment merely takes away the obligation for businesses and other institutions to orally notify.
No, you know what this amendment does?
Can apply to.
Hang on, I'm gonna tell you what this amendment
The bill
does.
says that all of the restrictions that you all have already passed to say that if you have a restaurant with 51% or more of your income for sales or service or alcohol beverage, restaurants and bars, if you have a correctional facility, if you have a civil commitment facility, if you have a hospital, if you have a mental hospital, it is no longer enough to put up a sign saying your gun is not welcome on this premise.
That's so false.
Those facilities have to have somebody, again, personally, orally advise the individual that they cannot.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Crockett, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield?
Would the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes.
She yields for questions.
Ms. Johnson, it's my understanding that in your former life, you prosecuted cases. Is that correct?
Correct. I am a former chief human trafficking prosecutor in Harris County and have been involved in criminal jurisprudence for almost 20 years as both a prosecutor and defense attorney.
Now, Ms. Johnson, upon the layout of this bill, it was made clear that if it was unlawful to carry a firearm on certain premises, that it would remain unlawful. Is that correct?
That's correct. However, that's not accurate by current practice because there's an additional requirement. If you sign on to this bill or reject this amendment, you're reducing the punishment range from a Class A to a Class C for somebody who violates the ruling. And I want to thank those members who have talked with me about this issue this morning, because some have said, well, look, here's the intent around that. If somebody walks into the business and they made a mistake, if you warn them, they can go, oh, I'm sorry, and walk out. Here's the problem. Under the current law, it's intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. So if I intentionally am strapped on and I go into a small bakery and I stand there like, aha, look at me. I'm coming into your business, even though you have a sign that says, please don't do that in my private business. Please don't wear your gun in my private business around my high school students that are working here.
Oh my gosh.
Around my special needs staff.
Oh, sorry.
Please don't bring your weapon in. You can stand there and at most you're risking a Class C. A Class C. The burden
She is so for a prosecutor.
Confront that individual and say, please leave. We don't want your weapon in here.
Wow, she is completely misrepresenting the law.
Another example or another question. As you know, I do criminal defense work as well. Because someone is arrested for an offense, that doesn't necessarily take away their right to possess a firearm. Is that correct?
That's exactly right.
And in this particular provision, our courthouses, where we're having murder cases, capital murder cases, family violence cases going on, someone who has not finally been convicted of an offense can technically walk in with a firearm.
No.
Because they are lawfully possessing that
No.
firearm. And unless someone is there and tells them to stop.
How are these people lawyers?
Even if they have it posted at our courthouses, correct?
How are these people lawyers?
Once they notify and they refuse to disperse and leave, then it's a Class A. But that's a circumstance, and you bring up a great
That's
point.
a 4602 issue.
That 21-year-old pimp. That 21-year-old pimp. That 21-year-old trafficker who is not yet a convicted felon.
Oh my gosh.
Go on into any place you want and buy a gun under this provision and walk around in whatever way you want.
That's not true.
No training.
Oh my.
No understanding.
What a
Wild West pimp style. That's what this bill does. And then that pimp can roll into whatever small businesses in your community with their stable of girls, and they can flaunt it. And if you don't have the courage to stand up and say, Mr. Pimp, with your stable of girls, I really don't want you in here in my business in this manner. If you don't want to confront them, you got to call the police and say, guess what's going on in here? According to the great state of Texas, there's a big time Class C going on in here.
Oh my gosh.
Because you all know that a Class C is nothing.
No, I'm going to tell you how she's misrepresenting this.
Knowingly walk into businesses.
This is Democrat lies.
Intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly flaunt the fact that we are saying that Mr. Schaefer's position overcomes every private business.
That is so false.
That every private
so
business
false.
in Texas that says, you know what? I don't want that guy. I don't want that guy that's not yet a felon, who can't get through the training, to walk in here to my business with a gun.
So just to be clear, the only thing that this amendment would do would actually leave existing law in place. So that
this bill doesn't change existing law.
And our attorneys are showing up. I don't know how many members actually practice family law.
Well, I don't know how. You obviously don't.
Volatile situation.
Oh my gosh.
We're also talking about people that literally could be on bond, that could walk into these places. Ms. Johnson, I don't know if you're aware, but I actually experienced a courthouse shooting in 2011.
And guess what? That was an illegal shooting.
County. And right now, we've heard testimony that there are no police organizations that are on board with this piece of legislation. Because in that particular courthouse shooting, while guns were not generally allowed, some of our smaller courthouses, they don't necessarily.
Guns are not allowed, but there was a shooting there?
They don't necessarily have staff that are able to stand there at every single door to make sure that someone doesn't come in.
You mean?
Sadly enough, that gentleman who just happened to be my client,
someone ignored
by the grace of God,
the
am I
law?
here today? He ended up killing one of our sheriff's deputies. This is a dangerous situation, and you're asking for a simple amendment that would at least leave the notice requirement in place.
The notice requirement is still in place, you idiot.
All this amendment does is keep your existing law in effect for the transition of.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Which is 21-year-olds without a permit. All this amendment does is say that the signage that you all have approved is all that's needed.
All right, I'm gonna.
That you are
How do I
not
mute this
shifting the
chick?
burden to small businesses, to hospital institutions.
Okay, they're arguing this bullshit. I'm gonna show you right now what the bill does. All right, this is a complete lie. The point of this is. Oh, did that not? Why didn't that go bigger? Oh, I know why. This is, I think, what she's talking about. This section right here. Okay, here's the deal. Here's what it does. If it, under existing law, which this just adds to existing law, it doesn't take away existing law. Okay, and I'm going to minimize this a little bit because I want to be able to see if there's any changes here. But hopefully, y'all can sort of read this as well. I'm going to try and make my window a little smaller. Just so I can also follow and make sure that there aren't idiots also saying something. But it is current law, because here's the thing. They think that, oh, we've got to sign up. Everything is good, right? Everything is good. We've got to sign up. That's all that should be required. We shouldn't have to worry about this oral notice because we're employing people that are too stupid to be able to say, sir, we have a no guns policy here. Our special needs old man at the door is unable to tell you that you don't have. If the signs are placed where they can't be seen, or they're placed illegally, or they're in a place where someone, hang on. Okay, I don't know what they're doing, but if and a person, a gun owner doesn't see the signs.
Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
What this bill does, okay, I hope he explains it.
Thank you, Representative Johnson, for your remarks.
I hope he explains
have
it.
to point out some inconsistencies with current law that she brought up.
Oh, good.
She had many comments about private businesses. Just last session, members, Representative Swanson passed that oral notice provision regarding private businesses with strong bipartisan support here on this floor, and that is now the law of the state. We're really talking about situations where just a mistake was made, came onto a premises where there was no other misuse of the firearm. That's already existing law for businesses.
Yes, thank you.
I guarantee most of you on this floor, Republican and Democrat, voted in favor of that last session. You can go back a few more years to 2015. Representative Springer brought a bill to this chamber regarding airports. We all know after 9/11 how sensitive airports are, and people that make mistakes, honest mistakes, with no misuse of the weapon at an airport. And that passed 139 to nothing, members, and that law has been the case for 5 years at our airports. So what this bill does is it extends that same type of protection where you have a person who's made a mistake. It's a Class C misdemeanor, but if there's notice, they have an opportunity to leave. If they don't, it's a Class A. We're not going to put people in felony jeopardy or have them go through all the expense for a mistake. And again, this is only where the fact pattern does not involve any kind of misuse of the firearm.
Yes.
So, members, I think this is really consistent with what we have already done.
Mr. Speaker,
I'm glad.
you for a question.
I'm glad he called her out on those lies.
Representative Schaefer, the bill changes the punishment range of the offense.
Yes. No, it doesn't.
And let me know if I'm wrong.
No, it doesn't.
But that oral notification, it's the only thing that allows you the Class A punishment. And the failure to do the oral notification reduces it to a Class C, correct?
We're treating it just like we treat airports today.
Say that, I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
We're gonna make it consistent with what we have done for airports today.
And what's already law.
But you would
for private businesses.
Understand that airports that have law enforcement individuals have metal detectors are not the same as the small businesses.
But it's already the law with small businesses.
Have high school students and special needs individuals working in their small businesses.
Representative Johnson, it's already the law.
Yes.
Businesses.
Yes. Thank you.
Oral notice.
Yes.
The law. Representative Swanson passed that bill last session.
The law is what punishment range if you violate.
It's the Class C.
Class C.
If you're giving oral
It's Class
notice.
C, but if you fail to depart, it's Class A. What my bill does is consistent with what we already do. It parallels what we do for businesses.
Liberals are too stupid. This woman was a
So you're
prosecutor,
saying the
folks.
current existing law already requires oral notification.
And this woman's a prosecutor.
In order to get a conviction, that's right. Yes.
Yes.
Under those that are trained?
Yes.
Or then why do you have it in your language?
Because it's for unlicensed.
It's already the law. Why is it in your bill?
Because it's for unlicensed.
We believe this is good policy.
But if it's already Texas law, why in the bill?
Because it's good policy and we're extending it to other places so that we do not criminalize people for mistakes. That's it.
Well, I just want to be clear because you're telling the body that this is already law.
Yes, it's already law, you moron.
As a freshman, if it's already law,
Oh,
why
she's a
did you put it in your
freshman.
bill?
You're the one who raised businesses. And I'm telling you that for businesses, this is already the law.
For who? For the permit?
Oh, God!
Those that don't have a training?
For people with handguns.
Yes.
Today. So we're going to treat them equally. So if this bill passes,
How do these people get elected?
Legally able to carry that handgun the same way we treat them, people who can legally handle.
No wonder our justice system is so jacked up. That woman's a prosecutor.
It's not equal treatment because you're changing the pool of.
Oh, jeez.
You've gone from those that have gotten training to a 21-year-old kid who rolls into a sporting goods store and decides he wants to carry a weapon and then go to the courthouse or go to the hospital.
No, there's already an exemption for hospitals and courthouses. You
You're not just going to have to agree on this point.
Yeah.
Agree on this point.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Thank you for not.
Members, I'm going to have to oppose this amendment.
Good night.
Ask Ms. Johnson to close on the amendment.
Oh my gosh. That hurt. That hurt my head. That hurt my head and the logical sensor lobes or whatever it's called. Oh my gosh.
I ask that you please consider this amendment. I've had a chance to talk to you some on the floor, and I understand what some of you have said is a little legitimate concern of a mistake.
Oh, jeez.
And I will tell you that my experience as a prosecutor, that mistake is not prosecuted. But what I
Well, then that's your fault, you dumbass. You're the prosecutor.
We are broadening the breadth of anyone who can go get a weapon and then stand in any private business and flaunt it. All we're simply saying is, please don't put the burden on the small bakery in my district.
Oh, gosh.
Now not only has to be the small business that has high school kids and elderly individuals with special needs working.
Oh, don't forget the LGBTQ angle.
Have the courage of doing. They got to stand in front of that individual.
What about the LGBTQ community?
Private business. I'm asking that you not.
They're being left out.
I'm letting you know, as someone who's been in criminal jurisprudence for 20 years, please don't.
And obviously hasn't learned a damn thing.
Please don't egg on that fight.
Uh-oh.
And I would think about, look at your social media feed on all the times you've seen just in the last few months on businesses that have asked people not wearing a mask to put on a mask.
Oh,
and look at how that's gone.
Yeah, look at how that's gone.
About the fact that we're going to have that same discussion with a weapon.
Well, the difference is it's a crime with a weapon.
Our hospitals, our mental hospitals, and all the facilities to shift the burden to them to add staff.
Oh my
to
gosh.
train staff. In addition to
She became a legislator because she's a piss poor attorney, obviously.
Blatantly letting them know that you support them more than you support their business. This is absolutely a small business.
All right.
I ask you to vote in support of this amendment this era.
All right, check this out. I'm actually happy to have heard her speak.
Amendment. The record of vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will bill.
Because knowing that she's an attorney and she passed the bar and that she's been an attorney for 20 years means that I can be an attorney.
All members vote.
It definitely proves that I'm going to pass the bar and become an attorney in
61
Texas.
ayes, 83 nays. The amendment fails to adopt.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
This theory.
All right, what's the next amendment going to do? Man, I'll tell you what. She gave
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
she gave some optimism to dumbasses wanting to become an attorney. I'll tell you that much. With attorneys like her, you know anyone can pass the bar.
Amendment by theory.
Chair recognizes Ms. Theory to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members.
She
I have
completely
a bill
misrepresented the
to
law.
Direct your
No.
attention to a part of the bill that you may not have looked at.
She didn't even misrepresented it. She was
I
wrong.
thought this was gonna
Dead
be one of
wrong.
the other amendments, but Representative, this is one that we really didn't get to. We only touched on tangentially, so my apologies. I didn't get to talk to you all the way about it. But Mr. Speaker and members, on page 9, lines 1 through 3, there creates a defense that even if the person is told orally to leave, we just heard a debate from Representative Johnson and Representative Schaefer about whether the person should have to tell the person with the gun to leave. So let's presuppose that the person does exactly what Representative Schaefer said. And the business owner says, I want you to leave. We don't want guns here.
Okay.
There's now a defense that says, if that person didn't leave, they can still defend themselves if they move forward and say that the sole basis of which entry on the property or the building was forbidden is that the entry with a firearm or weapon was forbidden. Now, I know that sounds like a bunch of word salad, but that is what it says. And what it in effect means is, please, members, hear me out. I'm a lawyer also, been practicing 25 years, and I don't get up here to take the hard floppy foul. I'm here to be really sincere. It essentially says that if it puts a burden on the person to say they did something else other than refuse to leave with a gun. It gives them an absolute defense. And so, members, what that means is these property owners that we're talking about, whether it's an airport representative or the restaurant or any of these protected 6 establishments.
That's the same spot.
They have to come up with another reason now.
No, they don't.
They don't have the authority to just say, well, I essentially want you to leave because I don't want a gun here.
No, it doesn't say that at all.
It's not the kind of place where we want guns.
You tell me where this says that in here.
That's it. A weapon is forbidden here. This says, again, members, please go to page 9 of the bill.
This is what she's
lines
talking
1
about.
through 3. They have a complete defense to prosecution. So what that means is, what incentive would anybody have to leave if they know they can refuse and not be prosecuted because the only reason they're telling you to leave is because you have a gun? Now that's that establishment's right to do, according to you.
What the hell are you talking
just as
about?
the law is.
These
So
people
we
are
said,
attorneys?
You have a sign that used to be enough. Well, now that's not enough. You have to go and confront the person.
No, that's
Well,
not
even
what
if
this
you do
says.
that, under this section,
That's already the law.
just at least strike this section. They can still have those other defenses, but why would we then? It's a toothless tiger, Representative. There's no way anybody would ever get a Class A or.
Oh, good. He's got the penal code. School this woman. School this woman.
That essentially says they have no right then.
Matt Schaefer's got the penal code. He's gonna quote exactly what the law already says.
And it's written that way in the bill, which is why
Chapter 46, Matt.
It says the sole basis on which the entry of the property.
Or no. I'm sorry.
The building was forbidden is that entry with a firearm.
30, section 30.
Was forbidden. So they're essentially saying, you can't prosecute me if I refuse to leave simply because you don't want a weapon here.
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
If that's the case, how would you ever make the person leave? What would incentivize them to leave? It's because they can't be prosecuted under this section. So I don't know, Representative, if you can respond to that. Maybe I'll go to the back and ask you some questions about it. Thank you.
Oh my gosh. School her, Matt.
Ask Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Representative Theory.
Here we go.
To me and talking to me about this, and thank you for your comments. The answer is that
This is already law.
Penal Code, section 30.05.
Yep.
Our long-standing, decades-old criminal trespass statute.
I called it.
Stays in place.
Yes.
And the notice, and the oral notice, the signed notice, all those notices that are under our ordinary criminal trespass statute still apply and would allow that person to be prosecuted under the exact facts that you mentioned.
The only difference is it applies to license holders right now. His bill makes it apply to non-license holders as well.
Gentlemen, yield for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Schaefer, if we can still prosecute them on a trespass statute, what would be the need? We all know that when you
Because it currently applies only to licensees.
That means that's new language. So this is additional language that you're adding, and it essentially is creating an absolute defense.
No, it's not.
That you're putting a heightened
Please,
requirement
Schaefer, read the current language and ask if that creates an absolute
that they
defense.
have to now say that you're forbidden, that they broke some other type of law. Because they said you can't use the fact that they refused to leave based on refusing because of the gun. And so I'm just trying to understand why is that necessary? Because I don't think you really want to embolden the people to say, I'm going to stay here anyway because you can't prosecute me because I have a gun and you want me to leave because I have a gun.
Oh my gosh.
Points. One.
Mr. Speaker, would I ask if the members could please pay attention? I don't get on the back mic often, and I do take my time seriously too.
Members, please take your conversations out.
I want people to listen to me, Mr. Speaker.
2 points. One, if the nature of the trespass is solely based on the person carrying a handgun, if the business owner asks them to leave and they refuse, they will
It's a Class A.
A Class A misdemeanor.
Which is a year in jail.
Okay. Secondly, the general criminal trespass statute also would cover the same situation. Anytime a person is in a business and they refuse to leave because they've been asked.
I wish I had Schaefer's.
Doing something that
I used to have Schaefer's personal cell phone number.
The penal code prohibits that. There's
Excuse me, Representative, but
there's
that's
no-
my
there's no
point.
framework.
This section takes that away because
No, it
it
doesn't.
says it's not that. They
No, it
can't
doesn't.
say you're prohibited.
No.
You prohibit that. It says that basically, if you're just telling me to leave because I'm trespassing because I have a gun.
I'm gonna show y'all something.
Here, you've created an absolute defense for that now.
Oh
It
my
says that
gosh.
They can't use that. Now, the second part of it, which I didn't move to strike, says, which proves that the first part does that. It says that it's also a defense if once they've told them to do that and they receive the oral communication to leave, that they promptly left.
Yes.
Well, that makes a little more sense because they were told to leave.
Yeah.
And then they promptly departed.
Right.
So in that instance, Representative, I can see that, well, then why would you be prosecuting them if you told them to leave and they just immediately left? But the number one says that the basis of it isn't good enough that they told you to leave because you had a gun.
No, it's saying that if there was a sign there.
I'm afraid you have an incorrect understanding of the bill.
Thank you.
Any place, public or private, where a firearm is excluded, handguns in particular here, according to this bill, if a person fails to leave, they can be prosecuted under a Class A misdemeanor, which is consistent with what we do at airports, consistent with what we do now in private businesses. And that's just what the bill does.
Did you know, a final question, Representative, is the purpose of number one to reduce the level of prosecution for that, or is it to create a defense?
The purpose is that.
Didn't leave? I'm just sincerely asking, what is the purpose of number one?
The purpose is that our criminal codes will focus on the misuse of firearms. And because of the collateral consequences to a person, because of the cost, because of the stigma that comes with firearms charges is so great. We have seen that as good public policy for us to not prosecute an honest mistake at places like airports, at places like private businesses. That's why this body has 2 times sent bills to the governor to make it so that we focus our laws on the misuse of firearms, not a person who's made an honest mistake because that lawyer forgot that his handgun was in his briefcase, or someone was just in a dire hurry and they just forgot something. We're giving people a chance to not face these severe,
Representative,
harsh
can I ask you one question
consequences.
about that, but as it respects to mistakes, and I understand that, but I don't think we make massive pieces of legislation for outliers. I don't think are we really doing all this for the few mistakes we're talking about? Are we talking about people that have a gun, walk into an establishment, someone says, well, guns aren't permitted here,
Yes.
and they refuse to leave, and then they're prosecuted. Now, if they leave partly, then your number 2 covers that. But if they didn't leave and they were prosecuted on the basis, solely on the basis that they had a weapon and they were on a property where weapons were prohibited, and they were told to leave and they did not, they would not be prosecuted.
In my view, these are not about outliers. I have spoken to attorneys who've involved in these situations, and the number of people who have been caught up in an innocent situation where there was no misuse of the firearm, but someone was taking a harsh view of this it happens more often than it should. And so I think that we're going to keep our criminal laws focused on misuse of the firearm, not on people who are just making a mistake. And I thank you for your position on this.
Thank you, Representative.
All right. Hang on. They're going to vote, I think. So I want to show you this. This is the current law.
Has Ms. Theory to close on the amendment.
I'm going to mute her for a second because she's just going to repeat what she's already said. And I want to show you this. She's arguing over what's already the law. Now, the difference is it's separated a little bit more because section 30.7 and 30.6 are already law. But it says the exact same thing. Just so here's that part. As a matter of fact, let me try and do a side-by-side analysis on this for you while she's closing on this amendment and we're talking about it. Or I guess a top and bottom analysis. There's the bill. All right. So, all right. It is so if the basis on which the entry on the property or land of the building or in the building was forbidden, and that entry with a firearm or other weapon was forbidden. In other words, if a sign was put up, in other words, a 30.6 or 7 sign, all right, if a sign was put up, it is a defense to prosecution under this section that. It is a defense to prosecution under this section that. Okay, now I'm sorry, that's the wrong section right here. Let me find it. Where is it? There it is. All right. It is a defense to prosecution under this section that the person personally received notice by oral communication from the property owner of the property or from someone with the authority, and that person left, right? This is the current law. It is a defense to prosecution under this section that the license holder was personally given notice by oral communication and promptly departed the property. It's already the law. And that was 30.6, and 30.7 has the same. If you go down to 30.7, has the same exact language. It is a defense under this section that the license holder. The difference here is that instead of it being a license holder, it's a person. Because this bill would remove the requirement for a license. Man, these people are incredibly stupid. Gosh, they're dumb. Absolutely stupid people. And these people are making laws and getting elected. Good night.
Amendment by Ramos.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ramos.
All right, here's the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment includes, if you look at the code, if you look at the current committee substitute, it only allows a peace officer to lawfully disarm a person if the officer reasonably believes it's necessary. So if a person is entering a government building, the only time an officer can disarm that person is if they reasonably believe it is necessary for the protection of a person.
Which is current law.
And that is concerning because they're essentially for an officer to reasonably believe it's necessary for their protection, something has to occur. Something negative has to happen for there to be that mens rea, that belief. So what my amendment does is just allow the officer to disarm a person when they enter a government building, period. There doesn't need to be a negative action to have occurred prior to that officer having the authority to disarm a person and replace that weapon in a locker. And this
doesn't say
think,
reasonable under that
very
section.
important amendment because I worked for a government institution or a government building, a government institution at one point. And I asked, and this specific incident was an institution of higher education. And there was a lot of school shootings during that time.
A lot. No.
Officer, what do we do if one of the students is having a really bad day and they come to campus with a gun? How do you know who the student is if we have several students with guns?
Oh my gosh.
Said, we don't know. It's scary as heck because we don't know who's the good guy with the gun and who's the bad guy.
If they're out of school.
As an officer, it puts me in a predicament to decide who's the good guy and who's the
Oh
bad
my
guy if
gosh.
carrying a gun, and it jeopardizes my safety. It risks my safety, and frankly, he said we're terrified that that situation may ever come up. So if we let individuals go into buildings and government buildings and everyone
This bill doesn't change the law.
and something happens, how is the officer, the law enforcement official there supposed to decide who is the bad guy, who is the good guy, who's shooting everybody else? And
If they're in a prohibited place, they're a bad guy.
I ask that you support my amendment.
Oh my gosh. Oh man, I can't wait till Schaefer fixes this one.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to oppose this bill and ask you to vote no.
Oh good, he didn't even address it.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ramos to close on the amendment.
Thank you so much, and I ask for you to support my amendment for the safety and security not only of our law enforcement officials who are in different government buildings.
Ah, dang it, where'd it go?
Across the state.
Doggone it.
But also for the individuals.
When I minimized the screen, it went away.
The workers who have no choice but to be there to earn a living.
Let me find that section here. There it is.
And essentially protect the lives of everybody involved in anything that we're doing today. So please support my amendment. With that,
Ladies and gentlemen,
the question occurs on adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will read.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill or this amendment, or I'm sorry, the bill says what is already the law. If you look at Government Code 411.207, right here, literally word for word in the bill, it's the exact same thing, only it applies to non-license holders. Literally the same thing. That's already the law. And she's coming up with some dumbass argument about why this is bad and it changes the law. These people
Is Mr. Kaysen on the floor of the House?
are stupid. This is what a government education gets you, folks. I'm glad I'm going to a private law school. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Jeez.
Amendment by Kaysen.
Let's see what this nonsense is.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kaysen to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members,
You can just go the fuck away, Servant Love.
this amendment would simply lower the legal age to constitutionally carry a firearm from 21 years of age to 18 years of age.
Oh, that's a good one.
Under current Texas law,
Okay.
it's perfectly legal for an 18-year-old woman to carry a shotgun or a high-powered rifle. But strangely, it's not legal for her to carry a small handgun in her purse to protect herself from being assaulted.
Okay, I like this. I like this.
If we will allow an 18-year-old to carry a shotgun or a high-powered rifle, there is no excuse not to allow the same 18-year-old to carry a small handgun for self-defense. If an individual is old enough to both vote and serve their country in war, they're old enough to carry a handgun to defend themselves.
Mr. King, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. Rep, I really understand the spirit in which you're
in which you're bringing, can you hear me okay? Yeah, see, Lena, I really understand the spirit in which you're bringing this. And I'll be honest with you, I struggle with it too. But
here's King.
I mean,
the FUD.
You're aware.
The Rhino.
That this means high school kids, a senior in high school would be able to carry that handgun almost anywhere.
No.
Is it, are we really? I know it, when I was a senior in high school, would you agree with me that when you were a senior in high school, that might not have been a great idea?
You're not carrying it into a high school.
Not necessarily. Well, I can promise you, when I was a senior in high school, that was a bad idea.
Well, it's a bad idea for you to do anything now, too.
And, you know, I understand the dilemma that you're dealing with regard to long guns, and that's always been a dilemma. When I was a cop, that was always
there's the answer.
And hard to work through. But you also mentioned, if I'm correct, you also mentioned military, that at 18, relieving 17, you're old enough to serve your country. And you brought that up, didn't you?
Oh, watch. He's going to talk about training, I bet.
But would you agree with me that before those 18-year-olds are given a gun and put into a combat situation or a security situation, that they go through a lot of training with military before the military feels comfortable giving that 18-year-old a gun? Would you agree with that?
No, because they give you a gun to be comfortable with a gun.
That's true, but their mission is completely different. We're
Thank
talking about personal protection.
Thank you.
I just bring it up because you used it as an example. You said they're old enough to serve, and they are old enough to serve and defend, but only after they've had a tremendous amount of training. So I guess my question is, just want to make sure that you understood and recognize that the way your amendment is drafted, it is going to let a high school student carry a handgun pretty much anywhere they want to.
I understand.
Whether that's the beer bust or whatever they're doing, which we all did in high school. And is that really your intent?
This is a legal age of consent.
Okay.
Yes.
So that is your intent, that in high school, a high school age senior could carry
I'm not
handgun.
suggesting or recommending anything other than 18-year-olds be afforded the rights that come to them as a legal consenting adult.
Thank you.
Okay, so then let me take it another step further. If why 18, why not 17?
Because you're not a...
The law. 18 is the law.
For
the age of consent.
For legal age to purchase a firearm, a long rifle or a shotgun.
But is it the legal age to purchase a handgun?
Not at this point in time.
Thank you very much.
What's going on? Oh, okay. So I put it in the chat. I'll say it here too. Look, I'm sorry.
Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
Whoa.
Members,
Okay.
we have an opportunity to send the best policy forward that could become law. And I think we lose that opportunity if this amendment goes on. And I can engage in the intellectual debate with Mr. Kaysen and maybe agree with him on a lot of these points. My goal is to advance this bill. So I'm going to oppose this amendment because I want to advance this bill.
Okay, so
Chair recognizes Mr. Kaysen to close amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Schaefer. It's my understanding the Senate can do the things they want to do, and they can strip, amend, whatever in the Senate side. I just think that we need to offer up the strongest constitutional carry bill that we can possibly offer to the Senate.
I like you, Kaysen.
As we all understand and know, it'll be in their hands once they receive it. So I would encourage you to support this amendment, and I move to adoption.
Mr. Huberty, for what purpose?
Gentleman, yield for question.
Will the gentleman yield for question?
Wait, he just closed.
Yes.
Gentleman yields for question.
Thank you. Just a quick question. So assume for 1 second.
Is Huberty drunk?
A 19 or 20-year-old daughter that is going to a community college, or she's going someplace or going to work, and she works late at night, 1 o'clock in the morning, something along those lines. So this would allow her to be able to protect themselves. While if somebody's over 21 that is legally permitted, that may have a gun, she would be able to be protected. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Representative. Could you repeat that again?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ask for order.
That many of us do, that's under the age of 21. Maybe she's 19 or 20. She's going to work, and she works in a restaurant or a bar, and she gets off at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and she has the ability to protect herself. And you know, if it's over 51%, I guess she's not allowed to have that, but maybe she's working at a health club or something along those lines. That would allow her to be able to protect herself. Right now, we allow them to have tasers. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
They can have a taser. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
My
So
understanding.
this would allow them to be able to protect themselves. Is that not right?
I believe so.
But I understand the concerns that some people have relative to when you turn 18, because I also have sons who were born earlier in the year that turn 18, and they could have a gun theoretically in high school, is what they're saying. So my thought process is that before we go through this, would you consider pulling your amendment down and have a conversation with Mr. Schaefer to maybe clean this up a little bit so that we can solve some of the concerns that maybe some people have?
No, I don't believe I would. I think this is very simple and straightforward.
Okay, I would support your amendment if you'd be willing to work with Mr. Schaefer. Otherwise, I think that there's some concerns about that, but I understand what you're trying to get to. Thank you.
Does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Yes.
Hold on, just a second. Mr. Slayton, for what purpose? Can you get some order? I can't hear. Members, please take your conversations outside.
Mr. Casey.
Currently. Mr. Slayton, for what purpose? The chair recognizes you.
See, yield
and
for
then
some
you will-
questions.
Sir?
Yes.
Mr. Slayton, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions. The gentleman yields.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Kaysen, currently in Texas, an 18-year-old can already carry a pistol in their car. Is that correct?
I believe so.
So all your amendment would do, it would allow that same 18-year-old that we already allow them to carry a pistol in their car. They can carry it on their person when they're walking, say, the streets of Austin.
We're legal. Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Ramos, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for a question?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Representative Kaysen, are you aware that 18-year-old males pay more in car insurance than females?
It's been a long time since I was 18, and I'm.
Would you agree that car insurance is more expensive for young males than it is for individuals over the age of 21?
I'm sorry, I'm not an expert on insurance rates, so I really can't say one way or the other.
Were you aware that studies show and our insurance companies support the fact that individuals from the age of 18 to 21 have more impulsive behavior, they engage in higher impulsive behavior?
Why are you singling out men?
That study.
Are you familiar with do you have any knowledge at all about 18 and 21-year-olds behavior?
I'm sorry, I'm not able to discuss that because I don't have anything to support it. I can't say one way or the other.
Thank you, Mr. Kaysen. Thank you.
Move adoption.
The question that occurs on adoption of the amendment is a record vote requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Schaefer voting no. Chair Sean voting no. All members voting. There being 12 ayes, 121 noes, the amendment fails.
So Hugh Shine just voted against. Hugh Shine just voted against 18-year-olds. Now, I understand this. Some of those no votes were because they're FUDs. Oh, how did I do that? Some of those no votes are because of FUDs, but some of those no votes are because we're just trying to save the bill, and it probably would not pass. And this is just the reality. It probably would not pass at this time if it was lowered to 18.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner of Dallas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Members, there are many things that are wrong with our gun laws, but in my opinion, at least, one thing that is not wrong with them is our current system of permitting for carrying a handgun. And one reason that system works is the training requirement that it is. And another reason, in my view, is that there is, in essence, a background check, if you will, before you get your license. You have to meet certain eligibility criteria. The amendment in front of you is the first of a couple of amendments that would ensure that the same eligibility criteria that exist for a person seeking a license would continue to exist if this bill were to pass.
Oh my gosh.
With respect to a person's ability to carry. Now, it's been discussed that, well, if you can't possess legally a gun now, you won't be able to possess if this law passes.
True.
What's not the case right now is the criteria for carrying in each case. There are certain currently criteria that would prevent a person from getting a license to carry, that if this bill were to pass, would no longer prevent them from carrying. And so what the amendment does is restore some of the criteria that are currently in the LTC statutes, chapter 411 of the government code, section 172A, which has a list of 14 criteria you have to meet.
Don't forget about paying your taxes.
You cannot have been charged with a Class A or Class B misdemeanor or equivalent offense, or an offense under section 42.01, that's the disorderly conduct statute, or equivalent offense, or a felony under an information or indictment. And this amendment would say that if this permitless carry bill were to pass, then the same would still be true. You couldn't carry if you didn't meet that eligibility criteria. Similarly, for instance, in section D of this amendment, in the 5 years preceding the offense, if a person has been convicted of a Class A or Class B misdemeanor or equivalent offense, or been convicted of an offense under section 42.01, well, if this amendment passes, you'd be keeping those eligibility criteria just the same. Now, I understand Mr. Schaefer, Representative Schaefer, has talked about what's currently allowed under other state and federal law.
Yep.
What I'm trying to do is make sure, though, that the eligibility criteria that we currently have in the license to carry statute would still apply, and that we're not changing eligibility. And members, if a person, let's say, doesn't meet one of these criteria, let's say they have a recent conviction of the kind I've just described, of a Class A misdemeanor in the last 5 years. Well, let's say they want to be able to carry. Well, they're not going to be able they currently can't, and they wouldn't, if this bill passes, be able to go get a license, but they would be able to just start carrying.
Yep.
And we don't want that, I think, for a couple of reasons. One, because there's a reason, of course, why we're careful about who we do permit to carry a firearm. And even if you disagree with me on that premise, you ought to also want them to train and not be deterred from going to get license training like they currently would under the current license to carry statute. So members, if you believe that the eligibility criteria ought to be the same, if a person would not be eligible to get a license, they should not be eligible to carry. And if you agree with that, I ask for your support for this amendment.
What he's basically saying is you should have no Second Amendment right if you don't pay your taxes, because that's the eligibility requirement. If you don't pay your taxes, you don't pay your child support because the government caused you to lose your job thanks to this bogus COVID nonsense, then you shouldn't have the right to carry.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to close on the amendment.
Well, members, I'm just going to reiterate one more time what this amendment.
You don't need to.
It would keep the eligibility criteria, the first of the several criteria that are currently in section 411.172A in place. And if you believe that that's a good idea, that we shouldn't be changing here our eligibility criteria, then I'd ask you to support this amendment.
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Would the gentleman yield for a question? Gentleman yields.
Thank you. I was thinking on just a previous amendment. I think it was that Representative Johnson had, where she was talking about having to give oral, tell a customer orally that you didn't want them to come into the establishment. And Mr. Schaefer indicated that that was already the law. And
yes.
He asked why he was putting it in here. He was, I don't know what the exact answer was, but reiterating what already exists in the law. You're just doing the exact same thing here. So why would that be any different, do you think?
Yes, thank you, Representative Howard. That is correct. The three eligibility criteria that are included in this amendment are already part of existing law under the license statute.
So just like the previous statement that Representative Schaefer made about putting language in that had to do with an oral.
That's stupid logic.
Oral statement to somebody who came into your establishment that you didn't want them to have a gun. This is also reiterating something that's already in law.
That's correct.
Yeah, well, what's also already in law is that you can't carry without a license. That's a stupid logic. That is absolutely, of course, we're changing the law on certain things, but there should be a difference between the license and the non-license, because to get a license, it allows you, having a license allows you to go around federal laws. So they're gonna push for.
The question occurs on adoption amendment. The record of vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell.
Okay, so they're just doing a vote. So that's the reason why there should be different standards between licensed and unlicensed carry. With licensed carry, you don't have to do a background check through the FBI. Let's see if this fails or not. Okay, it failed. Good. So it's still 21 years of age, and as long as you can legally own and possess a firearm, you can carry it without a license. That's still the bill. It hasn't been amended yet, except for where Representative Schaefer amended it to be more conforming to current language. That didn't change anything. Zafarius, thank you for your donation.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
If you'd like to, hang on.
Amendment by Turner, Dallas.
Oh,
Chair, I ask
geez.
Mr. Turner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Well, this is another amendment moving down that list of criteria. I didn't put all the criteria in one single amendment. I've divided them up.
You know why? Because I wanted to waste time.
The criteria we would be preserving if you support this amendment are the following: that in order to carry, you cannot have been convicted 2 times within the preceding 10-year period of an offense punishable as a Class B or any misdemeanor or higher category of offense that involves the use of alcohol or a controlled substance as a statutory element of the offense. Or you would also have to not be a person who is ineligible for a license on the basis that you are not capable of exercising sound judgment with respect to the proper use and storage of the handgun within the meaning of the current eligibility statute.
That's already law.
Some length. It has to do with various mental health diagnoses.
That's already law.
In section 411.172A. And again, members, there's a reason we have these criteria in place. We need to make sure that the ability to handle and carry a handgun is granted to those who have shown the level of responsibility necessary.
No, that's not what the Second Amendment says. I don't see that in the Second
Make an
Amendment.
argument that we should take that out of current law, that we should remove the requirement that you not have been convicted of alcohol or substance abuse related offenses twice within the previous 10-year period, or that we should remove the various criteria related to what this body in the past has always said was necessary to show that a person is capable of exercising sound judgment with respect to the proper use and storage of a handgun.
It's already law.
If you don't adopt this amendment and you pass this bill,
It's already law.
that's what will happen. Again, this is not anywhere. I've looked. I can't find this anywhere else.
It's in the federal law.
This is where it exists. So if we do away with this requirement,
It's in federal law.
we've done away with it. Now, a person that wants to go get a license would still have to sign a statement saying they meet these criteria. But if the bill passes, a person doesn't have to get a license.
Still federal law.
Criteria. And so, members, if you want the criteria to stay the same and not be up here lessening our criteria, I would urge you.
It's already federal law.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Oh,
So the
geez,
gentleman yields for
Anchia.
questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Turner. Both you and I represent Dallas County, and I know that our Dallas Police Association, our police chief, are against this bill. They're very concerned about the ramifications to our community of this. I wasn't able to ask you on the last amendment some questions, so I'll refer to this amendment. But your amendments essentially are trying to retain those safeguards in existing law that would prevent criminals or people who are mentally ill or people who have been convicted of prior offenses from getting guns, which this bill strips out. Is that correct?
Yes, Representative, that's correct. Just to give you an example, I'll read a little bit from the existing statute, Chapter 411, Section 172. So, for instance, for purposes of the current license, a person is considered incapable of exercising sound judgment with respect to the proper use and storage of the handgun if the person has been diagnosed by a licensed physician as suffering from certain psychiatric disorders, and those are elaborated further. It explains what kind of evidence supports this: an involuntary psychiatric hospitalization, for instance, inpatient or residential substance abuse treatment in the preceding 5-year period. All those protections are gone if we adopt this bill and we don't adopt this amendment.
And our Republican friends oftentimes say, well, it's not the gun, it's the person. Right?
Yeah.
We don't want, we can't control what people who are mentally ill do. But in fact, in this bill, in Representative Schaefer's bill, it eliminates these safeguards so that people who are mentally ill can get guns far more easily than they can on.
No, they can't. It's federal law.
That is my understanding, Representative.
Well, your understanding is false.
So if the bill passes and this amendment doesn't pass, if you have a person carrying a handgun who has a license, you would know they still meet these criteria, or they're supposed to have, because they have to have certified.
This is just codified federal law.
To get the license, but if a person doesn't have a license, they wouldn't have to meet any of these criteria. So
and this bill makes it easier for someone who's mentally ill, who wants to do harm
to
people in our community in Dallas County, to simply opt out of the licensure regime and go into the unlicensed regime. Is that right?
That is correct.
They can.
How would we check? How would any law enforcement officer? And again, I'll reiterate.
Why wouldn't they just get a rifle?
And the City of Dallas Police Chief have articulated these concerns.
They can already do that with a rifle.
How would they know?
I think you're exactly right. I think that's one of the reasons that the law enforcement community, as you say, Representative, in our city has been opposed to this. And I agree with you. And we shouldn't be.
It's against the federal law.
Standards.
And so now, in places like the American Airlines Arena that are city-owned but leased to a private entity, or the Dallas Zoo that's city-owned but leased to a private entity, that is required to allow people who may be mentally ill to come into those facilities, and they're easily able to get guns and opt out of the licensure criteria. What tools do our law enforcement officers have?
I'm not sure they have very many.
Hey, Andrew, it'll be saved here. It'll be saved.
Now, again, there are certain existing federal laws, there are certain existing state laws, but those don't apply to cover the list of criteria that we have right now in our license to carry statute.
That are being erased by the Schaefer bill.
Correct, because it doesn't keep those criteria.
They can carry a rifle, you dumbass.
On this House floor by some is, well, we're not changing underlying law at all. but that is absolutely untrue, and the body needs
And that's
to
not
know
what
that.
he said. We are changing the law.
You're eliminating criteria under current law. Is that not correct?
That's correct, Representative.
For the
Again,
license.
these are
Oh.
criteria that exist in the very statute that currently addresses a person's eligibility.
Yes, at CJ
Now,
Grisham,
again,
Joshua,
to be clear,
CJ
there are a
Grisham.
few other provisions. I mean, it would still be
Any-
illegal to carry if you are a felon.
Any
For instance,
cash
that's
app I
in
get
section
is going to
46
Open Carry, Texas.
46.04 of the Penal Code. Okay, that would still be there. And there are a few other things. There are some things under federal law, not state law, and it would have to affect interstate commerce, so it's limited. But the more thorough list that exists right now of criteria that are effectively a background check, that exists in section 411.172, and that has not been reincorporated into this legislation.
Because it's not a license.
In a very cavalier fashion, I guess, failed to respond to the
And
substance
she
of
is an
your
idiot.
amendment and said he would just have to oppose. I hope you ask him questions about why substantively he's opposing to making it harder for people who are mentally ill to get weapons. Thank you for your amendment. I'm going to be supporting it.
My head hurts.
Thank you.
My head hurts.
Move adoption.
Rose Blight, thank you so much. Thank you, Rose.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
Just please oppose it.
Mr. Turner, I do appreciate you raising these issues, and I just want to point out for the body that addiction to controlled substances is already something that prohibits you from possessing a weapon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Prohibits you from passing the background check when you go to buy a weapon.
Yes, thank you.
Also, someone who's been adjudicated to be mentally defective is someone who cannot possess a weapon.
Yes.
And so, these are issues that other people brought bills on. They want to, tweak those parts of the policy, but we do have a framework in law now that does address these issues.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Will gentleman yield for question?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will yield.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Schaefer. As I look back at the section 411.172 criterion, we had a brief discussion before the bill came up today. I understand it's your position that these should not be reincorporated into your bill. Is that correct?
I don't believe your amendment is necessary, sir.
And so, for instance,
hey, Michael, thank you.
Addresses one criteria that exists.
Michael, thank you so much.
172. Right now, if you want a license to carry, you have to not be a quote chemically dependent person. Correct?
Joshua, thank you for the $10 donation to Open Carry, Texas. Thank you.
Legally possess a handgun, much less get a license to carry.
Is that correct, Representative? Right now, it's the place I found it. Where else in statute does it prevent you from possessing a gun in Texas statute if you're a chemically dependent person?
I'm referring to federal law.
Yes, federal law.
922, subsection G3 of the federal code. Person who is an unlawful user or addicted to any controlled substance. It's already federal law.
That is federal law, and I know the provision you're talking about, Representative. It's federal law insofar as the offense applies to interstate commerce, correct? Only. Because federal law cannot extend to a situation that doesn't apply to interstate commerce, correct?
No, that's not a proper statement of the law.
And in the Texas code, in section 411 of the Texas code, a chemically dependent person is defined as, in part, has been convicted 2 times within the preceding 10-year period of an offense punishable as a Class B misdemeanor or any higher category of offense that involves the use of alcohol or a controlled substance as a statutory element of the offense. Are you aware of that?
I will trust that you have stated the statute as it's written.
And that's not in federal law, correct? What I just read.
I have stated federal law. I've cited the federal law.
And it's different, correct? We have higher standard right now in Texas law than the provision you just read in federal law. But we'd be removing that. You agree? If we don't adopt this amendment and the bill passes.
No, I would not agree. I would not agree with that.
Let me ask you, Representative Schaefer, about the other section of this amendment, which says a person would not be eligible to carry a handgun if they are incapable of exercising sound judgment with respect to the proper use and storage of a handgun. That's currently a requirement in existing law, correct?
There's also a provision in federal law dealing with people who are mentally defective.
And again, it's a narrower provision than what we have right now in state law and would only apply in cases of interstate commerce, correct?
I don't agree with that assessment.
How do you believe how do you compare the two? What, do you believe the federal law covers everything we have in state law?
Yeah.
Mr. Turner, if you would like to bring a bill on this subject and delve into it, I think that would be a great policy debate for another day. But I am satisfied with the prohibitions in the current federal law.
Hey, Servant Love, I sent you an apology. I apologize for my earlier snap. Just so you know, this thing is annoying the crap out of me, so I apologize.
Abuse treatment in the preceding 5-year period, they are not allowed to possess a weapon.
Representative Turner, have you ever gone to buy a gun and gone through the background check questions?
I guess, did you understand
Well,
my question?
I'm answering your question with a question.
What I'll represent to you is that I reviewed last night the federal criteria and the state criteria on this particular subject. And the state criteria in section 411.172 is much more elaborate and is broader. And that's what would be disappointing if we don't. And of course, this is traditionally an area of state regulation, not federal regulation. Would you agree?
Mr. Turner, you're asking leading questions here, and I'm gonna give you the response that I believe federal law is adequate right now.
Yes, it is.
To serve the purpose.
It does the same thing with rifles. Just talk about rifles, Matt.
Setting aside the state and federal distinction, Representative, would you agree with me that we should have limitations related to whether a person can carry if they have a diagnosis from a licensed physician that they suffer from, for instance, schizophrenia or delusional disorder?
Mr. Turner, I believe that we should have a court adjudicate mental issues where the person has an attorney and is able to.
My Venmo is CJ Grisham. If you send anything to Cash App,
years, and that will remain the law.
If you send anything to Cash App or Venmo, it's going to go to Open Carry Texas. My Cash App and Venmo are CJ Grisham. And any money is going to go to Open Carry Texas because Open Carry Texas doesn't have a Venmo or a Cash App. So just so y'all know, but it's either at CJ Grisham or $ CJ Grisham.
To raise some issues to alarm people that really don't apply to this bill.
Thank you, Representative.
I oppose Mr. Turner's amendment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to close on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, for listening to our discussion and considering this issue. This is an important public safety issue. The legislature in the past has always had these provisions that are in this amendment on the books, and they pertain to the licensing process for carrying a handgun. Let's not sweep them away. They serve an important public purpose.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Renchio.
Will the gentleman yield for questions, please?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. I listened to your exchange with the bill author and really didn't get a lot from the answers that were given. They seemed evasive. They seemed to federal law.
Ryan, thank you. I won't say who you are, but thank you for your donation. That will go to Open Carry Texas. Joshua, I think I already got that one. Thank you for your donation. That will go to Open Carry Texas.
The bill author's bill by House Bill 1927. Are they more or less narrow than federal law?
In my reading, Representative, they are less narrow than federal law. I think we're referring to federal law with respect to possession of a firearm.
Correct.
They are less narrow. The current statute under Texas law in Chapter 411, or Section 411.172, elaborates at greater length conditions under which we do not want a person to be carrying a handgun.
All right, guys.
So Representative Schaefer is eliminating those criteria that currently exist in state law
for handguns
on the possession of handguns.
Yes.
And federal law. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I've seen, Representative. There are 14 criteria listed.
Oh my gosh.
Have to do with various aspects of the application process, but the rest have to do with a person's eligibility to have a license.
And you didn't get an answer to your question, so I'm going to ask you about where else in state law do we have these restrictions?
I've not been able to find them in state law, Representative. I mean, the state does have restrictions on possession of a firearm in.
That's
penal code.
because Texas has the most restrictive licensing requirements out of every other state. Literally every other state. The closest that comes to us is California.
Is the one we have in our license to carry statute.
Right. And these restrictions.
Read my Supreme Court briefing.
Articulate the restrictions that are being removed from current law by Representative Schaefer's bill related to people with criminal histories, people with a history of mental illness, people who are afflicted with substance abuse, and their ability now to opt out of the licensure regime because of how Representative Schaefer's bill changes current law.
So, Representative, current eligibility criteria, I'll begin.
All right, they keep talking about that, but hey, I'm going to let you guys know. I'm going to bring this up to full screen. Okay. I'm gonna bring this up to full screen here, and not that. Dang it. What I'm gonna do, I've got to go to school. I can't miss this next class that I have. And I have a feeling this is still going to be going on when I get back. So the good news is you're not going to have my commentary for about an hour and a half is the good news. The bad news is you're just going to have to listen to this stuff. And I'm not going to be able to call out their lies and all that kind of stuff. But I've got to go to class. I'm going to leave this running. And we'll see how long it goes. And good luck. And I'll be back in about, I'll be back around 3 o'clock Texas time, 4 o'clock my time. But in the meantime, enjoy the show.
Elaborated at some greater length elsewhere in that statute, and the language that elaborates it is what I've captured in this amendment in part, where a person has been convicted 2 times within the preceding 10-year period of an offense punishable as a Class B misdemeanor or any higher category that involves the use of alcohol or a controlled substance as a statutory element of the offense. So that's another one. Again, the next one is not incapable of exercising sound judgment with respect to the proper use and storage of a handgun. And for that one, Representative, you have to go to Section D, where there is about a page-long elaboration of what criteria would bring a person within that category of being considered not able to exercise sound judgment. It involves a number of mental health circumstances. I alluded to some of them a moment ago. Intermittent explosive disorder, dissociative identity disorder, again, diagnosed by a physician. And then there's a provision at the end that talks about how a person who's been previously diagnosed with one of these conditions, but has provided the department with a certificate from a licensed physician whose primary practice is in the field of psychiatry, stating that the psychiatric disorder or condition is in remission and is not reasonably likely to develop at a future time. That's in there already.
So you can have someone who is diagnosed by a physician, by a psychiatrist, as severely mentally ill, and that person would be eligible to get a gun outside of the licensure regime under the bill author's removal of those provisions. Is that right?
It is correct insofar, Representative, as we're talking about removing it from the provisions of our existing state law. Now, there may be some federal provisions that, again, I read as more limited and narrower that might still apply to prevent a person from possessing a firearm, but it's not the well-elaborated standard that we currently have in our license to carry statute.
But in terms of gun safety standards and sort of reducing systemic risk so that people who we don't think should have guns can get guns, the state of Texas has previously articulated a regime and standards for that in its public policy that is now being stripped away by this bill, correct?
Yes, Representative, for handgun carry. That's what we're dealing with here. And again, my point, members, is just that the standards should not change at this point in time. We can always have debates about these standards, but I had always understood that the purpose of this bill, which again, I do not agree with the bill, but the purpose of it was supposed to be to take away the license process. But we shouldn't, even if you happen to agree with that, which I do not, but if you do, we shouldn't be up here changing the criteria for eligibility to carry at the same time.
And that narrative that we heard from the author at the very beginning about that woman who was taking a baby down the street. Now, it's my view, and I'd wonder about yours, it's my view that Representative Schaefer's bill will now allow people who are mentally ill to carry guns and possibly hurt that woman. Representative, is that your view? I read this as increasing that risk. Again, there are certain criteria that may exist for possession generally under federal law, and there may be certain other narrower criteria in different places in state law, but this is the main place where this is articulated with respect to the exact reason we're here today, and that is to discuss carry of handguns. We have a standard for these criteria with respect to carry of handguns, and that's what's not being brought back into this bill today. Thank you very much.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Does gentleman yield?
Yes, I will.
Gentleman yields for question.
Representative Turner, I was listening to your articulation for why we need your amendment, and I was also listening to some of the questions that Representative Anchia asked you. So I would just have a few follow-up questions to make sure my understanding is correct. So is it your understanding that if we don't pass your amendment, that we're essentially what we're doing is allowing for the mentally ill and people who shouldn't be in possession of a gun, they would be able to have another loophole? Is that your understanding?
Representative, in part, what I'm pointing out here is that there's a primary location in law right now where we articulate the standards related to who should be able to carry a handgun. And it includes standards related to mental issues and disorders, for instance. And we're not reincorporating those standards anymore. So at this point, we're now going to have to rely on whatever else exists in law or statute, which wasn't articulated specifically for the purpose of carrying handguns. And again, to my knowledge, Representative, the standards that are outlined in the license to carry statute right now are more elaborate and detailed than those other standards that relate to other situations.
So, Representative Turner, wouldn't you agree that we want to keep those that are mentally unfit to have the ability to purchase a gun? We have that in statute now, correct? And you're trying to make sure that if we pass Representative Schaefer's bill, that is enacted with this, correct? Is that what you're attempting to do?
That's correct, Representative. I'm just trying to make sure the standards do not change with respect to eligibility to carry. If you're not eligible to have a license to carry, you shouldn't be eligible to carry. That's what we're trying to do with this amendment.
And Representative Turner, would you agree that in light of all of the mass shootings and all of the gun violence, that we need to make sure that we keep those protections in place?
Thank you, Representative. I move adoption.
Mr. Turner sends up an amendment. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Representative Casey. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Tinderholt voting no. Show Mr. Schaefer voting no. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Murphy voting nay. All voted? There being 61 ayes, 82 nays, the amendment fails. Mr. Romero? Is Mr. Romero on the floor of the House? Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Romero.
Chair recognizes Mr. Romero to explain the amendment.
Members, I hope that this will be an amendment that we can all agree to. Doesn't drastically change the bill in any way. All this bill does is help the folks that are going to have to make that presentation to any individual who happens to make the mistake of going into a place of business that has a sign that you're not supposed to carry. Members,
we have order in the House.
What this amendment does is it inserts one word. After orally, it says or written. And I'll tell you why I thought about it. I talked to Representative Schaefer. Some of you guys know I play golf. And when you play golf and you're at a nice place and that golf course doesn't allow for phones to be on the golf course, they simply walk up to you. They give you a card and it says, no phones allowed. Real simple. So if someone makes a mistake and goes into a place of business where they shouldn't be, this will allow that young girl who's working behind the counter, rather than confront that individual that she may or may not be a little intimidated by, to just simply hand them a card, whether it be a laminated card or a business card that says, no carrying of firearms. That should suffice as notification. Real simple. I hope the Representative Schaefer will agree. We're not asking that it be put in different languages. Insert written behind oral, one word. Thank you, members.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer against the amendment.
I really appreciate the spirit of what Representative Romero is doing. When I began the layout, I did a perfecting amendment on the oral notice. The language of that perfecting amendment specifically says other personal notice that is reasonable under the circumstances, and certainly a written card handed to someone meets the definition of what we've put into the bill. And so for that reason, this is unnecessary.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I'll yield for questions.
Gentleman yields for questions.
You know, thank you. And as a small business owner, and I employ a lot of young people, I'm talking 18 to 21, 18 to 23. I've learned a lot in the last 5 years in running small businesses. And one thing is customers oftentimes feel empowered, a little entitled about the service that they're getting. And if you couple that with the issue that Representative Romero is trying to address, they have a very strong feeling about their right to carry that firearm. What I also know is statutes have to many times be amended, or we have to work on them because of interpretations we didn't intend when we passed these bills. So what I've been doing in the 8 sessions I've been here, 16 years I've been here, what I've learned is I better be specific. I understand that you feel that it's part of a catch-all, but if your intent is to allow small business owners like myself and many, many, many Texans who may fundamentally believe in the Second Amendment, but their particular business environment isn't, you know, welcoming, cohesive to carrying an open firearm, just to allow them to hand a card. I think we should be specific, and I have been pretty quiet. I've been listening respectfully, but let's not get in a situation where we're not accepting reasonable, straightforward amendments that are going to protect your small business owners like I ask that you just take a second to think about what he's trying to do, because it's in line with what you're saying, and it will avoid any misinterpretation of the statute, of the law that you're going to pass. Let's do the right thing, boss. I'm here with you. I'm trying to help, but I don't want my 19-year-old fresh out of high school, first job, having to have an oral discussion. I want her to know, and the business owners like me to know, I'm going to hand them a card, and I'm in compliance. I did what I could. Everybody appreciates that. That's all I'm asking.
Mr. Lucio, you can do that under my bill. And I would also point out that this oral notice provision has been the law since we left last session. And no one, and I'll tell you on the committee, no one has brought a bill to make that change. And my bill now goes exactly the direction. That written notice given personally to someone is already in the language of my bill.
Can you remind me what the language says that you believe includes the amendment Representative Romero is trying to add? Read that section for me.
Personal notice that is reasonable under the circumstances. So if someone comes up
personal notice, right?
Yeah, personal notice. Someone hands you a card, that's personal notice.
When I'm reviewing a contract for a lease, or I'm writing a contract, we don't say notice. We specifically, Chairman King will tell you, we include the word written, because that's a different definition, threshold, way of providing notice than personal notice.
And the written
And
notice
so
is
I
on
would
the
just
door.
say, let's avoid ambiguity. If you believe that a business owner can be able to hand a card to avoid confrontation that would maybe escalate to a horrible situation, why not allow them to do that?
That business owner already has a written notice outside on the entrance of their establishment. So you've got a written notice, and now you're following it up with personal notice. And that personal notice
Personal
is in the
notice
bill.
means I'm handing you something.
Or speaking to them.
Right. I have 19-year-olds that would have a very hard time. And what I'm saying is, I'm with you. I'm even open-minded about the bill, but when we have amendments like this, it discourages folks who might want to support bills like this from wanting to do so, because now it becomes
It's not my intention. I think that certainly everything that you're asking for is already allowed under the bill. And not only is it allowed, but it's squarely within the bill. So
I respectfully disagree. And we'll see this play out. I hope we don't have to come back having had a situation like this play out. And now we're talking about it. And now it's Representative Romero filing a bill to allow written notice to make it clear.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
If the gentleman would yield for a couple questions.
Gentlemen, you have a couple questions.
Representative Schaefer, for the purposes of legislative intent under your bill, do you believe that your bill covers that you should be able to hand somebody a written notice and that suffices?
100%.
As personal notice?
Yes.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Romero to close on the amendment. Mr. Lucio, for what purpose?
Can you reduce the legislative intent dialogue between Chairman Canales and Chairman Schaefer to writing and placing in the journal?
Members, you heard the motion. The objection. Chair hears none. Motion adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Romero to close on the amendment.
Members, I hope that whether this is reduced and placed into the journal is not looked upon as what is written in this particular bill. And I hope all of you, Democrats or Republicans, it doesn't really matter, make it really clear what our intent is here. So I'm going to point the scenario out for you and just make sure we understand this works both ways. Maybe I have an employee in my place of business that doesn't like that somebody missed a sign and tell somebody, hey, don't you know you're not supposed to have guns in here? And all of a sudden there's an altercation. That's all I'm saying. What this bill says, what this amendment says is allow somebody to hand them the card. I caught your attention, didn't I? Thank you. Members, vote yes. Simple written notification.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. Record vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will read the bill. So Mr. Schaefer voting no. Mr. Romero voting yes. Mr. Lucio voting yes. All members voting. All members voting. Ms. Inez Perez voting yes. All members voting. There being 67 ayes, 78 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Is Ms. Hinojosa on the floor of the House?
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
raise a point of order under further consideration of this bill under Article 3, Section 30, under Rule 11, Section 2, and under Rule 4, Section 32C.
Please bring your point of order down front.
let's fix the sound. Let's fix the sound, shall we? Can y'all hear me now?
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
You know, I'm just wondering if you know, they're so offended by the term white supremacist. I mean, we know that that's an official term. It's been acknowledged. I mean, what about extremists? You know, there's extremists.
It is literally defined in federal law. I mean, we have included the code sections. The Department of Homeland Security defines this. I mean, there's no ambiguity here, Madam Chair.
Right. Are you aware that more unarmed blacks have been shot by police than any other race or ethnicity?
I was not, but thank you for bringing it to my attention.
What was the what?
Were you aware that black men have been detained by police for just wearing hoodies?
I am aware of this.
Were you aware that a black man was killed by police for carrying a cell phone?
Yes.
Were you
And
aware
so
that
were white people?
black men have been arrested just for shaking hands?
Yes. And the purpose of my amendment does not want to get at innocent behavior. Look, the bill clearly says there is this group of bad people
right,
that we want to exclude. I am just making it very clear that in that group of bad people, it is not limited just to petty street gangs. It also includes insurrectionists, and it also includes violent white supremacists.
Well, guess what? Federal law already does that.
We don't want those categories to be able to get.
There you go. That should fix the static.
In fact, we had insurrectionists here at our own Capitol.
You know, it is not often that in our preparation for being sworn in, we get security briefings.
Exactly.
We're usually coming here. It's a joyous occasion.
Holy cow, I think I'm glad I was missing some of these
Elected
amendments.
people are wanting to be sworn in. And instead, this year, one of our preparations was credible threats against this building and against the members of this body. And I don't think we need to be protecting those people under this bill, period.
Absolutely. I think you have a fine amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate the support.
Please excuse the committee on calendars because of a committee meeting. The motion of Representative White. His objection. Sure, here's none. So ordered. The question occurs on adoption amendment. Record vote has been requested by Mr. Casey. Clerk, ring the bell.
Oh my gosh. Oh, let me get rid of this
Mr. Wilson voting no.
comment there. I'm back.
So Mr. Kane voting no. All members voting. All members voting. There being 62 ayes, 72 nays.
Jeez, that was closer. That was closer than it needed to be.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the exchanges on the Bernal and Anchia amendment be reduced to writing, placed in the journal.
Members heard the motion. His objection. Chair hears none. So ordered.
There we go. Hopefully that fixes it. There's no sound.
Crockett on the floor of the House. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Crockett.
Chair can ask Ms. Crockett to explain the amendment.
It was 62 and 72.
Members, there was a conversation between my classmates and I earlier
There's the
about
idiot
courthouses.
attorney.
And I'm going to tell you like this. As the only new Black member
Oh my
of
gosh.
this body, I must say
Oh my gosh. Cry me a
some
river.
of the discussion. Some of the discussion today
Shut up.
has not only been eye-opening, but hurtful.
Aww. You poor snowflake. Aw. This woman's making law, folks.
I look at this body as a bipartisan body.
This woman's making law. She's
When
not.
I
She's
got
so
here,
irrational.
The one thing everyone told me as a freshman is that we weren't DC. We didn't do partisan politics. But even when my colleagues stand up and try to educate you on the hurt and the stress that we face in our communities that we represent, we know we don't have the numbers. We know we're not in the majority.
Oh my gosh, this has all been
But
race.
I was told that this wasn't a partisan body.
Then stop
when
being
you
partisan
look at
and
the
support
votes,
Carrry.
No matter the logic that has been presented, we sadly keep losing, even on things that are logical.
No. I haven't heard anything logical.
When the author says, well, this isn't the time. From what I've learned, there's a thing called a poo. And they said that you can do one of those if something isn't germane. So if a poo hasn't been raised on the germaneness,
That's point of order.
then something tells me that this is probably the proper time to raise the issue. My specific amendment only goes to the courthouses and any other area in which you would find a criminal defendant. This is about safety. That's all it is. You heard part of my story, which is number one, I was in a courthouse with a courthouse shooting before this type of law was in place. Another part of that
You mean the law didn't save
is that sadly enough, one of the most infamous courthouse shootings took place in the author's own district in Tyler. That was before everyone would have these rights. The other courthouse shooting that comes to mind had to do with a federal courthouse in Dallas, where I live. I was supposed to be headed to the courthouse on that day. It's quite frightening as a practitioner that we can't even agree to protect our judges, to protect law enforcement, to protect victims that are trying to go to court and testify against assailants. I do defense work, and I'm telling you, this isn't good.
You mean law
The
to
other
keep
part
that
of this
criminal
no
from doing
one
that
has
didn't work?
discussed is what's going to happen now is that an officer doesn't have probable cause. Anybody can walk around with a gun. We talk about felons can't do it, but technically they can, because it will not be probable cause to go up to them and say, hey, tell me, are you a felon? At least now we know that if someone
Have
is
you heard of the
walking
Fourth
around,
Amendment,
chances
dumbass?
are they have a license to carry. That's the high probability.
No,
but
it's not.
honestly, we're gonna have people hiding in plain sight because no officer can go up to them and ask them. And so I'm just asking, can we truly consider some of these amendments?
No.
And not make them so partisan?
No.
Because I want
They're
to
partisan
work
amendments.
in the Capitol that I was told it's not. As it relates to this, I'm only asking this amendment, I'm only asking that we protect our courthouses, that we protect.
They're already protected.
Any area in which there are any defendants that are being detained. That is
Already
all.
protected.
It's not that hard. And honestly, the only thing that we're doing is asking that you leave the law in place where it is right now.
That's what this does.
Right now, when we talk about the burden on law enforcement and the fact that they're stretched too thin, we are going to have someone on every single door at these facilities. And we're going to need metal detectors on all these facilities because otherwise it would just be a Class C misdemeanor. With that, I move adoption.
What, no one's going to question the moron? No one's going to question the idiot? No. People in the committee. So people that had to go to committee, they can have.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
They can have someone on the floor vote in
Speaker,
proxy for
members,
them.
This is touching the same subject matter that we have discussed many times at the microphone before about someone who makes a mistake. We've done this at airports. We've done this with businesses. Anyone who misuses a firearm near a courthouse or does anything to cause alarm is committing a crime. And this provision of my bill just makes sure that we're going to focus on the misuse of firearms and not people who are making a mistake. And we've already passed this type of policy in this state. And so respectfully, I have to oppose this amendment.
The chair recognizes Ms. Crockett to close on the amendment. On her amendment.
Thank you so much. Members, while I understand the author's point, there is a significant difference in what goes on in an airport and what goes on at a criminal courthouse.
Which is why criminal courthouses are protected
We
already.
were brought down here, I thought, to solve problems. And it sounds like right now we're proposing to solve a problem that doesn't exist. But I can give you examples of shootings when it comes to attorneys or assaults in general when it comes to attorneys at courthouses. We're talking about bringing people into situations that are very heated. When someone walks into the airport and they accidentally have a gun, I've actually defended those actions and gotten them dismissed. I agree, that may actually be an accident. But when we're talking about an emotionally charged criminal situation or an emotionally charged family situation, it's completely different than an airport. That is why we had delineations in the law in the first place, because it is different. Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes.
She yields for questions.
Representative Crockett, I just want to make sure that everyone understands what you're trying to do with this amendment. So right now, we have protections here at the Capitol when we're talking about security.
And they have protections at courthouses.
Providing us with additional security. Let us explain a little bit what you're trying to do with your amendment when you're talking about at the courthouses.
So the current law, while I know that the author keeps saying that this is in law, there's still another reason that we're treating people differently. We're acknowledging that we're not willing to make people even become trained to have these firearms. Honestly, I do think that we should give somewhat of a benefit to those that are trained. Right now, what we're going to do is say that untrained persons can walk into any establishment, including a courthouse, where they have posted at the courthouse, no firearms. And unless someone verbally tells them
They don't even have
that,
to post
hey, you
signs at
can't
a
have that
courthouse.
gun here, what's going to happen is that it's simply a Class C
No, it's
misdemeanor.
not.
That
It's
is
a
not
prohibited area.
deterrent
Oh my gosh.
whatsoever. And that is it's unduly burdensome on our law enforcement to have to do that much extra policing when we're talking about things like a criminal courthouse.
Because at the courthouse, they're also, I mean, they have, a lot of the courthouses have detectors. They have, the detection system that they're looking for weapons. They're looking for different items before. So if they're gonna have to tell someone not to bring the weapon into the courthouse, that's just an added step before someone can get into the courthouse. And it's extra work for our law enforcement officers. Would you agree?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And so it's going to be a burden onto the law enforcement.
Absolutely. And I believe that's one reason that law enforcement is against it.
Absolutely.
Not one law enforcement organization is for this bill.
And it doesn't do anything to improve public safety in our courts.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Thank you so much for this amendment. I think it's a wonderful amendment.
Thank you.
In fact, I would encourage you to, this should also be in our schools as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Lopez,
Mr.
for what
Speaker.
purpose?
Would the representative entertain a few questions from me?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
She yields for questions.
Thank you very much for raising the issue of especially relative to federal courthouses in general, but federal courthouses in particular. Are you familiar with the Western District Courthouse in San Antonio?
I have not been there.
Just to let you know, that particular facility was built in 1967. It was built to house a theater. It has been converted into a federal courthouse. A federal courthouse that in the Western District handles the vast majority of criminal cases that are driven by gang members and drug lords from Central and South America. Do you think that there is sufficient ways to screen individuals and to ask them as you're coming into that courthouse to provide the level of security for those judges, for those witnesses, and for those individuals that are seeking justice?
I do not.
Do you believe that the amendment that you're submitting would change that?
I absolutely believe that it will help law enforcement and help to keep us safe.
Well, I can tell you that in behalf of the people in San Antonio and those individuals that work at the federal courthouse in San Antonio, I thank you for bringing this forward and I support your amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. The record vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell. So Ms. Crockett voting aye, Mr. Schaefer voting no. All members voting. All members voting. There being 59 ayes, 80 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Ms. Theory. Ms. Theory.
What? You mean to tell me her crocodile tears didn't work? Sorry, I had to make a sandwich. I can't believe the crocodile tears didn't work. Let me tell you something. Look at that. Look at that delicious turkey sandwich right there. Oh, yeah. I'm just flabbergasted that her crying and you know, use of race and trying to I just can't believe it didn't work. That's just wow. That looks like Rick, right? Over here. Right there. That looks like Rick.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by theory. Amendment by theory. Amendment by theory. Amendment. 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 Amendment by theory.
Chair recognizes Ms. Theory to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment will maintain the status quo at our schools. You just heard the passionate, emotional plea that Representative Crockett made about our courthouses. And I understand we saw the numbers, that was not successful. I just want to submit to you members one last plea, one narrow exception.
Cry.
One carve out.
Cry, it'll work.
And that would be for our schools.
There's already a carve out.
Currently, members, our schools are the least protected government building in Texas. As a mom,
oh God,
of a child in a public school,
here we go. Cry, cry.
That you all have been very gracious and kind to. I was a second grader. I will tell you that I don't even feel really comfortable sending my daughter back to school. She's in virtual school right now because I worry so much about school safety. And I understand that this, Representative, we talked about this, is not designed to handle the mass shooter that comes in. But there are a lot of people that would feel very emboldened to bring a gun to a school campus.
What?
And now, without this exception, we're going to require
teachers or principals at an elementary school to have to go outside daily. If
Oh my
someone were to
gosh.
come there daily with the gun, that principal, that teacher would have to say,
It's against the
this
law.
gun is forbidden.
It's
You'd have
against
to
the law.
orally say that.
Oh, bull crap.
And so what this amendment does, members, is it just says that it's okay for a school to post a written sign. That's it. It just says that a school, it's enough. That's the threshold that we're going to allow our schools.
You don't
to
even
meet.
need a sign at
So
the
they can continue
schools.
to educate our children. As I said before,
Here
our
we go.
courthouses
Cry.
are more secure.
You're not going to get any votes if you don't
Airports,
cry.
and as Chair Collier pointed out, our state capitol, we have more protection. I have more protection here than my daughter. I would trade places, as you guys know, as a parent.
Here we go.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
The gentlelady yield for a question.
Does the gentlelady yield?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I yield for a question.
Thank you, Representative Theory.
She just couldn't fake those tears, no matter how hard she
Ms.
tried.
Theory, you're, I believe, the proud mom of the beautiful little girl. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, Representative Turner.
I've had the pleasure of meeting your daughter. I think a lot of members on this floor have. And so I'm going to infer that this amendment is pretty personal to you as a mom. Is that fair to say?
Here we go.
Yes.
Crocodile tears, yeah.
Because I'm doing all I can. And I commend Chairman Bonnet and this body. Last session, we put $100 million into school safety. So after we saw the attack in Santa Fe, we responded. We gave an allotment to our schools.
You notice nobody's gathering
members,
around her
with
fake
this,
tears.
We're going the wrong way with the schools. I'm a pragmatic person. I know that the bill is going to pass. I'm not addressing that. And Representative Schaefer has really had a lot of conversation with me today. And I just don't think that he feels I think in his spirit, maybe he's there, but I just don't think he feels it's something he can do. And I would like to ask you all if he were willing to let him do it. Let him, give him the grace, give him the power to say, he still passed the bill. But that we said that it's okay for a school, Representative Turner, and everyone listening.
It's already the law. Next.
To just post the sign. Our most vulnerable population is at our schools, women and children.
Absolutely. Well,
So,
I think.
Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Theory, and I think you, speaking for millions of Texas moms and dads, and teachers and others, as you've laid out this amendment. So thank you.
Thank you for your question. Members, if you really look at the amendment, it just says that it's okay for the school to post a written sign at the entrance. Carrying a weapon on the property is prohibited.
Nope.
Representative Schaefer talked to me about disorderly conduct, and he mentioned that under the law, if there was disorderly conduct, that would be sufficient. But some people go to the school and could use that gun as just a way to intimidate a teacher or faculty member.
No, you can't take a gun to the
They don't have to be
school.
disorderly. And then he mentioned that the law says that the gun in and of itself, if it causes panic, then they could be arrested. But now if we don't change this, if we don't have this one exception, we're going to have two different areas of the law. We're going to have a law that says guns are prohibited on schools.
Chavez hasn't read the
We're
law.
also going to have a law that says they're prohibited, but that the faculty member has to orally, perhaps daily, tell different people that they're prohibited. So why would we put that burden on our schools? That's all I'm saying. I really think if we would be reasonable and just give him the permission to say, hey, we'll just carve out that.
Yes, but Hawkwind,
They
Only
are
the
exceptions,
teachers are
but we're
allowed
not
to
gonna put
carry
that
guns.
burden on teachers to have to go around daily
Only the teachers are
or
allowed to have the
weekly
guns,
or monthly
not
to tell
parents.
people that you can't have a gun here, that Representative Schaefer, I'm gonna close, but you said something in your opening about this was a common sense bill.
Yep.
I would ask everyone, members, can I please find one area of common ground?
Just give up a little bit of your freedom.
Our schools.
Just put a little bit
an
of your
area
poop
common ground.
in the
And we
brownies.
can apply common sense and say, they can post a sign, that's enough. They don't have to open their mouth, they don't have to go outside, they don't have to confront. It's just common sense. Members, I move adoption.
Would you just put a little bit of poop in your brownies? Just a little bit. You know, not a lot. Just a little bit. Would you eat brownies with just a little bit of poop in there?
Thank you, Representative Theory, for your comments. Firearms are prohibited in schools today. They will be tomorrow. Anyone who misuses a firearm at a public school or private school, it's going to be illegal. Anyone who comes onto the premises of a school with a firearm, even after this bill passes, there's going to be more than enough probable cause to detain that person, disarm them, and secure the scene. So the only thing we're doing is to make sure that we're not going to make felons out of people who've made a mistake. We're also going to keep my children and your children safe. And I feel confident that this bill will accomplish that.
Ms. Davis, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I yield.
Thank you. Mr. Schaefer, as I'm listening to Representative Theory's amendment, I'm just curious, based on the rejection of her amendment, where does that leave us here at the Capitol? We currently have those with concealed license showing a card, so now no one will have to show a permit to come into the Capitol. Is that correct?
No.
According to this bill.
No. This bill does not touch the part of our statutes that govern the Capitol grounds or the Capitol complex.
So what we're doing is we're treating our citizens different than we're treating ourselves. We're gonna allow people to walk around in our communities and possibly in our schools, but we're not doing the same thing for those of us who are in the Capitol every day.
Well, Representative, if you would like to, this bill does not contemplate any changes to the Capitol complex regarding the prohibitions. And so it's just not
schools,
relative.
And so
or
we currently
hospitals or
have metal
courthouses.
detectors to detect whether or not someone has metal, and in this instance, maybe a gun. We would no longer need the metal detectors because they will not have a permit. So there would, I mean, is that where we're moving?
Nothing in this bill changes the policy or the law for the Capitol complex.
So again, I'm gonna ask it differently. Based on what
Because I'm
we're
not dumb
doing,
enough. Let me show how dumb I
are we
really am.
treating all the other institutions, the courthouses, the schools, the
No.
neighborhood stores, are we treating them differently than we're treating ourselves being here at the Capitol? Where we have armed guards, where we have them to show their concealed weapon permit, where we make them walk through a metal detector. That's what we're doing to citizens to come in here to see us. And now we're going to treat everyone else differently than that. So we're going to protect ourselves, but not protect the citizens.
Well, the Capitol complex will be treated the same way. Basically, college campuses are treated the same way open government meetings will be treated, those types of places.
Is that different than what we're doing to general society? Is that different? If we keep the Capitol complex, like you just said,
you cannot
is that different?
You cannot carry even a license holder cannot carry onto a public school.
Thank
We have people on this floor carrying a gun that are concealed weapon owners, concealed license. Isn't that correct that we in fact have had members to carry guns on the House floor because they had a concealed license?
Yes, ma'am, but there's.
I can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am, that's true, but that license to carry does not allow you to carry a handgun into an airport or a courthouse or a public school.
Amen.
No, we were talking about the differences. Is this bill, under this bill, Those of us who come to the Capitol every day, we enjoy the fact that there are guards out in front of the Capitol and on all the doors.
How many times does she
We
have to say
enjoy
it?
the fact that we know if they got a concealed hand license, their permit is showing up on the register when they come in. We have metal detectors to protect those folks who are coming in that we don't know. Is that different than what we're doing in society outside of this Capitol complex?
Well, I think it depends on the place. When you look at courthouses and prisons.
That's a yes or no.
Well,
It's
the
not a yes
answer
or no.
is that not really, because there are parts of this bill and parts of our code that you still have all those places that have security, have armed guards. Your public schools, to get into the building, you know, in many schools, they do have metal detectors. So I think the Capitol is similarly situated with many other types of institutions.
So Representative Thury's amendment to deal with protections of schools would have been acceptable. Is that acceptable to you? Because you say it's the same.
Yeah, so why do you need it? You don't need it.
No, ma'am, I oppose this amendment.
Okay, so why are we opposing an amendment that you say they enjoy the same protections that we have?
Because you don't need it.
Why would you be opposed to them
public
being treated like we're being treated?
A public school has stronger protections than we have here in the Capitol.
Yeah, they do.
They have what?
They have
Stronger protections than we have here in the Capitol with
Under
respect to
this
firearms.
bill, would someone be able to go into a school without a permit, but
No.
have a gun?
No.
ma'am.
Okay. So then why are you opposing Ms. Thury's amendment?
Because it's unnecessary.
Because what? I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Representative, we've had about 5 or 6 amendments to deal with this same issue of when it's a Class C versus a Class A. And right now, you know, that's why, you know, she wants to do something different than what the bill does. We have created a policy for places like airports and we've created policies for things like airports, courthouses that allow for someone who made a mistake to avoid a Class A misdemeanor. And let me tell you also, with respect to Ms. Thury's amendment, it's against federal law for an unlicensed person to be within 1,000 feet of a school.
Yep, absolutely.
That's under federal law today. Public schools have strong laws against any misuse of a firearm.
So let me ask you another question. Are we rejecting the amendments to protect the citizens because you lost your appreciation for the protection that we have? Have you lost your support of law? I mean, do you no longer support law enforcement?
Oh my
I'm trying to
gosh.
understand why it's good for us,
Oh
and
my
it's not good
gosh.
for everybody else. So, I mean, either you like it or you don't
These
like it.
people are
but
morons.
Clearly, we're
These
setting a
people
standard separate
are
for
idiots.
ourselves than we are the people that we represent. So I'm just trying to understand
The
what
only
is it
people
that you're trying to
dumber are the
accomplish
people that vote
by
for these
treating us
people.
one way and treating our citizens another way.
I just don't agree that we're doing that with this bill. So
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your response.
I just don't agree with that characterization of what we're doing here.
Do you believe that we enjoy some support and protection that the others won't enjoy, other citizens won't enjoy?
Ma'am, I believe it depends on the location, and I think you have to look at places like public schools that have very strong
Ms. Thury, for what purpose?
provisions.
Would the gentleman yield, please,
The
Mr.
gentleman
Speaker?
yield for questions? The gentleman yield for questions.
Quickly, Representative Schaefer, I wanted to ask this, just in practical effect, without my amendment, would a school be required to tell every single person, let's say 1,000 people came up to a school with a gun?
Oh my gosh.
Without my amendment passing, would the teachers or the principal or faculty be required to tell all 1,000 of those people orally?
It's already illegal.
Members, please listen to this one question, please. If 1,000 people showed up at my daughter's school tomorrow,
if aliens popped out of the
this law was in effect
sky,
and my amendment was not accepted, would the faculty of the school be required to verbally tell all
I would
1,000
respond
of those
with,
people that a gun is prohibited?
if horns
Absolutely
pulled out of
not.
my head,
State law prohibits firearms on school grounds. Federal law prohibits unlicensed carry of a firearm within 1,000
Well,
feet
if
of a
that's the
school.
case, then Representative, why is a section in there saying that it is a defense to this, that they have to have been told orally? That's why I wanted to take out schools and just exempt them from this altogether. If we would just, I have another amendment, if we could just take schools out of it, then everything would remain the same. Because if 1,000 people go up to a school with a gun, they would have to orally tell all 1,000 for it to stay a Class A misdemeanor. That is the application of it.
Rick is
If
so
you think
right.
that's reasonable that a teacher or a assistant principal could tell all 500, all 20, all 30, all 1,000 that you cannot have a firearm. And they could honestly say, well, I wasn't told that. If 1,000 people did it, they have
Neff,
to tell each of them.
I'm not a random
Representative,
guy. Look,
that
Neff, here's the deal. If you don't want to listen to me, go somewhere else. Okay, I'm not interrupting all the time. And the stuff that you're hearing right now has already been said many times. You're on my channel. Okay, if you don't want to hear me, the whole point of this is for me to comment. I'm here to provide
Well,
clarity.
I brought up a point a moment ago that if with this amendment doesn't pass, we're doing something very different for our schools. For the first time in the history of the state,
we are not.
Schools would be required to one by one tell anyone that came up there with a gun, if you want to hold them accountable for a Class A misdemeanor, you have to verbally, orally tell them. So if 500 people come, you'd have to tell each one, versus having that sign that they already have up there be enough. Right now, today, that is enough. The sign that is posted is enough
Hey, thank you, Warrior.
for them to have a Class A misdemeanor.
They don't
The
even
sign
need a
that is there
sign.
right now today is enough.
That's why you're an
If this
idiot.
amendment doesn't even get through, now Harrod Elementary School, where my daughter attends, now her
Wait. I thought you
principal
said your
has
daughter
to go
doesn't
out
attend
there,
school.
and if 300 people showed up, she has to tell all 300. If one person shows up on Monday, the bill is silent. If you tell the person on Monday, if they come back on Tuesday, do you have to tell them again?
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Johnson, for what purpose?
Oh,
will
good
the gentle
Lord.
lady yield for a question?
Will the lady yield?
Yes, Mr.
The
Speaker,
lady
I
yields.
yield.
I'll take an idiot question from an idiot.
I struggled with the author's response to Representative Davis' point that somehow schools were in a better secure position
This is
than
the
we
idiot
are in this
prosecutor.
building. And it may not be representing to the people of Texas that are watching this exchange about schools. Would it surprise you to know that there are about 32 DPS troopers walking around this Capitol right now protecting us?
It would not surprise me, Representative. I see it every day.
And those troopers are walking around with long guns, look like they are prepared to defend us?
Absolutely, Representative.
Do you have 32 DPS troopers walking around your daughter's school with long
Wait.
guns to protect them?
Is she saying that she
Absolutely
wants
not.
armed
Honestly,
people with
members,
guns to
I have
protect
a-
schools?
She has a 5'5" principal and a 5'5" height and a 5'2" teacher who probably weighs 115 pounds.
In addition to that,
I think
we have
she just
metal
said, I want
detectors at
armed
the
people
door.
in
In
schools.
addition to that, we have sergeant at arms in this room right now that add to that additional element of security. Isn't that right?
That's right, Representative, and at our courthouses and at our airports, which is, you're making the point that our schools are our least protected government building with our most vulnerable population, little kids and women for the most part. But we do have marshals, but that doesn't solve the issue. Members, if this amendment doesn't go through, our schools are required to tell each person verbally every single day. You have to keep repeating yourself that the firearm is prohibited from the campus. It doesn't matter not that it's illegal federally.
It's
We're
illegal in the
changing
state
that
too.
by saying it's no longer a class misdemeanor. The signs that are there today would not be enough. And I just submit enough is enough. We've done a great job. We've got the signs where they are. Why now?
There are no
we going to
signs.
require
You don't need
that
signs.
burden on our schools, that they have to go out there and talk to people every time, putting themselves in a potentially confrontational situation. And then if you're bold and courageous enough to do that on Monday, You have to do it again on Tuesday. You have to do it again on Wednesday. If 5,000 show
Oh,
up, you
good
gotta tell
Lord.
all
Please,
5,000.
can we tell her to shut
So,
up?
I guess everybody gets it. It's no sense in belaboring the point, but I thought that this was a reasonable
Oh, you thought wrong.
section.
You thought wrong.
And so, Representative, it's a no-go. Yes,
It's a no-go.
I move adoption. I ask any member, if you think you can, vote one.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. Mr. Slayton has requested record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Theory voting aye, Mr. Schaefer voting no. All members voting. There being 64 ayes, 80 nays, the amendment fails to adopt.
Where the heck is my cup? How do I lose a cup?
Isn't something we kind of did before?
What's the next amendment? Yeah, I don't know what happened to my cup. It's annoying. No, we haven't voted yet. We're still having the crybaby circle jerk. What's the next amendment? Where are we at?
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Slayton.
Chair recognizes Mr. Slayton to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, currently, the Department of Family and Protective Services may not prohibit a foster parent with a license to carry from carrying a handgun in a vehicle while transporting a foster child if the handgun is in the possession and control of the foster parent.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Raise a point of order, Rule 11, Section 2, in the grounds the amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front.
other side of the apartment. I better not park a long way over here. That'd be funny if I was on the toilet. I'm in the kitchen. Trying to make me a tea with a big cup. I can't find my big cup anywhere. Hey, Joe, thank you for the $5 donation on Cash App. Gosh, I wish they told us what the point of order is. Yeah, we don't know what the point of order is yet.
Members, the point of order has been withdrawn. Mr. Slayton, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, real quick. The Department of Family and Protective Services may not prohibit a foster parent with a license to carry from carrying a handgun in a vehicle while transporting a foster child if the handgun is in the possession and control of the foster parent. This amendment simply makes it clear that the same is true for any foster parent who may lawfully carry a handgun under this bill. This is already in law now under LTC. We're making sure if this bill passes, foster parents can continue to have their gun in the car. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak on the amendment.
I'm going to speak on this amendment. Foster parents have gone through extensive background checks. We've made some provisions for them in the law in the past. So just going to leave this up to will of the House.
Chair recognizes Mr. Slayton to close on the amendment.
Extensive background checks. We've made some provisions for them in the law in the past. So just leave this up to will of the House.
Okay, all right, I'll accept that. Wonder what the House is going to do. No questions for the bill author? I am losing my mind over this cup I can't find. I got it from Buc-ee's.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. The record vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schaefer voting aye.
Okay, all right. This is a good amendment.
All members voting.
Yeah, I checked my vehicle. Oh.
All members voting.
I'll check one more time. Oh, I know where it's at, I think.
There being 88 ayes, 52 nays, the amendment is adopted.
All right, okay, good. That was a good amendment. That was a good amendment. I'm going to go check my trunk.
Ms. Ramos, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration under Rule 4, Section 32C5. C5.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Thank you.
All right, what are we doing? What do we do? Oh, point of order. Uh-oh, I missed something. What's the point of order on? What did I miss? And no, I couldn't find my cup. I think I might have left it at my buddy's house. What did I miss? What did I miss? I either left it at my buddy's house or I left it on top of my car and drove off somewhere. Those are the only two options I can think of. Huh. So there's a point of order for something. Chocolatey strawberry Rice Krispie treats. I'm going to give it a shot. I need the calories. Chocolatey strawberry. My wife would hate this. She can't stand chocolate and fruit together. Oh, stop further consideration. Okay, that's good. No, it's not good. Let's just vote. Time to vote. Record vote. Let's go. Oh, okay. I got to do that this summer then. Come on. What's going on here? Hurry up. Always Carry. It's so true. Yeah, they need a COVID clause. All right, hey Ricky, can I break what down? What did you want broken down? Oh, I bet the point of order now. I wonder if they're trying to say that it's not germane, or now that I wonder if they're going to use a Rule 8 1A1 again motion. So it's either germaneness or 1A. No, because germaneness should have already come up. Hey, Brett. Yes, it looks like we will. At least through the House. All right, my review of the Rice Krispie treats, chocolatey strawberry dunked, is that it's way too sweet. I just like regular Rice Krispie treats. I don't like that they're like dipped in chocolate and strawberry and all that stuff. Oh, Rule 4, Section 32. Let's see. Let me bring that up. Here's Rule 8. That's Rule 5. Let me find Rule 4 here. Rule 4, Section 32. That's what they're calling it. Here, let me just do this so we can watch. We don't have to look at me scrolling. Rule 4, 32. Wow, that's a long rule right there. If I can get to it. Good golly. All right, the form of reports. Let me so reports should be in duplicate one copy fill. Okay, so now they're trying to say apparently if it's a Rule 4 Section 32 challenge. Here, let me bring this over here. So if it's a Rule 4 Section 32 challenge on a point of order, they're trying to say that something in here on the form of the report. So the clerk report, which let me see what the clerk report is for this. And I'll try to explain it in a layman's way if I can. Let me see what because I'm gonna pull up the actual committee report as well, so that I can compare the two. And bounce it off of what the actual rule says. All right. Blah, 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 blah. Bill, fiscal note, summary of committee action. Oh, that's not it. House committee report. Here we go. All right. House committee report. So reports of standing committees on bills and resolutions shall be made in duplicate, with one copy to be filed with the journal clerk for printing in the journal and the other accompanying the original bill. So if they challenge it on 32A, it means they didn't make a duplicate, or they didn't file it with the clerk, or they didn't have the report accompany the original bill. That almost never happens. The committee reports must be in writing, which this is in writing. I'm looking at it right now. To be signed by the chair. Let me see if this is signed. I don't know if this is the committee. Okay, so this must not be. I mean, I guess I don't have the actual committee report. This is just the online version. Let me see. That's bill analysis. So that's not the right one. I don't have the committee report. So what I can tell you is happening is they're alleging something here. There's no sound right now because they're doing a point of order. So that's why you don't hear anything but me. So it's got to be signed by the chair or the acting chair or a majority of the committee. It's got to be addressed to the speaker. It's got to contain a statement of the recommendations of the committee with reference to the matter, and that's usually the vote itself. Contain the date the committee made its recommendation. I guarantee you that's going to be in there. Indicate whether a copy of the bill or resolution was forwarded. There's really no fiscal note here. Contain the record vote. Yes. Contain the recommendation and blah, blah, blah. So something on here as far as like all the technicalities that a report to the House floor must have. So they're challenging something here. I didn't hear exactly which section other than section 32. 32C5. All right, let's go to C5. C5. Okay, here's C. Except for the general appropriations bill, each committee report on a bill or joint resolution, including a complete committee substitute, and to the extent considered necessary by the committee, a committee report or any other resolution must include a summary or section by section form, a detailed analysis of the subject matter of the bill or resolution, specifically including background information on the proposal and information what the bill or resolution proposes to do, an analysis of the content of the bill or resolution, including a separate statement that lists each statute or constitutional provision that is expressly repealed. That's okay. It does that. A statement indicating whether or not any rulemaking authority is expressly delegated to a state. Okay. A statement indicating whether or not the bill, blah, blah. So I'm not sure. You said 5, C5, a statement of substantial differences between a complete committee substitute and the original bill. So if there was a committee substitute, now they're trying to claim that there probably wasn't a statement of substantial differences. And I think the key there is going to be substantial and what the word substantial means. Whether or not they did the statement at all, keep in mind, if they did not do the statement, then whoever is raising the point of order, if they did not do a statement, whoever's raising the point of order must prove that there are substantial differences between the committee substitute that they're looking at and the original bill as filed. Almost all bills generally will have some sort of committee substitute, especially the longer the bill, the more likely it will be that there will be a committee substitute because little things are changed here and there to get more votes. So what they're likely arguing over right now is probably this word substantial. It depends. I don't know if there was a statement. So if there was a statement, it doesn't really matter. As long as the statement talked about the differences between the committee substitute and the original bill. If there is a statement, which I mean, generally, again, the committee clerks are usually really good about this. And so the key here is going to be whether or not, if there was no statement, it depends on what she's alleging under C5. If there was a statement, I don't know what the problem is, other than the fact that maybe it doesn't address all of the differences. But then the question is going to be, okay, were the ones that were not addressed either through a statement or through the lack of a statement, were they substantial? Were those differences substantial? And so Briscoe Kane's a good attorney. He'll be able to kind of argue this, and if there were differences, they say, well, look, here's the difference between the committee substitute and the original bill, and the statement doesn't even cover that, or there is no statement. But look, here are these substantial differences, and Briscoe, Kane, and others will simply argue those are just minor differences. Those aren't substantial differences. That's how the kind of legal thing works. So I guess we're going to find out. I don't know exactly what it is they're arguing. I guess I could ask Briscoe. I'm going to send Briscoe a text and see if he can tell me. Oh, I hear something. All right. We'll see if he responds to me. Hey, you know what y'all need to do, by the way? What y'all need to do is after this is over and this passes, so this is, I'm going to highlight here, this is what they're arguing. I'm telling you, please write to Representative Schaefer, Matt Schaefer, and just thank him for all his hard work. I mean, he's had to take a lot of arrows today to fight for this. He swatted down a lot of good amendments. He's working really hard to get this thing passed. So, he could really use some support. So send him an email through his website, Matt Schaefer, through the, like the Capitol website or whatever, and just thank him for his hard work today once this is over. Because he's getting beat up all day today, and he's been swatting flies. Did I get a response already? House. He's in the house. And thanks for doing that. Also, while there's a break, I'll once again remind everybody, any donations I get through the chat are going to Open Carry Texas. You can, if you're on the Open Carry Texas feed, go to opencarrytexas.org. You can send a donation there to help us continue this fight. Rick is in attendance right now. He's been texting me as well, kind of letting me know what's going on. The PayPal for Open Carry Texas is admin, like administration, ADMIN. Admin at opencarrytexas.org is the PayPal. We don't have a Venmo or a Cash App, but any money, regardless of where it comes from during this broadcast, or I guess while we're still fighting this bill, any money I get through Venmo or Cash App, because I don't really use it for anything anyway. So any money that's getting sent to me is probably meant for OCT anyway. So on Venmo, it's at CJ Grisham, and on Cash App, it's $ CJ Grisham. So any money you send me will go straight to Open Carry Texas, 100% of it. And any money sent through the Super Chat on YouTube will also, during this broadcast, will be sent to Open Carry Texas. And what that pays for is it pays for travel If we have to do printing costs for flyers to give away, it pays for food while we're at the Capitol. Actually, generally, it's just for it mainly finances Rick and a few other things at the Capitol, and then every now and then he needs a hotel because some of the committee hearings go until about, well, shoot, we've had one committee hearing he was at last until 5:30 in the morning, and one was 3:30 in the morning, and several have been after midnight, and we don't want him driving that late. He's kind of an elderly gentleman, so we want to take care of him, you know? And he's probably going to beat me up for saying that. But he's still the smartest guy I know. Can the money go to Rick for his hotel stay and his food today? Yes, absolutely. It most certainly can. As a matter of fact, I'll text him right now. Nope, it hasn't been killed yet. So I'll let you know if Rick is going to get a hotel or if he's going to leave. I guess it depends really on how long this takes. So Kimosabe, it's right now there's what's called a point of order, and the point of order is on the part that I have highlighted right now on the screen. I'll make it a little bit bigger. They're trying to argue that something in this statement did not happen per the rules, and so they're arguing that case right now. And I see Briscoe Kane down there that I can make out. Oh, what's that? Y'all probably heard that. Hey, SATX always carry. Thank you, sir. I will make sure he gets that. Thank you for the donation through Cash App. I'll make sure he gets that. I'll tell him right now. Okay. Sorry, just going through my law school emails here. I learned, by the way, hey, so I mean, while there's a little break here, I just found out that in Texas, if you are under a supervising attorney and you are what we call a rising 3L student, that's a third year law student, and you're working for an attorney over the summer, or even during the semester, which I won't be able to because I'll be out of state, but I will be this summer. You can apply for what's called a student bar card or a supervised bar card. And that means I can literally be a practicing attorney, working under the supervision of an actual attorney. Here we go.
Representative Ramos raises a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 1927 under Rule 4, Section 32C5 of the House Rules on the grounds that the comparison of the original to the substitute section of the bill analysis is inaccurate. Ms. Ramos argues that the comparison fails to note that the original bill permitted the carrying of a firearm or other weapon at certain places of worship, and that the substitute bill does not contain that provision. Both the original and substitute bills contain this provision, but are expressed by different drafting conventions. The substitute does not differ from the original bill in this regard. There is no comparison to be made because there is no difference. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled.
Nice. It took long enough. See, they're trying to kill it. They're trying to kill it.
Is Mr. Biederman on the floor of the House?
Oh, I wonder what Biederman's going to propose. So anyway, my goal is I've already started the application process to get my bar card this summer. And I'm going to do some actual attorney work, or try to. All right, there's Biederman. That's my boy right there. I love Biederman. Kyle Biederman is the man. Kyle Biederman is the man. You notice the Mad Mommies have left. You see how dedicated they are to this? Look at this. This was their section over here.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Biederman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Biederman to explain the amendment.
We on here? Thank you. This amendment is for.
Hey, nice goatee.
To make this bill be more continuous. Right now on campus, college students who have a license to carry.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for what
Raise
purpose?
a point of order of Rule 11, Section 2.
Please bring the point of order down front.
Rule 11, Section 2. All right, let's bring that one up, shall we? Rule 11, Section 2. Here we go. Rule 11. Let's go find it. I'll tell you what, man. These dumbasses are freaking doing everything they can to stall the inevitable. All right, where is Rule 11? That's Rule 4. Rule 11. Bring it. Where are we at here? Actually, I'm going to pull this over here. As soon as I find it, I'll come back. Rule 11. Rule 11. Here we go. And they said Section 2, right? Those of you in the chat? Wow, there's a lot of precedential information on here and explanatory notes. All right, here we go. Section 2. Let me bring this back over so y'all can read along with me here. All right. Motions on a... Oh, so they're trying to say that Biederman's amendment is not germane, essentially. No motion or proposition on a subject different from the subject under consideration shall be admitted as an amendment or as a substitute. So here's the deal. He's trying to make the law specific, and so this is a germaneness issue. All right, they're trying to say that Biederman's amendment is not germane because what Biederman's trying to do is he's trying to allow at institutions of higher education where you can carry right now with an LTC that you can carry also without an LTC, right? If you're obviously a law-abiding citizen. So if you can legally carry, you can also carry on a college campus, probably concealed, I would imagine. Now they're trying to say that's not germane. If they're arguing that this is not germane, then none of the amendments that they have brought up are germane either. But you didn't see Republicans going out there saying, "Hey, look, this has nothing to do with schools." You know, you can talk about K through 12 schools when you're a libtard, and apparently those amendments are okay. But when you talk about colleges, suddenly you want to argue a point of order and say that it's not germane. You want to say that it's not germane. It's stupid. This is the hypocrisy of the left. They can bring up issues of school and it's somehow germane to the bill, but when a Republican does it or a conservative does it, nope, that's not germane. We're going to fight that. We're going to fight that. Why? Because the bill would allow you to carry on a... It's so funny when Briscoe Kane walks up there because he's short like me. And like the dais up there is taller than he is. It's like when I was a kid, you know, trying to look over the counter. Briscoe cracks me up. I love that boy, that man. But yeah, so they're trying to argue germaneness. This is no less germane than arguing about courthouses, second grade schools, elementary schools, hospitals, all the other amendments that the liberals have brought up. It's no less germane than those. So Briscoe is right here, I believe. I believe this is Briscoe right here. If I'm not mistaken. And that looks like, right here, that looks like it might be Biederman. There's Schaefer, I think. No, that's not Briscoe. Or is it? Yeah, I think that is Briscoe right here. Walking down the aisle. Yeah, that's him right there. Oh my gosh, look at this. We've been going for now 6 hours. Now, okay, five hours because I think the first hour and a half was all the other business they had to do. Hey, John, I got your I got your text. Yeah, the next thing that the next amendment will be to limit magazine sizes for revolvers. That's how stupid the Democrats have been today. That's funny. That's probably the funniest thing I've seen in a long time. So I have raised, let me just give you all an update here. Let me open up my apps. Here we go. So we got $45 through Cash App today. That will go to OCT. 25 of that will go to, well, actually, I'll just send it all to Rick for his hotel tonight. And then, so that was Cash App. Where's Venmo? So I got $45 there. Got $50. Nope, I'm sorry. That's old. $25 through Venmo today. So that's $70 for, that'll pay for Rick's hotel, close. And then for PayPal, for donations to OCT, which are going to help Rick here, $86.60, which is probably an even number, but PayPal takes its flesh. So Rick has enough for a hotel tonight, and of course, any money that we continue to raise through, and I don't know how to look at how much I've raised through Super Chat yet. But if you'd like to, oh, somebody gave me $5. Where'd that come from? I missed it. Let me find it. Oh, there it is. Hey, Wayne, thank you, sir. So again, all Super Chat donations will during this live broadcast will go towards Open Carry Texas. And the money that I raised outside of that I can like directly send, the 90, I guess it's almost $90. I will, yes, that's correct, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Bennett, A. Bennett. I'll send that other money to Rick so that he can get a hotel tonight and get himself a good dinner, because he's been busting his ass this week and last week in preparation of this day, getting bill sponsors and all that kind of stuff. But yes, Bennett, that's it. That's the Cash App. For Venmo, it's the @ CJ Grisham. And then for PayPal, it's admin@opencarrytexas.org. Now, I will say, if you send it through PayPal or Venmo or whatever, send it like to a friend or family so it doesn't take out the fee. And while I definitely enjoy and appreciate Super Chats as well, YouTube does take a small percentage of that away. So if you want more of the money to get to Open Carry Texas, send it to either PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App. Plus, I can directly deposit that money, and as opposed to having to wait through YouTube. Hey, thank you, hey Bennett. Thank you very much. You'll probably hear it on my phone here any second. There it was. Oh, it is Mr. Bennett. Okay, never mind. Duh. Thank you for the 30-06 donation. Appreciate that. Hawkwin, thank you. Also, y'all are awesome. So we're waiting on a point of order. They're trying to call it germane. Representative Biederman has submitted an amendment that would allow law-abiding gun owners to carry on a college campus concealed. And the Dumbocrats are arguing that that is not germane to this bill. Under Rule 11, Section 2. And Richard, that's why Richard says, I'm concerned that gun rights in Texas will be taken away if the Democrats take over the state. That's why we've got to pass this now. We can't wait. It's a lot harder to repeal something. Here we go. Let's see what they say.
Representative Canales has raised a point of order against further consideration of the Biederman Amendment to House Bill 1927 under Rule 11, Section 2 of the House Rules on the grounds that the amendment is not germane. The subject of the bill is to authorize persons 21 years of age or older to carry a firearm without a license, if not prohibited by law, from possessing a firearm, and addresses related criminal offenses. The Biederman Amendment includes provisions limiting civil liability for certain institutions of higher education and their offices and employees for failure to take certain actions related to the carrying of firearms on an institution's campus. The amendment contains provisions that are not on the same subject as the bill. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained.
Okay, that's that. If that's what they brought it up on, then yes, that wasn't germane. That was a good call on that one. Texas Pack Rat, thank you also for your $20 donation. I appreciate that. Definitely appreciate that. Noel Sawyer, thank you as well for your donation, $20. I really appreciate that as well. And Open Carry Texas appreciates that. Thank y'all very much.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Biederman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Biederman.
Oh gosh, here we go again.
Explain the amendment.
Well, members, this amendment is for an LCRA carve out. They're the only subdivision or where
Mr. Speaker.
all of the
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Raise a point of order under Rule 11, Section 2. Under the grounds the amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Oh gosh, here we go again. Hey, Root Beer, if you don't see the super chat, you might be on the Open Carry Texas channel. If you go to my channel, CJ Grisham, it is there. So I have a feeling you're probably watching on Open Carry Texas's live feed, because I am simulcasting this to both mine and the Open Carry Texas channels.
The point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Mr. Biederman to explain the amendment.
Well, thank you. Again, this is a very simple amendment. If the bill passes, LCRA has a number of campgrounds on their river, and these campgrounds will not be included in the bill if it passes. So right now, if a camper wants to go camping in some of these campgrounds, and there's dozens of them, they may feel that they don't have to have a permit. And so if they go to these campgrounds, they will not be included in the protections of this bill of having permitless carry, because right now you can carry in these campgrounds. This is just basically to make the bill more uniform. And again, it's the only area basically that will not be included in this bill. And I move adoption.
All right, let's see if what he's going to say about that. That's a good one. So Critter 9A, thank you for your $50 donation. I
The chair
appreciate
recognizes
it.
Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With great respect for what Mr. Biederman is doing here, I might, on a different day in a different bill, certainly agree with him. But for this day in this bill, I want to keep this policy together to try to keep it moving forward. And I worry that when we begin to erode the bill like this, it's not going to get us where we go.
I don't
So
think
for
it
those
erodes
reasons,
the
I
bill.
respectfully ask you to oppose this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Biederman to close on the amendment.
I don't think it erodes it.
I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. The record vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Biederman voting aye.
Hey, Root Beer,
Mr.
thank
Schaefer
you.
voting no.
Thank you very much for your $50 donation. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All members
Rick,
voting.
Rick thanks you.
There being 14 ayes, 127 nays.
Wow.
The amendment fails to adopt.
Jeez, really? Hey, common sense. I'm in Temple, Texas. That's where I'm from. Man, that was overwhelmingly no. The Republicans should have voted for that regardless. Hey, Rose, thank you. Thank you for your $10 donation. I'll show that up there in just a second. Let me work on some things here, and I'm going to get your donation back up there. And it sounds like I just got a Cash App donation. Where is it? Yes, Mr. Bennett, thank you for your donation. 30-6. Like it. Like it. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, I just talked to Rick. So we're good there.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Thompson of Paris.
Oh gosh. Really?
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill repeals the offenses in which persons convicted of unlawful possession of firearms. And what my amendment says that those individuals should not have to bear the burden of conduct no longer criminal. And I'm asking for those records to be expunged.
That's not germane. It's not germane.
I got your attention, didn't I?
It's not germane.
You want me to say it again?
No, challenge it. It's not germane.
All right. In this bill, they have repealed certain offenses. Okay, they no longer criminalize them. So why should those persons who carry the burden of no longer having been criminals, why don't we expunge those records? I'm not talking about persons who have been convicted of crimes when in possession of firearms, I'm talking about those persons probably who has been in possession of a firearm and been charged in the possession of a firearm. And this ought to be acceptable to the author.
Nope. Not germane.
Can I ask you?
Why aren't Republicans arguing germaneness? Where are the Republicans? That has nothing to do with this bill. Point of order.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak in favor of the amendment.
Point of order. Actually, it's a good.
Now, I wonder if Ms. T is going to vote for the bill now. Members, solely possessing an unlicensed handgun and you've not been convicted of anything where you haven't misused it, you haven't threatened someone.
Solely possession.
Used it in a manner to harm someone. Maybe that's something we should look at, being able to give a person a second chance on. So
absolutely.
For those reasons, I'll support Mrs. Thompson on her amendment.
Okay. I get it.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. Mr.
Let's
Casing
see.
has
Let's see how it
requested
goes
record vote.
now.
Clerk will ring the bell.
Oh my gosh!
Mr.
Let's
Schaefer
see
voting
this.
aye.
It
Mr.
better
Lynch
be
voting
everybody. Oh my gosh, dude!
All members voting.
If you have been convicted of unlawful possession of a
Frulo voting
firearm,
aye. All members voting.
and you didn't use that,
There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, the amendment is adopted.
holy cow! That is huge, people. That is huge. If you have been convicted, if this passes, if you've been convicted of unlawful carry, you weren't using the gun to commit any crimes, nothing like that, right? Just the fact that you had the gun without a license. If this bill passes, that record will be expunged. Anybody whose record who was convicted of or arrested for having a firearm without a license, your record gets expunged. Wow. What? That was a Democrat bill. I think they tried to poison it and it didn't work. I think they tried to kill it and it didn't work. Oh my gosh. And Schaefer gets up there and fixes it. Yes. That is, a broken clock is right twice a day, folks. That's all there is to that. Wow, that was a twist right there. That was a twist. No, but see, Fuzzy, this is why you should not agree. It should not be illegal to carry a firearm because the Second Amendment says you don't need a license. So that the law itself should never have been there to begin with. And now what the state is doing is it's correcting the wrong that it had when it created the license and forced it. Now it's correcting that. How do I undo? No one should have ever been convicted of unlicensed possession of a firearm because there should be no such thing. The Second Amendment is the Second Amendment. No one should have ever needed a license. Nice try. See, I think what she tried to do, this is what she tried to do. No, I've always had a license. Yeah, I've always had a license. Except when I lived in states where I didn't need a license. I think what she tried to do was set up Republicans to oppose this bill. Oh, you guys don't really believe in gun rights because you wouldn't expunge records. That's so hilarious. That is freaking awesome. Winston, I don't think it can. I don't think it can. The fact that amendment passed unanimously, every single Democrat and Republican in there voted for it. Wow. I'm sorry. That's just that came out of nowhere for me. Damn. And if it's expunged, you don't even have to report it anymore. It's gone. It doesn't exist. It never happened. I'm watching my grandson and their dog.
Need help, buddy?
Oh my gosh. That's funny. Grandbabies are the best. I know I'm a young guy, but I don't care. Having grandbabies is the best. All right. So yeah, so after that, holy cow. What's the vote count? Well, there's not really a vote right now. I think they're waiting on the next amendment. What amendment did they pass? They passed Amtank. They passed an amendment that will expunge the records of anyone previously convicted of unlawful carry of a firearm, in other words, unlicensed, when they didn't use it to commit a crime. The only reason they were charged and or convicted was because they had a gun that didn't have a license, that they were carrying on them. That's it. If that's the only charge, they didn't use it to commit a crime, they didn't, point it at somebody or threaten anybody. As long as it was just unlawful possession of a firearm, that gets those records get expunged. That was the amendment that just passed.
Is Mrs. Goodwin on the floor of the House?
Oh my gosh, no. Oh my God. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to see and listen to literally the dumbest woman in the legislature. Not even the dumbest woman, the dumbest person in the legislature.
Amendment by Goodwin.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin.
Oh my
to explain the
gosh,
amendment.
what is she? Oh, I gotta watch this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. My amendment would track the effects of this monumental change represented in this bill. Currently, Section 4602 of the Penal Code prohibits carrying a handgun unless, broadly speaking, the person carrying the weapon is on their own premises or in their own car or boat. The main exception to this, of course, is the license to carry a handgun, which allows license holders to carry handguns in public places. This bill will allow people without an LTC to also carry firearms in public, so it's reasonable to expect the bill's passage to result in an increased occurrence of firearms in public. This bill is a major change in policy, and I think that it's appropriate to see what effect this shift will have. My amendment would require the Department of Public Safety to prepare and complete a report each year for the first 5 years after implementation of this bill, with information on how many people obtained a license to carry a handgun during the year after implementation of the law as compared to prior years.
So she's accepting it's going to
or
pass.
any other relevant data that the Department of Public Safety thinks they should collect. This body is divided on whether or not this legislation will make Texans more or less safe. It's no secret that I am deeply concerned about this bill because of the potential it has to negatively impact the welfare and security of many Texans.
Because you're an idiot.
I hope that we can all see value in collecting data to prove or disprove our individual claims. This report would give us the ability to do so, particularly if the Department of Public Safety collects data on the number of gun deaths in Texas, the number of emergency room visits.
How many guns die in Texas every year?
And the number of guns purchased or transferred in Texas after this law goes into effect.
What's a gun death? I've never had a gun die on me before. They've all lived. I've never had a gun die. Gun
I
deaths.
move adoption.
Nope. You know what? We can do that
Ms.
through
Goodwin sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author.
What?
If objects to adoption of the amendment.
Oh well, it doesn't matter. It's just
Mr. Kaysen has requested a record vote. Record vote has been granted. Clerk ringing the bell. So
Here's
Mr.
the
Schaefer
thing.
voting
The reason
aye.
this is acceptable is because every time they've done a study, it's looked better. It's looked better for
All
gun
members
owners,
voting.
and it backfires on every Democrat.
There being 125 ayes, 16 nays, the amendment is adopted.
So Obama pulled this stuff. Obama pulled this stuff, and he did a study, and the study didn't go in his favor, and so he dissolved the commission. I still want to know about these gun deaths. I can't wait to see how many guns die every year in Texas once they start publishing these studies from DPS. Because, man, I mean, when a gun dies, I mean, is there like a ceremony for gun deaths? Do we? I mean, are they embalmed in a certain way? What? I kind of feel like we should be lowering our flags at half staff every time a gun dies. Yeah, 21 gun salute. I'm gonna see if that's Rick right there in the front. I'm gonna text him and see if that's him. Hey, is that you sitting next to the balcony to the speaker's left? On the south side. Let me see if that's Rick right there.
Mr. Biederman. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Okay, what's Mr.
Amendment by Biederman.
What's he doing?
Chair recognizes Mr. Biederman to explain the amendment.
Well, thank you. This is, I'm back again because this is a very important amendment that is very important to this bill. This amendment will continue to provide higher education institutions the ability to have their students over 21, not the young students, over 21, to be able to carry without a permit on campus. Right now, if this amendment is not passed, there will be students over 21 that will be on campus, and they may think they can be there without a permit because the rest of the state would have that for the most part. So that wouldn't be good on campus. It would cause a lot of problems. So that's all this bill does, or this amendment. It just makes it consistent with the law that this bill, HB 1927, is putting forth.
Oh gosh,
Mr.
Canales
Slayton,
is going to try.
Want to ask, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask some questions.
Oh,
when
I
he's
like
done with
his
layout.
Are
suit
you done with
pins.
your layout, Mr. Biederman?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Biederman, can you tell me why we need this? Like, why you filed this amendment, and why do we need this in Texas, and why do we need it added to this bill?
Well, we want to bring uniformity to this bill, because if we don't have this, as I said, people over 21 that are on campus, whether they're students or not, will not be able to be there without a license to carry. And so they may not realize that they're not allowed to on that campus when they can most everywhere else in the state of Texas. So all it does is bring this into uniformity with this bill. And again, for over 21, not for young students. And of course, young women are definitely at risk on college campuses of sexual assault, rape, and other things. And this amendment allows them to have equal access to a handgun for self-defense.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I move adoption.
Did Schaefer say if he
The chair
was?
recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak against the amendment.
Oh,
Once again, members, I appreciate the spirit of what Mr. Biederman is trying to do. This is the first time I've seen this language, and given what we're trying to accomplish with this bill, I'm respectfully going to have to oppose this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Biederman to close on the amendment.
Well, I appreciate Representative Schaefer. And again, I carried a constitutional carry bill and put forth and went through committee. We all worked together on these bills. This was one of the additions that Representative Schaefer decided not to have in his bill. including his bill, but was in mine and a few other bills. This is, again, just to have uniformity with this bill right now so that people that are over 21 on a college campus would be treated the same way as when they're not at school.
All right,
So I move
Republicans,
adoption.
even though he's against it, approve it.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. Mr. Kaysen has requested a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schaefer voting no. Show Mr. Beedham voting aye. Mr. Canals voting no.
Come
All members
on,
voting.
really?
All members voting. There being 16 ayes, 126 nays. The amendment
Wow,
fails to adopt.
Republicans, you suck. Now, that said, the reason it failed, ladies and gentlemen, is look, they're trying to find the path of least resistance to
Following
unlicensed
amendment, the
carry.
clerk will read the amendment.
Okay, as much as I hate it, I would have liked for it to have been there. Okay, the thing is, they want to get this passed.
Amendment by
and
Dutton.
honestly, it's more
The chair
likely
recognizes Mr. Dutton to
to
explain the
pass
amendment.
without that amendment.
Thank
It's
you, Mr.
unfortunate.
Speaker. In 1968, the U.S. Supreme Court passed a case which we refer to commonly as Terry stops, which allows police to briefly detain a person based on a reasonable suspicion of involvement in a criminal activity. Since we are letting everybody carry a gun, that won't be a criminal activity to do so. And what this amendment does is helps that.
I don't understand what he said about what's the amendment? I mean, I like Harold Dutton. He's a Democrat, but he's a very rational Democrat. He helped us get the knife bill passed.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak in favor of the amendment.
This amendment is acceptable to the author.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested from Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Show Mr. Schaefer voting aye.
So now you got Republicans and Democrats coming together.
All members voting.
I didn't quite hear exactly what that amendment did, but I think it's similar to
There
the
being
other one.
141 ayes, 2 nays. The amendment is adopted.
I bet you Goodwin was one of the 2 no's. I bet you.
Does anyone want to speak for, against, or on the bill?
All right, guys, I just sent Rick the money. Is that it? That's it. Are we getting ready to go for a vote? I think we're getting ready to go for a vote. Here we go, folks.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to close on the bill.
Here we go. Here we go. This is it.
Members, thank you so much for sticking with us today. I know we're anxious to vote. I want to reiterate that this bill does not strip public schools of protection under state or federal law. There's about 14 ways that
Okay. So it was to keep cops from. That's good. As a matter of fact, Dutton was responsible for that amendment during the open carry debate as well. That
Members, we're going to back up a second. The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise in opposition to this bill because it's the wrong
shut up.
policy for the state of Texas.
Oh, shut up.
This bill makes our state and our constituents less safe. Texans need us to stand up and pass laws that ensure anyone in our state with a gun is safe and responsible.
No, your
and
job
well-trained.
is to
This
protect
bill does
our
the
rights. Period. That's it. Whoa, what happened? Okay.
Every week, gun violence steals the lives of more Texans.
I've never seen my gun
This
get violent.
permitless carry legislation moves us in the wrong direction. It makes the training and licensing process obsolete and allows more people to carry guns without proper safety training. As Mr. Schaefer and I discussed on his layout this morning, the Texas Constitution clearly states that the legislature shall have power by law to regulate the wearing of arms with a view to prevent crime.
Exactly.
This bill will not prevent crime.
Yes, it will.
As we've already heard today, the research shows us that we will see an increase in homicides.
No, it doesn't.
An increase in violent crime if bills like this become law. That's why our state's largest police associations are opposed to this bill and opposed to any permitless carry legislation. We need common sense reforms to our gun laws. And our focus should be on passing laws to ensure that every Texan who has a gun, and most who do, are responsible, and we need to keep it that way. We don't need to repeal the systems that have worked to keep guns out of the wrong hands. But unfortunately, sometimes common sense policy seems to have little chance on this floor. We ignore research, ignore the voices of the men and women who risk their lives in law enforcement, ignore the stories of far too many families who have lost loved ones to gun violence. We're also ignoring, if we pass this bill today, current events. A couple headlines from newspapers just today. 2 dead in daytime shooting at a Southeast Houston apartment complex. Suspect in custody in shooting a Burleson police officer.
Hey, I bet you these people
and the
didn't have
slaying
licenses.
of a woman in a carjacking.
Oh, I bet you that woman didn't have a
And I
gun.
could go on, but I won't. The majority of members on this floor may support this bill today, but make no mistake, the majority of Texans in this state outside this building do not support this bill.
That's not true.
I stand with them.
That's
in
not true.
opposition to this bill and in
That's
support
false.
of the common sense gun safety measures that this state needs and deserves. One day, members, I believe in the not too far distant future, a member of this body will bring a gun safety bill to the floor of this House and lay it out here at this podium that actually improves public safety and fulfills our constitutional duty to prevent crime and to enhance public safety.
Your constitutional duty is to
Unfortunately,
protect
today is not that day.
liberty.
That's why I'll be voting no on this bill.
By the way, everyone, Rick just said thank you for your donations.
Yes, will the gentleman yield for questions?
For questions.
Yes,
Anyway, he said thank you for the donations.
Thank you, Representative Turner.
I did send him the
I've
money.
noticed there's been a lot of discussion about the vulnerability of women today.
I have noticed that, yes.
Yes, but it hasn't come from women, has it?
I have not heard any women speak about the vulnerability of women, no.
So what is it about women, whether they're young or old, that puts them in jeopardy it seems to be in any situation, anywhere where they need a firearm to walk the dog?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and I haven't had a clear answer as to why women and their safety has been such a focus today of the proponents of this legislation. I think we have a lot of bills on this floor from time to time that
all right, come on.
could help women.
Valerie Swanson, get up there and talk.
And sometimes they don't seem to have the same, how shall I say it, the same level of concern that we've seen today on this bill, seemingly.
Might be a dog whistle.
Oh my gosh. What a freaking douchebag. Valerie, get up there and say something.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just a few years ago, permitless carry was thought to be a bridge too far. I remember when I'd walk up and down the aisles, people would say, "No way, that's crazy.
Whatever.
Never do that.
Whatever.
Could never support it."
Shut up.
But yet here we are today. We're going to allow permitless carry.
You know why? They got smarter.
The Dallas Police Association.
Oh, who cares?
City of Dallas Police Department specifically asked members of our delegation to please vote against this bill. They thought it would make law enforcement more vulnerable to people that could now go around background checks outside of our licensure regime. And they pointed out to me a staggering
I don't
statistic.
know who that is behind Anchia. I have no idea.
30,000.
With her blue hair.
So what does 30,000 relate to? 30,000 is the number of Texans who failed their LTC licensure program and regime. They were ineligible. And this legislature, this House today, is saying, if you failed, we're still going to give you a gun.
Why? Because they failed because they didn't pay taxes?
stroll right
They
up
failed
and
because
get
they were
one.
behind on child support?
We have rendered meaningless, as Representative Turner said earlier, all of the state safeguards
Oh,
that
is
we
that
have
Beckley?
in place in state
Yeah,
law
she's
to make
a
sure
libtard.
that bad guys don't get guns.
I couldn't tell if that was
Make
Beckley
sure
or not.
that people who are mentally ill don't get guns. We are wiping that away.
No, we're
in
not.
State law
Good
as a result
night.
of this. And so I agree with you, all of you, who told me years ago that this is a bridge too far, that this is insane, that this is bad policy, that this is way too extreme. And yet we find ourselves here today. And we know full well, we've taken some awful votes today, just awful votes. But we know full well that by removing the safeguards that have been in place for decades, that more people are going to die in this state. And I thought that this legislature, in its response to El Paso and Sulphur Springs, and the countless other shootings across this state, mass murders across the state, would have a different approach.
Jeez.
I thought we'd have
Shut up.
common sense gun safety come
The
to
dude
the
doesn't
fore.
even know how to wear a red
That
ribbon.
has broad bipartisan support. That
Look
has
at how he puts his
majorities
red
of
ribbon on.
Republicans supporting it.
Dude can't even wear a ribbon correctly, and he wants
But
to tell us
instead,
about
this
guns.
is our response. This is the first session, as our colleagues pointed
All
out,
he did was fold some fabric
since
in half.
the El Paso massacre
It's not a
that
ribbon.
occurred targeting Hispanic Texans, where an extremist, a white supremacist who had written a manifesto, hopped in his car in North Texas, drove all the way to El Paso with an eye towards murdering people because they were concerned about an invasion
I have no idea
of
what the
brown
red
people
ribbon's
across
for.
the state. And this is our response.
Yep. In other words,
I fear, members,
those things wouldn't have
that we are
happened
now
had they been able to
through the
carry.
looking glass. That what we do makes no sense.
You make no sense.
That we are taking affirmative measures that are going to make Texans less safe. And God, I wish this was not the case.
It's not.
I know many of you very, very well. And I wonder, as one of my colleagues was musing the other day, if we didn't have R's and D's next to our names, the outcome today might be a little bit different. I'd like to think so. But I regret this is the action that we're taking today in the face of this terrible public health crisis for our state. So thank you, members, for the floor. Thank you to the author of the bill for engaging in a sharing of ideas and experiences about this. And members, today's a hard day for many of us, especially with some of the votes that we've taken. And I don't know if I've got the words to describe how difficult this is for many of us, but I hope we can come together after this and do good for this state. Thank you.
Well, you're about to.
For what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Always.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for what you just said. I appreciate that. Mr. Anchi, are you aware that year over year, for the last 10 years, gun violence has increased in this state?
Yes.
Are you aware that you've changed the definition?
So I looked up some statistics, and I wonder if you know this. In 2014, we had 10.67 gun homicides per 100,000. That's the measurement that we use to measure gun violence. Do you know that in 2015, that number went from 10.6 to 11.7?
That's statistically significant.
How?
Did you know that the last year that this is available, this data is available for 2019, that number had risen to 12.66 deaths per 100,000.
That also is significant.
It is. And would you agree with me that it seems like our response to epidemic,
how many of those were suicides?
In gun violence is to relax gun laws?
How many of those were suicides?
That's been my experience. I have not seen any common sense, bipartisan gun safety bills
That's what this is.
come to this body. Well, I shouldn't say that. The one that we had recently, which passed this body, which the author was against, that would have prevented people from carrying guns onto the tarmacs of commercial airports. That was vetoed by the governor.
Are you aware that mass shootings have increased in the state year over year, especially in the last 2 years?
Yes.
Are you aware the same is true of school shootings?
Yes.
Are you aware that there's a rise in domestic violence, including partners shooting their partners in their houses?
I'm aware.
Are you aware that we now have a rash of cop killings?
Gee, who's
Sad
that?
but true.
Whose fault is that?
And that's why cops are against this bill.
Democrats.
Did you know that a treasured and loved sheriff's deputy in my
If you want to
district
end
was
gun
gunned down in
violence,
the street
disarm
by a man
Democrats.
with a handgun?
I did see that, and I'm sorry.
All of these are coming from Texas Gun Sense.
Do you know what we call it when we do the same thing over and over
Oh,
again?
shut up.
And expect a different outcome?
We call it insanity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Beckley to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Chairman, members. This session, I have heard over and over that one fraudulent vote is too many. I say that one more accidental gun death is too many, and I cannot vote for this bill, and I ask you not to as well. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was stupid. Do you realize that Texas isn't even a top 10 for so-called gun
The
deaths
chair
per
recognizes Mr.
capita?
Martinez Fisher to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Thank you for having the debate. I don't think very often speeches are meant to change votes. So that's not my appeal. That's not my request.
Texas is number 28.
As we started the debate today,
Texas is
stood
number
at the back
28.
mic with a member who's a Republican who's senior to me. And while we were listening to the layout, we both realized that we were standing at the back microphone, waiting our turn for a longer and longer period of time. And for a moment, we quit listening to the bill and kept listening. We quit listening to all the sidebars and things that were taking place. And we just sort of reflected for a brief minute about how much things have changed over our time here. Changed for Democrats, changed for Republicans, and just, part of it, we had a laugh, talked about some of the things that we could do at 29 that you can't do at 50. But we also talked about having a sense of responsibility as older members, as we mentor and get to know newer members, younger members. And part of that responsibility is to let them know that things you see today aren't the way they've always been. And so for those of you who have just been here a little while, you may not know, but we are not used to coming to the Capitol to be greeted with a brigade of armed troopers with automatic rifles. Yes, we're used to having troopers. Yes, we know that we are protected, but we've never had to see the presence on every floor in the rotunda, everywhere you go, not just men and women that protect us, but they are armored up like they're preparing for a war. That's not normal. That didn't happen in the late 90s, didn't happen in the 80s, didn't happen in the 2000s. What also didn't happen is we didn't receive intelligence briefings from DPS about known threats of people who want to come to the Capitol who could walk in armed and in some instances not even have to stand in line. They could bypass the detector, but for COVID, you could just walk right in. We didn't have those briefings. We didn't have political pandering, talking about making the state of Texas a sanctuary state for guns at the very same time an officer's being shot in Bryan, Texas, responding to an active shooter incident. That didn't happen.
Someone who was illegally carrying, by the way.
And what really has not happened in my 20 years is I've never debated a gun bill while actively glued to my telephone to learn about an active shooter in the city of San Antonio, driving in a car full of ammo and with weapons, driving the wrong way on a roadway into our airport. And when he was detained by the authorities, opened his car door and started shooting.
And why is that my fault?
And if that's not real, there are members of the Bexar County delegation whose family members put that uniform on to protect us. And I wonder what's going on in his mind when he knows that. So these are the things that do not happen, have not happened. And however you throw your light, green or red today, and as you ponder what's next, and as you make your dinner plans and make your travel plans, and lean over to your desk mate asking, when are we gonna get done with this second reading calendar? You need to ask yourself, what can we do as a body to quit the perpetuation of these self-fulfilling
You can make it
prophecies?
easier for people to defend
I
themselves.
remember
That's how
in
you moron.
2015, Campus Carrry, that was it.
No,
Put guns on college campuses and we're done.
no, we never said
Matter of
that.
fact, no constitutional carry. There was open carry back then, didn't make it. 2017, didn't make it. 2019, didn't even get a hearing when folks with armed weapons were walking the streets of some of our leaders in this chamber that are still here today. Some of them are.
Huh?
Asking the wives and spouses of those individuals where their
Bullshit.
husband stood. On open
Bullshit.
carry.
That was found out to be a lie. You're talking
I
about
remember
the
that was just enough
NAGR.
to say we're not even going to hear the bill.
False. False. Those were lies.
So for those of you who thought 2 years ago that was normal, that's never happened before.
That was a lie.
So I
And
just
it was
ask for
found
your
out to be a
reflection. I'm
lie.
not asking
We
you to switch your
exposed
vote.
you assholes. That
I'm
was
just
a
asking for
Bonin
your
lie.
reflection. Think about those instances. And don't think about this debate being the difference between you having a gun and not having a gun.
That was a Dennis Bonin
That's not what this
lie.
debate is. So thank you for your indulgence.
Yeah, shut up. Go away. Thank goodness Chris had the video of that, because that was proven lie. Proven lie.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Crockett to speak against the bill.
I'll keep it brief, and I promise not to cry. So, considering the fact that I am a freshman, so many of you haven't had a chance to learn a little bit about me.
She's gonna
I
cry.
just want to tell you a little bit more.
She's gonna cry. We don't care about
Number
you.
one,
We don't
I'm
care about you.
licensed to carry.
We don't care.
And I own more than one firearm.
We don't care.
Surprisingly enough. And so for me, this isn't about being against guns.
We don't care.
This is about making sure that gun ownership is responsible.
Even Hitler had a gun.
In addition to that, I'm a civil rights lawyer. The first time that I was brought into the world of civil rights had to do with the fact that we had a shooting situation in Dallas that some of you may have heard about, in which a number of officers were gunned down. In that particular situation, there was a Black man. He was legally carrying a long gun. But because he was a Black man.
No, it wasn't because he was a black man, you
The
moron.
next thing you know, his face was plastered all on the news.
It wasn't because he was a black man.
The suspected shooter.
It was a Black Lives
Sadly
Matter
enough,
event.
This is a reality for so many Black Americans.
Everyone
in
there
this
was
country.
black.
And what I'm afraid of is that when we have officers that are consistently saying that they shot and killed someone because they feared for their lives, and we are so accepting of that rhetoric, What's going to happen when someone actually lawfully and legally is walking with a firearm?
Nothing.
The
Just like
reason
today.
that law enforcement was
Just like
against
today.
this is because we don't know what type of an uptick that we're going to see.
I can't tell.
specifically
Do you
from
like
them.
cops or not? I mean, do you only like them when they push your
Because they
agenda?
consistently say that they're afraid. And it's amazing that we have so many members that back the blue. But for whatever reason, they can't hear them on this one issue.
Or there are those of you that
And
want to
it's an
defund
issue
the
of
blue, and
safety
now you're
for
trying to use
officers
them for your
as
agenda.
well as citizens alike. So I understand that everyone has their minds made up. The only thing that I've asked you to do is what every other member that's been before you has asked you to do, is consider the fact that this just may not be the best thing right now,
Yeah, it is.
or that we at least need some sort of training requirements. It's going to literally be the wild, wild west in the state of Texas. I'm asking that you vote against this.
Is it the Wild Wild West in Oklahoma and every other
Members,
state?
we have a couple of representatives who want to speak on the bill, but as a reminder, or as an announcement, Mr. Kaysen has requested strict enforcement on final vote. You must vote from your desk. If you're not at your desk, you may not vote, and your desk may not vote for you. Chair recognizes Mr. Canales to speak for the bill.
Members, I don't take the fact that I stand here lightly. In fact, my position on this bill weighed on my mind for months. And one of my favorite quotes in life is, "Those who are filled with great passion lose their ability to reason." So I set my passions aside and I said I was going to focus on logic. I was going to focus on the law. So let's talk about the law. As it stands in Texas, I can go in and I can buy a gun with no classes and no permit. I can drive that gun home, loaded in my vehicle with no classes and no permit. I can have that gun in my house, loaded in my yard, in my backyard, in my front yard, in my bedroom, no classes, no permit. I can then take that gun in my car, get in,
This is one of the
drive to work, no classes, no
This
permit.
is one of the two Democrat
if my
co-authors.
job allows me to, or if I own my business, I can then get in my business with my loaded weapon with no classes and no permit. That is the law.
Yes. Now talk
But
about
the only
rifles.
place I can't have it is on my person, outside that parameters, which is a real small window. So what do you got to do then? You got to go to DPS. You got to pay that tax. Then I've got to take a class that I don't have to take any other time and pay that tax. And it's an I
Fingerprints?
gotcha law. If you have a drink, you're now committed a crime.
No, that's not
If you
true.
forgot your little ticket at home, you've committed a crime.
Yeah.
If you didn't register or didn't renew your permit, you committed a crime.
This is
In
one
fact,
of the
I know people, because I'm a criminal defense lawyer, that have come to me and said, I
Yes.
took the class.
There are two
and when I
Democrat
realized
co-authors. This
I
is
was
one
in
of them.
more legal jeopardy, I decided I'd rather not even have a permit. What we have in Texas is a bunch of I gotcha hodgepodge of laws. I'll tell you that if you leave your passions, and I can tell you that it hurts, and I've seen all the things, and I voted with almost 90% of the logical amendments that I thought were logical, and I think we could have made that bill better today. We could have. And I voted with those amendments because we could have made a better bill. But the fact of the matter is, in Texas, we got some I gotcha laws, and there's no consistency. The only thing that makes this consistent is if you're a lawful resident of the state of Texas, lawful adult, and you meet those standards, we're not going to jail you.
Yes.
And we're not going to require you to pay a tax. And if someday the pendulum swings back, well, we start with a blank slate, not with the hodgepodge that we have right now. At this point in time, what we have is a bunch of I gotchas, and this is my opinion as a criminal defense attorney about 15 years. This is a criminal justice reform bill, and I urge you to support it to keep people out of jail for no reason whatsoever.
And that was a Democrat, folks. That was a Democrat, folks.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to close on the bill.
Here we go. He's going to close and we're going to
Give
vote.
just a minute for people to get to their seats because I'm going to be very, very brief here in my comments. I know there's strict enforcement and members are going to want to now get to their seats. Members, I believe that it's time to restore faith in law-abiding Texans.
Sorry about that.
For the state of Texas to become the 21st constitutional carry state.
Yes.
Sure.
Mr.
Speaker,
Slayton, for what purpose?
Can we have the remarks from Representative Canales and Representative Schaefer put in the journal?
Members, you've heard the motion, the objection, chair hears none, so ordered.
Here we
Please
go.
excuse Representative Longoria because of important business in the district on the motion of Representative Cassell. Please excuse Representative Bales and Larson because of important business in the district on the motion of Representative Price.
I hope those were
His objection.
Democrats. I hope those were Democrats. Come on, Canales.
Chair
Let's
hears
see
none,
how much.
so ordered.
Let's see. I want to see how much sway you have. I want to see how much sway you have on other Democrats. All right, come on. Vote. Let's vote. Let's vote. What are we waiting on? Let's vote. Let's vote. Let's vote. Let's vote. Let's get this out of the House. Send it to the Senate. Come on, come on. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in
Please excuse Representative Lozano because of important business in the district on the motion of Representative Hefner. His objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Question occurs on passage of engrossment HB 1927. Strict enforcement has been requested.
Here we go.
Enforcement has been granted. The record vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell.
Here we go. This is it. It's Representative Phelan is the speaker. Phelan, P-H-E-L-A-N.
There being 84 ayes, 56 nays, HB 1927 is finally passed.
History right there, folks.
Passed engrossment, pardon me.
History right there, folks. History right there. So now, for the first time in history, constitutional carry has passed the Texas House. And I'm going to go ahead and remove that there. It's over. We've done it. We have worked for years to get to this point. What's going on now? Hang on, I want to make sure they're not trying to pull anything before I hang up this live stream. Okay, so chances in the Senate. I put the chances in the Senate at about 55 or 60%, okay? If we can get Joan Huffman on our side, we're good. Yeah, so that was good. That was good. I am so happy. All right. Doesn't look like they're doing anything else. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for spending the last...
The chair lays out on second reading HB 1500. The clerk
Let me go ahead and close this out.
HB 1500 by Hefner relating to authority of the governor in certain political subdivisions to regulate firearms.
All right. That's going to pass. That's the bill that prevents the governor from being able to regulate firearms during an emergency. That's what they're about to bring up. You can go to the capitol.texas.gov if you want to keep watching some of the other bills that aren't as big. But the breaking news is constitutional carry has passed the Texas House of Representatives and now moves to the Senate, where it will be assigned to the State Affairs Committee, the Senate State Affairs Committee. Hopefully the Senate State Affairs Committee takes up the bill quickly. Hopefully they don't make many changes to the bill. They probably will. Oh, I just got a donation. I want to make sure I recognize whoever that was. Chuck, thank you. $5 for the donation on the Cash App for Open Carry Texas. I appreciate that. I'll make sure they get it. But anyway, the news is that constitutional unlicensed carry, let's just say unlicensed carry, has now passed the House. The bill took on 2 amendments. One amendment which will allow for the expungement of anyone's record that has a on their record for unlawful carry, a conviction for unlawful carry, and only unlawful carry, not unlawful carry in conjunction with some other carry, okay, or some other crime. Is if the only thing you were charged with and convicted of was unlawful carry, this bill will expunge that record, which is good because unlawful carry never should have been a crime to begin with. And so the state of Texas is going to rectify that. The other amendment that passed was to allow or to prevent law enforcement from conducting Terry stops based solely on someone carrying a firearm openly, of course, because how are you going to know if somebody's carrying concealed, but openly or concealed, that just simply carrying a gun is not probable cause. Those were the 2 amendments I think that passed. I don't think there was another one. I think it was just those 2 that passed. And good news. Thank you to everybody who donated to Open Carry Texas today. Once again, I did send, if you'd like to really quick, use the, if you're on the CJ Grisham channel, if you want to use the super chat, now's the time to do that. Again, all money that I collect until I turn off this live stream is going to Open Carry Texas. Or you can go to opencarrytexas.org, click the donate button and donate there. Or you can send Cash App to $CJ Grisham or Venmo at CJ Grisham. Any money that I get through those 2, because I don't use them anyway, any money that I get through those 2 will also go to Open Carry Texas. Again, PayPal admin at Open Carry Texas. Venmo is at CJ Grisham. And Cash App is $CJ Grisham. Make sure you spell it right. CJGRISHAM. It's like it's showing right there. All right, but no space between. And again, thank you so much for everybody that helped. Oh, and Rick says thank you. I already forwarded the money that was set aside for Rick so that he could pay for his hotel and food. And he said thank you. Let me see. Let me just get his words correctly. He just said, well, thank you and thank the donors. So thank you all very much for all your assistance. We'll be back next time there's something going on that I think y'all need to know about. This has been a 7.5 hour live stream. That's how long it took. Actually, 6.5 hours is about how long it took to get this bill passed. That was a lot of stuff. We can't do what we do. I can't do what I do without your assistance, without your help, and without your support. So thank you very much. I'm gonna celebrate somehow. I don't know how. I don't drink, so I'll maybe get a regular Dr. Pepper instead of a diet Dr. Pepper this time. Who knows? You guys take care, be safe, and be free. And again, be happy now. Be happy. We are on the road to making Texas the 21st constitutional carry state. Let's just hope South Carolina doesn't beat us. We're in a race with South Carolina at this point for being the 21st state. Will Texas be the 21st? Or will Texas be the 22nd? Let's find out.